Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. In the previous video, I awakened SSS talent but was deemed useless. Now I summon a skeleton every second with my system. The adventures of protagonist Yi Yang are in full swing. When Yi Yang sent out skeleton soldiers, they accidentally discovered the remains of a mysterious palace, which seemed to harbor precious treasures. However, danger was creeping in, and the monsters patrolling outside the palace were frighteningly powerful. Yi Yang's choice became crucial. Was it to take a risk and challenge these monsters to win the treasure? Or do you choose to retreat wisely and stay out of harm's way for a while? Not to mention the greater unknowns and dangers that might be hidden in the depths of the palace. The suspense is about to be revealed, and the intense drama is just beginning. Let's go into the second part of I awakened SSS talent but was deemed useless. Now I summon a skeleton every second with my system to unveil Yi Yang's next shocking decision. With a glance, Yi Yang instantly felt like he had crashed into a monster carnival. From a distance of several hundred meters ahead, a dozen half-man, half-snake monsters violently appeared in his field of vision. These guys weren't just any monsters, but Shura-class serpent banshee, each with level 26 level information and attributes so clear that it made your heart skip a beat. Strength, 100 spirit, 210 body, 120 agility, 110. Among them, the most eye-catching part of the serpentine banshee was the skill, charming eyes. They were able to release charming rays, causing enemies within the range of their mental power to be subjected to a fatal charm effect, to the point where they couldn't even tell friend from foe, and would be thrown into disarray once they were struck. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but feel in his heart, "Oh my god, this spiritual power value is too scary!" Although the other attributes of the serpent banshees were fairly ordinary, the 200-plus spirit attribute was enough to make people fearful. Yi Yang knew that the charm skill of these snake man banshees should not be underestimated. At the same time, the serpentine banshees also discovered the skeleton army that was charging towards them. They didn't have the slightest bit of fear, but instead revealed an evil smile. Afterwards, the serpentine banshee communicated, "Yo, so it's a necromantic creature. These little skeletons are quite energetic. I wonder what it would be like to be our pets. Hee sisters, let's play." After the exchange ended, the eyes of the dozen or so serpentine banshees shot out 2 rays of ethereal green light in unison, hitting those skeletons that rushed at the front straight on. The skeletons were instantly charmed and began to turn around and raise their bone blades towards their companions. However, before these mesmerized skeletons could make a move, the following skeleton army had already unstoppably stepped on them and rushed over, mercilessly stomping these traitors into crumbs. Yi Yang sneered, "This charm effect is just that, not enough to look at." Yi Yang knew in his heart that the skeletons were mentally weak and were indeed easy to be trapped, but charming couldn't affect the big picture at all in front of his army of skeletons. A few more skeletons being controlled would only be a few less bones for him. In a matter of moments, the following skeleton army had already rushed to the serpentine banshees. The originally arrogant serpentine banshees finally revealed a look of panic. They might be somewhat intelligent, but they were still completely shocked in the face of the overwhelming skeleton army. Yi Yang smiled coldly, not giving them any chance to catch their breath. "Surround them! Stealthy skeleton archmage, exterminate these things for me!" With Yi Yang's order, the skeleton army instantly took action and surrounded the dozen or so snake man banshees in the center. Although the ordinary skeletons had mediocre attributes, they could simply deal with the encircled magic monsters with ease, directly squeezing them to the point where they couldn't even move. Then, the stealthy skeleton archmages that had long been lurking around showed up. Thousands of skeletal mages raised the bone staffs in their hands, gathering a strong aura of death. Boom! 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 In an instant, thousands of necromantic bombs rained down on the serpentine banshee. Before the serpentine banshees could react to what was going on, they had already been completely engulfed by the magic bullets and turned into a charred wreckage. The kill prompt immediately appeared in front of Yi Yang's eyes. Ding! You have killed LV-26 Snake Banshee and gained 200% experience points. Ding! Current copy progress, stage 2 0.1%. Ding! Yi Yang looked at the progress prompt and frowned slightly. Only 0.1%? This brushing is too slow, isn't it? Yi Yang quickly realized that at this pace, he would have to kill 1,000 serpent banshees before he could complete the second stage of the copy. This gave him a bit of a headache. Previously in the first stage, Yang had been delayed for nearly 8 hours, and now there were only 2 hours left before the demonic tide riot. If we really counted on this efficiency, it would take several hours just to penetrate the second stage. However, soon Yang realized that things didn't seem to be as bad as he thought. These snake man banshees seem to refresh much faster than those desert giant scorpions? Yang's eyes lit up and his mood lightened. His skeleton army had occupied almost half of the area of the palace ruins, and with the narrow range, the enemy refresh rate would naturally be much faster than before in the wide desert. Coupled with the help of the stealthy skeleton archmage, the speed of exterminating these serpentine banshees was more than several times faster than before. Yang no longer thought much about it, his eyes turned cold, and he decisively gave a new order to the skeleton army. All continue to attack, completely exterminate these guys. When Yang moved his mind, those skeleton armies that were originally wandering outside seemed to have received a call and quickly adjusted their direction, surging towards that relic like a tidal wave. In less than half an hour, 140,000 ordinary skeletons and more than 20,000 stealthy skeleton archmages flocked into this palace ruin in unison. Looking around, the entire relic's originally golden sandy ground was now completely covered by endless miserable white skeletons, as if it was a grand ceremony of white bones being laid out. Soon, the kill prompts brushed the screen like a tidal wave. Ding! You have killed LV-26 Snake Banshee, gaining 260 points, 200% of experience. Ding! Current copy progress, 2.6% of the second stage. With each wave of the skeleton army's attack, the progress bar climbed wildly upwards. In less than 10 minutes, the progress of the copy soared to 13%. Half an hour later, the progress bar was already at 42%. Yang was in a great mood and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A smile of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. If we continue like this, it'll be almost an hour or so, and this second stage will be over. It's so comfortable that it's flying. Nowadays, Yang was no longer afraid of the upcoming demon tide riot. With the 100,000 or so skeleton legions under his command, he would be able to fend off most of the threats based on numbers alone. And Yang himself still had the powerful soul transfer talent. Even if the situation ended up getting out of control, escaping would not be difficult. Time flew by, just as Yang expected. As an hour and a half passed, the progress of the copy rushed to 99.95%. A few seconds later, the last serpentine banshee was reduced to ashes under the concentrated fire attack of dozens of stealthy skeleton archmages. Ding! You have killed LV-26 Snake Banshee and gained 200% experience points. Current copy progress, stage 2 100%. Yang looked at this series of system prompts and a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, finally got the second stage done. Next is the third stage. Yang knew that after beating this copy, not only would he be able to complete the second stage advancement quest, but he would also be able to obtain a new exclusive profession skill scroll. Thinking of the surprise brought by the last scroll, Yang's heart surged with anticipation once again, wondering if there would be an even more bizarre skill waiting for him in the scroll this time. Just then, Yang suddenly realized that the demonic tide riot outside should have already started. Yang's eyes condensed as he muttered, "Since that's the case, let's wait until I get out and then see if I can carry this wave of demonic tide when I'm promoted to the second stage." If he had a hint of nervousness about the demon tide riot before, now, the uneasiness in Yang's heart had long been replaced by wariness. Since it had already begun, he decided to welcome the storm. Yang didn't linger too long as his gaze fell on the third stage monsters. What came into view was still those snake woman monsters with human bodies and snake tails. No, could it be that I'm still in the second stage? Yang was a bit puzzled until he carefully checked the attribute information of these monsters and realized that something was wrong. Shura class, Serpent Master Mother Soria, LV-28, category, elite level monster. Strength, 850 spirit, 600 physique, 920 agility, 800 skill, death strangle. Shura class, Snake Lord Mother Ellie, LV-29, category, elite level monster. Strength, 420 spirit, 1500 physique, 600 agility, 530 skill, spirit annihilation. Shura class, Serpent Master Mother Alexia, LV28, Category Elite Level Monster. Power. Yi Yang had a full 10 Serpent Masters and Mothers in front of him, with different attributes. Some had incredibly high strength and physique, while others had exaggerated mental attributes that were outrageous, and even the agility attribute was perverted. Each Serpent Master Mother has a unique fighting style that is like a nightmare. Yi Yang didn't hesitate much and immediately gave the order. Stealthy skeleton mages look for a chance to sneak attack. Little skeletons, pester them. As the order was given, tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons rushed towards the Serpent Master Mother like a tidal wave. Although these ordinary skeletons had mediocre attributes, as long as they could stall for time, the stealthy skeleton archmages would be able to find the opportunity to cast spells and instantly exterminate their targets. The battle was quickly fought. Yi Yang found that these stealth skeleton archmages were more agile than the previous evolved mages, and their spell casting speed was also much faster. As long as they seized the moment, they could quickly kill their targets without giving the opponent any chance to react. Meanwhile, the world outside the copy is changing. At the entrance of the relic copy, Shen Mingyu had just arrived and was preparing to enter the copy. However, when the guards behind Shen Mingyu saw the timing of this moment, they came forward to discourage them. Eldest Miss, the demon tide riot has already begun. We have to leave in a hurry, otherwise when the demon tide spreads here, it will be too late for us to run. However, Shen Mingyu simply ignored these dissuasions. Her gaze was dead set on the progress screen above the entrance to the replica, and her entire body froze in place. This is impossible! Shen Mingyu was completely unable to believe the facts in front of her. After only 10 hours had passed, that guy had actually finished brushing through 2 stages? When Shen Mingyu saw the progress of the copy in front of her, her head buzzed, and her body violently softened, directly falling backwards. If it wasn't for her personal female escort reacting fast enough to hold Shen Mingyu up, I'm afraid she would have long fallen to the ground. At this moment, she was simply unable to remain calm. Yi Yang's speed of swiping copies was so shocking that it almost made Shen Mingyu suspect that she had blurred her eyes. However, Shen Mingyu did not question Yi Yang's strength because the performance was simply beyond explosive. It was important to know that an ordinary team of professionals would have to spend at least more than 10 hours just advancing to the second stage. And Yi Yang? He actually easily swept through the second stage in less than 10 hours with just his own strength. How is this possible? Shen Mingyu muttered, her head in turmoil. The guards beside them couldn't help but ask when they saw Missy's expression. Miss, what's wrong? Is there something wrong in the copy? Shen Mingyu took a deep breath and slowly said, That person who swiped the copy, he went in alone. It took less than 10 hours to directly penetrate the 2 major stages of the desert ruins. You guys say, should I be shocked? What? One person soloed a copy? And 10 hours to fight through the 2 major stages of the desert ruins? The few guards were immediately shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. As second-order professionals, they naturally knew what this meant. The Desert Ruins copy was the strongest second-rank copy in Silver Shine City, and such a speed was simply heaven-defying. However, before they could regain their senses from the shock, all of a sudden, the earth began to vibrate violently, as if the entire heaven and earth were shaking. The guards subconsciously looked into the distance, only to see that at the end of the field of vision, densely packed monsters were coming in like a tidal wave, covering the sky as if they were endless. Eldest Miss, it's not good. The demon tide riot has spread here. We must leave immediately, the guards urgently advised. However, Shen Mingyu stood still, without the slightest intention to move. Instead, she firmly said, I'm not leaving. If I leave, what about this person? He'll be caught in the crisis of the demon tide riot. The guards were in a hurry, and one of them couldn't help but say, Eldest Miss, although that person is powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, it's not as expensive as your life. He might just be his destiny, we can't risk it. But this time, Shen Mingyu didn't respond to them again, but stared firmly at the progress of the copy in front of her, her heart filled with complex emotions. Seeing that Shen Mingyu was so insistent, the chief of the guards had no choice but to order. The entire army is in formation. Protect Missy's safety. The guards immediately took action. The second-ranked professionals formed an encirclement around the periphery, while the third-ranked professionals closely guarded Shen Mingyu's side, forming a layer of inner circle, firmly protecting her in the center, preparing to deal with the onslaught of the demon tide army. Despite their inner trepidation, at this moment, no one dared to retreat. The severity of Shen Guangming, the head of the Shen family, they knew it well. If anything happened to Shen Mingyu, they were afraid that none of them would survive. Right now, they could only defend to the death, expecting to find a silver lining in this demonic tide riot. Boom! A few minutes later, an endless army of demonic creatures rushed over like a tsunami, and the guards immediately fought with these demonic creatures as the battle erupted into an unusually fierce battle. And right at this moment, Shen Mingyu suddenly noticed that the progress of the copy had changed again. Yiyang Team Desert Ruins Copy Raid Progress, Stage 3 100%, Shen Mingyu instantly stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Just a few minutes ago, the third stage was pierced by him? Shen Mingyu's heart was beating frantically. Just now, because of the onslaught of the demon tide army, she was momentarily frozen in concentration and didn't even notice the change in the progress of the copy. However, now the progress had unexpectedly jumped directly from 0% to 100% in the third stage, and it all happened so fast that Shen Mingyu did not see it at all. What the hell did this guy do in the copy? Shen Mingyu's heart was filled with shock and doubt. The third stage is the stage of the 10 snake human masterminds, and I just blinked and he killed them all? At this moment, Shen Mingyu was completely impressed with Yi Yang. She had heard that Yi Yang was a high school student who graduated on the same day, but now, she was completely unable to connect this terrifying existence in front of her with that high school student back then. Not only is his strength terrifying, he's also handsome. What the hell was Hanishu thinking? Shen Mingyu's mind was in turmoil. Such a man, and you didn't actually hold him firmly by your side? When she thought of Hanishu, Shen Mingyu's thoughts became more and more complicated, but soon her expression gradually became firm. Since Hanishu doesn't cherish such a man, don't blame me for not being polite. She secretly made up her mind. The man in front of her was not only able to cope with the family's persecution, but was also her hope for the future. Shen Mingyu would never allow herself to succumb to the family's arrangement and marry a dude like Chu Ran. Even if she died, she would not go down that path. At this moment, Shen Mingyu's eyes were filled with determination and anticipation. She had firmly locked her target on Yi Yang and was determined not to let go. Next, it's the final boss, right? Shen Mingyu muttered, slightly biting her lower lip, her heart both nervous and expectant. As far as she knew, the final boss was a Hydra monster, and this battle was undoubtedly the toughest test. Yi Yang, can you really defeat this boss? Shen Mingyu's feelings were incredibly complicated. She didn't want this man, who had just become her target, to bury his life in the copy like this. Meanwhile, inside the copy. Ding! You have killed LV-28 Snake Lord Mother Soria, gaining 28,200% experience points. Ding! Current copy progress, Stage 3 100%. Yi Yang finally let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the series of kill prompts. It's the last stage, I hope the situation outside isn't too bad. Yi Yang frowned, his inner vigilance unrelenting. Yi Yang knew that almost an hour had passed since that teenage professional warned about the demonic tide riot. It was reasonable to say that this area had probably already been occupied by an army of demons, while it was still unknown whether it had spread to the city or not. After all, Yi Yang's understanding of the demon tide only came from that one experience when he was 12 or 13 years old. At that time, he was still young and many details were not clear. Between thoughts, Yi Yang watched the last serpent master mother fall to the ground under the siege of the stealthy skeleton archmage. Not long after, a strong sense of oppression rose from the center of the palace. Only to see that a huge snake man monster slowly appeared from the depths of the building. Its form was similar to the previous serpent man, but the 9 hideous heads sent shivers down one's spine. Even though the face of each head carried a deadly allure, the oppressive feeling emanating from the body that was several hundred meters long was enough to suffocate people. Although Yi Yang was still far away from the battlefield and was resting at the edge of the desert, he could still feel the powerful threat. At the same time, the attribute information of the Hydra monster appeared in Yi Yang's field of vision. Shura class, Hydra woman Esquilia, LV30, category, boss class monster strength, 3200 spirit, 4500 physique, 3600 agility, 4000 skills, death whip, seductive eyes, phantom colored demon snake, soul shock. Yi Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw these attributes. The heaven-defying four-dimensional attributes were simply not like a boss designed for second-order professionals. Strength and physique had broken 3,000 points, and spirit and agility were even more than 4,000 points, which was simply beyond common sense. Fuck! This physique attribute is too perverted. Can the stealthy skeleton archmage still fight? Yi Yang couldn't help but frown, knowing full well that the difficulty of this battle was far beyond expectations. What made Yi Yang's headache even worse was that each head of this nine-headed serpent woman mastered a different counterintuitive skill, and there was almost no obvious weakness to speak of. However, even so, Yi Yang did not retreat. He understood that this was his second-stage advancement mission, and even if there was a mountain of swords and fire in front of him, he had to go forward. Taking a step back, even if I lose all my skeletons, as long as I can exterminate this boss, it's worth it. Yi Yang secretly made up his mind. Anyway, the skeletons could be resummoned, but if he couldn't kill this boss, Yi Yang would face two choices: either give up his copy or be completely killed by the nine-headed serpent woman. Yi Yang quickly formulated the tactics. The little skeletons charge head-on to attract the boss's attention, and the stealthy skeleton archmage waits for an opportunity to sneak attack from behind. With the tactics finalized, Yi Yang did not hesitate to give the order. Over 100,000 ordinary skeletons rushed towards the nine-headed serpent woman without fear, as if it was a fearless sacrifice. However, a hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the Hydra woman as she hissed in a low voice, as if mocking these insignificant creatures of the dead. With these mole-like skeletons, how can they want to challenge me? The nine-headed serpent woman laughed softly, and one of her 9 heads shook slightly. Soul shock. Only 2 transparent rays of light burst out from the 9-headed serpent woman's eyes, and the air was then slightly distorted. Yi Yang had not even been able to fully perceive the trajectory of the attack before he saw 5,000 skeletons instantly go up in smoke without even a trace of debris left behind. Fuck you! This guy is so strong! Yi Yang, who was originally lying leisurely on the edge of the desert, sat up violently and his face became grave. He had long predicted that this boss would be strong, but he didn't expect it to be so ridiculously strong. The power of the soul shock made Yi Yang's scalp go numb for a while, and several thousand skeletons were instantly obliterated without even a chance to revive. Although these skeletons were not powerful, the invisible pressure was still suffocating. Stealthy skeleton archmage, don't act rashly now, continue to wait for your chance. Ordinary skeletons spread out, don't get attacked by her wide range, Yi Yang decisively ordered. Losing a few thousand ordinary skeletons was nothing to Yi Yang, but the stealthy skeleton archmage was his strongest means of output, and must not be easily exposed, or he might be instantly killed in seconds. Fortunately, as those 5,000 skeletons died in battle, Yi Yang's recovery jewelry set came into play, instantly reviving more than 1,000 skeletons. Not bad! This revival effect is really fierce, saving me a lot of time. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. The revived skeletons made him feel that there was still room for maneuver in the battle. However, the 9-headed serpent woman did not intend to give Yi Yang a chance to catch his breath. Just before the aftermath of the soul impact had completely dissipated, her second head moved and her eyes instantly turned blood red. Tiny necromantic creatures, try this again and see if you can resist my charm. Eye of Charm. In the next moment, a blood-red light burst out from the Hydra woman's pupils, enveloping a large army of skeletons. Thousands of skeletons instantly fell into a charmed state, and their originally disorderly charge became even more frenzied, even starting to attack each other. These skeletons were even more frantic than the serpentine banshee they had faced before, so it was good that the remaining skeleton army reacted in time, treating their charmed companions as enemies and launching a merciless purge. This internecine battle lasted for a minute or two until Yi Yang lost 20,000 skeletons before he finally purged all those charmed skeletons. Holy shit! Haven't even rushed to the boss yet, the skeletons have already lost almost 30,000. Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the gruesome scene in front of him. This second-order copy of the Shura-class difficulty boss is really no joke. Despite the fact that the skeleton army had suffered heavy losses, Yi Yang quickly noticed that an ethereal green light emerged from those shattered skeletons, and powered by the recovery jewelry set, more than 8,700 skeletons climbed up from the ground once again, and continued to charge towards the 9-headed serpent woman. This revival effect is heaven-defying. 8,700 skeletons, equivalent to the amount I summoned in more than 2 hours. A hint of a pleased smile appeared on Yi Yang's face. If it wasn't for this recovery equipment, Yi Yang's skeleton army was afraid that it had already lost a large portion of its skeleton army, and was now able to remain at a size of 120,000 skeletons excluding the 30,000 stealthy skeleton archmages. As the effect of Charming Eyes ended, the skeleton army finally killed the 9-headed serpent woman. Not long after, the bone blades in the hands of the skeletons slashed at the body of the boss, emitting a dense, clanking sound, as if metal clashing. Good fellow, this boss's 3,000 plus points of body mass really isn't for nothing. This body plate is also too hard, the small skeletons can't break the defense at all. Yi Yang shook his head and laughed bitterly. However, Yi Yang did not expect these ordinary skeletons to deal much damage to the boss. The main task of the skeletons was to pull the boss's hatred so that she would have no time to think about anything else. Thus, the army of skeletons climbed up the Hydra woman's body like a tidal wave, trying to attack her relatively soft upper body. The 9-headed serpent woman was clearly enraged, and her roar of fury resounded through the heavens. Damn it! You humble necromantic creatures, how dare you violate my body! Death whip! The 9-headed serpent woman's snake tail swung violently, frantically lashing the skeletons that climbed on top of her. With each lash, hundreds of skeletons were shattered and turned into broken bones that floated away. However, more skeletons swooped down on the 9-headed serpent woman like a tidal wave again, continuing to attack fearlessly. Some of the skeletons even burrowed into the Hydra woman's mouth, eyes, and ears, causing her to be in agony, as if she had fallen into a state of berserkness, and the frequency of her whipping became faster and faster. Here comes the opportunity! Yi Yang's eyes lit up, knowing that this was the best time to attack. Stealthy skeleton archmage, all out! Gather fire for me! As Yi Yang's order was given, subtle distortions began to appear in the air, and the stealthy skeleton archmages appeared in unison, raising the hard-boned staffs in their hands. Tens of thousands of necrotic demon bombs coalesced and took shape in the air, and then a fierce attack erupted. Boom, boom, boom! Countless necrotic demon bombs bombarded the 9-headed serpent woman's body, directly pushing the progress of the replica up by more than 20%. However, Yi Yang felt that something was wrong. With a body mass of more than 3,000 points, after taking so many necrotic demon bombs, how did it only lose so little blood? Yi Yang frowned and raised his head, and instantly discovered the key. 9 blood bars were surprisingly displayed above the 9-headed serpent woman. One of the blood bars had been completely emptied and turned grayish-white, and another had less than half of its blood bar left. I see. This 9-headed serpent woman is a 9-life boss. Each blood stripe is equivalent to a separate boss. Yi Yang instantly understood the mechanism of the 9-headed serpent woman. This boss was equivalent to the blood and life force of 9 bosses combined, and every life had to be completely blown away. No wonder this copy was known as the strongest second-rank copy in Yinzhou City. The difficulty of this boss alone was already far beyond other copies. Yi Yang calmed down. Despite the tricky mechanism of the 9-headed serpent woman, at this time, she had already fallen into madness, and for the time being, she could not pose too much of a threat to Yi Yang. Thus Yi Yang continued to give orders. Stealthy skeleton archmage, continue to attack! With Yi Yang's order, tens of thousands of stealthy skeleton archmages once again launched their attack, and necrotic magic bullets poured down like rain. Soon, the progress of the copy once again skyrocketed to more than half, and the 9-headed serpent woman's bloodline was emptied by 2 or 3 more. It had to be said that Yi Yang's stealthy skeleton archmage legion's output ability was extremely terrifying. The basic necrotic magic bullet had a 10x spiritual strength bonus, and coupled with the necrotic demon stealth S10x attribute bonus of breaking the stealth strike, each magic bullet possessed a devastating blow. Facing tens of thousands of necrotic demon bombs, even the 9-life Hydra woman couldn't carry such a bombardment. A few minutes later, the third round of necrotic magic bombs was ready. This time, Yi Yang didn't even need to give orders anymore. The stealthy skeleton archmages automatically launched their attacks. With a roar, Hydra woman's blood level quickly slipped, eventually stopping at around 20%. It's just about the last wave. Yi Yang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with wariness. After I blow up this boss, I'll be able to break through to a second-ranked professional. Yi Yang's eyes burned, the legions of stealthy skeleton archmages were ready to go, and the last wave of necrotic demon bombs was about to be unleashed. This would be the strike that would determine the victory. As Yi Yang's last command was given, countless, necrotic demon bombs instantly poured out, and the sound of explosions echoed through the copy one after another. 9 blood bars of the 9-headed serpent woman Esquilia were completely emptied under this wave of fire, and the boss's huge body collapsed with it. Ding, you have killed the final boss. Hydra woman Esquilia, you have gained 2.3 million experience points. Ding, you have successfully cleared the duplicate. Shura-level desert ruins, you have gained rewards. Experience X 5 million points. Second order exclusive profession equipment treasure chest X1. Second order exclusive profession skill treasure chest X1. A series of system prompts swiped the screen. Yi Yang had a smile on his face, and without hesitation, he put all the rewards popped out by the 9-headed serpent woman into his backpack in one fell swoop. Ding, you have gained the second order warrior profession general equipment, radiant armor. Ding, you have obtained a special reward, Starglow Stone. Starglow Stone? Yi Yang's eyes lit up and his mood was great. This precious resource was one of the indispensable materials for the advancement of second-order professions. He was glad that the loss of his skeleton legion did not affect his own damage calculations, which meant that he would be able to easily complete similar advancement quests in the future. Ding, you have successfully soloed through the Shura-level second stage duplicate, and have successfully fused the Star Glory Source Stone. You have completed the second stage advancement quest. Ding, you have obtained a 5-star attribute growth template. Your level cap has been raised to level 30. Ding, you've obtained the second grade talent skill, Soul of Faith. Ding, your level has increased, current, LV21. Ding, you've gained an upgrade reward, 50 points of full attributes, 500 points of free attributes. Ding, your level has increased, current, LV22. After killing the 9-headed snake woman, Yi Yang directly completed the second order advancement quest, and his level instantly soared from level 20 to level 25, and his experience value was even closer to upgrading to level 26. This wave is really awesome! The corners of Yi Yang's mouth rose slightly, his mood unable to calm down. He looked at the attribute panel and realized that his full attributes had exploded, and his spiritual attribute had even skyrocketed directly from 1,400 points to 4,200 points, a rather exaggerated increase. Yi Yang invested all the 2,500 free attributes in his hand into his spiritual attributes, and his spiritual power once again increased significantly. Subsequently, Yi Yang began to check his attributes: name, Yi Yang, LV25, profession, second order necromancer, unique level, strength, 324, spirit, 4,219, physique, 424, agility, 424, talents, soul symbiosis, soul transference, soul of faith. Skills: summon skeleton, summon stealthy skeleton archmage. Looking at the long list of attribute data, Yi Yang revealed a satisfied smile. Especially the spiritual attribute, which had directly skyrocketed to 4,219 points, which meant that his stealthy skeleton archmages would become even more powerful. Yi Yang couldn't wait to open the attribute panel of the stealthy skeleton archmage to check the changes after this wave of upgrades. Info: stealthy skeleton archmage, level 25, strength 25, plus 42.19%, spirit 125, plus 42.19%, physique 50, plus 42.19%, agility 75, plus 42.19%, skills slightly. Not bad. The spiritual attribute has directly increased to 125 points, and with my bonus, the ultimate spiritual power has soared to 177 points. Together with the necrotic magic bullet S10x spiritual power bonus, this power is simply heaven-defying. Yi Yang was ecstatic in his heart. This meant that the damage of each necrotic magic bullet was close to 6,000 points. If a normal second-ranked professional can deal 6,000 points of damage, it's considered top-notch, and I have a full 30,000 plus stealthy skeleton archmages. It's equivalent to entering the copy and having 30,000 plus top-ranked second-ranked professionals fighting for me. The more Yi Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. Yi Yang quickly sorted out his gains, then turned his attention to the new talent, Soul of Faith. Second order talent Soul of Faith. When one receives damage, the summons under one's command will automatically take all the damage. If all the summons die, the talent will be invalidated. Oh fuck! Seeing the description of this talent, Yi Yang was completely stunned. This talent is simply heavenly. As long as there is a summoner, he is almost in the body of immortality. Once harmed, the damage will be automatically transferred to the skeleton army, and Yi Yang has a steady stream of skeletons can be summoned. There is almost no possibility of dying out. Isn't this equivalent to saying that I basically can't die from now on? Yi Yang smiled with his eyebrows arched. It's simply an invincible version of the scapegoat scarecrow. After calming his mood, Yi Yang opened the second order exclusive profession skill scroll, looking forward to what kind of powerful skills he could get this time. And right at this moment, a system prompt quietly rang out. Ding, you have successfully used the second order exclusive profession skill scroll, and you have obtained the reward, Necromancer, summon Tyrant Skeleton. Tyrant Skeleton? Yi Yang's eyes instantly lit up. Just by listening to the name, he knew that this was a skill that should not be underestimated. It was definitely much more powerful than the ordinary skeleton summoning. Just thinking about the effect of this new skill in battle, Yi Yang could not hold back the anticipation in his heart. However, outside the copy, Shinmingyu's mood at this moment was very different from Yi Yang. When she saw the tip of the copy's progress Yi Yang had successfully cleared the level, she was completely shocked to the point of speechlessness. Passed! He actually really soloed this desert ruins by himself. Shinmingyu stood in front of the entrance to the copy and froze for a long time, still unable to believe what was in front of her. It was unbelievable that Yi Yang had defeated the nine-headed serpent woman, the final boss that was recognized as the strongest of the second-ranked copies, in less than half an hour. Shinmingyu's heart turned over at this time, feeling that she had witnessed an unprecedented miracle. Awakening for 3 days, wildly soaring to level 20, and soloing a second-order copy, any one of these battles would be enough to shock the entire Yinzhou city, but Yi Yang had accomplished all of them. Goodness! How the hell did he do that? Shinmingyu was still in a daze, her mind constantly replaying Yi Yang's amazing performance in the copy. Just as Shinmingyu was lost in thought, the chief of the guards by her side, Shen Wang, suddenly shouted, "Eldest Miss! We must retreat immediately. The number of these second-rank magical beasts is increasing, we can't hold out much longer." This caused Shinmingyu to wake up with a jolt, and she realized that she was still surrounded by a large number of magical beasts, and the situation was critical. However, Shinmingyu hesitated. If they retreated now, what should Yi Yang, who was still in the copy, do? If we leave, what about the man inside the copy? He will definitely die here. Shinmingyu was anxious. Eldest Miss, we can't care so much now. We must save our lives first, otherwise we will all die here. Shen Wang was also extremely anxious in his heart. Their power was limited after all. Even the most powerful geniuses couldn't carry a demonic tide riot of this scale if they didn't have enough strength. Shinmingyu looked at the surging army of magical beasts, and struggled inwardly. She knew that the guards were right to discourage her, but she was really unwilling to leave behind Yi Yang, who had just accomplished a feat. This man who was able to single-handedly brush the desert ruins copy must not fall in the midst of the demonic tide. Just hold on a little longer. He's already cleared the copy, so he'll surely come out soon, Shinmingyu said unwillingly. Shen Wang was helpless, but seeing how insistent Shinmingyu was, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Okay, brothers, hold out for another 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Yi Yang in the copy was unaware of the perilous situation in the outside world. He was immersed in the joy of his new skills. Summon Tyrant Skeleton, that's a hefty name. Looks like we have another ruthless character next. Yi Yang revealed a hint of an excited smile. However, he didn't realize that the situation outside the replica was getting more and more dire at this moment. With the outbreak of the Demon Tide riot, the entire field area was almost completely wiped out by the second-ranked professionals. The destructive power brought about by the demonic tide had caught more than 90% of the professionals in a matter of moments, and even the demonic tide had already spread to the border of Yinzhou City. 500 years ago, after Blue Star entered the era of universal transfer, the planet expanded rapidly due to the expansion of Yuan power, and the original neighboring cities and provinces were separated by endless wilderness. These wilderness areas are now breeding grounds for magical creatures, and the city has become an island-like independent-based city whenever a demonic tide breaks out. Right now, Yinzhao's city had long deployed a large number of professionals, but these forces could only barely hold the city's gates, and were incapable of dealing with the demon tide riots in the wild. At this moment, Shen Mingyu and her escort were trapped in this dangerous wilderness. Shen Wang and the other guards fought to the death, but more and more second-order magical beasts swarmed around, and the situation became more and more critical. Shen Mingyu, on the other hand, was still staring at the entrance to the replica, and her heart was incomparably looking forward to Yi Yang's appearance. On the other hand, Yi Yang's system prompt once again sounded, "Ding, you have successfully obtained the second-rank vocational skill, Summoning Tyrant Skeleton." In order to understand this skill, Yi Yang hurriedly checked it out. Yi Yang's heart instantly thrilled. It turned out that skill Summon Skeleton Tyrant consumed 100 points of mental energy to summon one hardened skeleton mage to fight for itself. When Yi Yang saw this skill, his first reaction was surprise. Skeleton Tyrant? What kind of skeleton is this? The name gave the impression of a powerful front-row meat shield type summon, very much in line with Yi Yang's current needs. After all, Yi Yang's ordinary little skeletons had begun to fail to keep up with the pace of the battle, and although they were able to act as cannon fodder, their survivability was extremely poor in high-intensity battles, and they could only act as a tool for pulling in hate. However, stealth skeleton archmages were different. Their summoning cost was too high. Even if they could summon 8,000 a day, once they were lost on a large scale, Yi Yang would feel a heartache. Just as Yi Yang was pondering the use of the Skeleton Tyrant, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Skill Summoning Skeleton Tyrant has successfully metamorphosed into Divine-level Summoning Skeleton Tyrant. Divine Summon Skeleton Tyrant consumes 100 points of mental energy to automatically summon one Skeleton Tyrant to fight for itself every 100 seconds. God-tier skill? Yi Yang's eyes lit up as he waited excitedly for about 2 minutes, wanting to see what was so amazing about this Skeleton Tyrant. Soon, a Skeleton Tyrant appeared from within the summoning space. Although its appearance was still skeletal, this Skeleton Tyrant was much more robust and massive than ordinary skeletons, with a ferocious aura that exuded a strong sense of oppression. Info: Skeleton Tyrant, Level 25, Strength 125, plus 42.19%, Spirit 25, plus 42.19%, Constitution 250, plus 42.19%, Agility 75, plus 42.19%. Skeleton Tyrant Skill 1 Brutal Devouring. Devour a friendly unit to add a layer of Rage status. Each layer boosts all attributes by 10% for 10 seconds, stacking up to 100 layers. Skeleton Tyrant Skill 2 Rage Rampage. At maximum, Rage, attack and defense are increased by 10x. Seeing the attributes of the Skeleton Tyrant, Yi Yang's jaw dropped. This attribute is simply heaven-defying. Skeleton Tyrant's basic attributes not only far exceed those of the stealthy Skeleton Archmage, but also through the skill, Brutal Devouring, can devour friendly units, quickly stacking their Rage status. As long as 100 layers were stacked, the Skeleton Tyrant's full attributes would skyrocket 10 times. After simple calculations, this meant that the Skeleton Tyrant's strength attribute would increase to 12,000 points, and his physique would even be as high as 25,000 points. This is simply horrifying. In the face of these attributes, I'm afraid that even a top-tier second-ranked boss would be directly torn apart. The more Yi Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. With such terrifying combat power, Skeleton Tyrant can not only serve as a front-row meat shield, but can also deal devastating damage in its rage state. If we let the Skeleton Tyrant devour 100 ordinary small skeletons before every battle starts, when they charge in a rage, the stealthy Skeleton Archmage won't even need to make a move. Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he thought of this. While the stealthy Skeleton Archmage is still a killer in his darkness, and is especially irreplaceable in long-range spell attacks, the Skeleton Tyrants are undoubtedly more powerful melee fighters, and they are able to provide strong protection for the entire skeleton army. Summoning one in 100 seconds, there can be more than 800 Skeleton Tyrants in a day. Just thinking about it is scary. Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. Yi Yang exhaled easily and his mood became more relaxed. If he was still wary of the second-order demon tide riot before, now with the Skeleton Tyrant, Yi Yang was no longer worried about any threats. A skeleton tyrant in full condition was simply overwhelmingly crushed when faced with a second-order demonic beast. Then, without pausing, Yi Yang continued to open the second-order exclusive occupation equipment treasure chest. Ding! You have successfully used the second-order exclusive occupation skill treasure chest. You have obtained the reward, Necromancer Darkness Robe. Second-order Dark Vestments, LV21, Attributes, Spirit plus 3200, Physique plus 1800 Special, all summons gain 10% damage immunity. My god, this equipment is simply perfect! Yi Yang looked at the attributes of the Dark Vestment Robe and felt shocked. The Spirit bonus was as high as 3200 points, and the Physique also had 1800 points. This attribute completely crushed any equipment of the first rank. Even if it was a normal generalized profession equipment, it would be considered an excellent product if it could have 1/10 of this attribute. Yi Yang casually took out a piece of radiant armor, which was also a second-order equipment, from his backpack, and the results showed second-order radiant armor, LV27 plus 580 physique. Yi Yang glanced at his brand new attribute panel and felt that his strength increase in a short period of time was nothing short of a sea change. Name: Yi Yang, LV25, Profession, Second-Order Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 324, Spirit, 7419, Physique, 2224, Agility, 424. Spiritual attributes directly skyrocketed to more than 7,400 points, and the full attribute increase of the Skeleton Tyrant, Stealthy Skeleton Archmage, and other summons was also increased to a staggering 74.19%. This made Yi Yang feel like a real necromancer at last. Now, is finally a bit of a necromancer. But that's not enough. Yi Yang smiled. He then muttered to himself. A true necromancer is one who commands billions of necromantic creatures, with all the summons under his command being immortal and able to continuously derive, evolve, and sublimate. Yi Yang's mind surfaced a vision of the future: the Sea of Skeletons, the Evil Spirit Legion, the Death Knights, the Black Knights, the Heaven's Wrath Tyrant. All of these powerful existences would be under his command and follow the orders. Now, it was just the starting point of his necromancer path. However, there's no time to fantasize about the future now. We have to go out from the replica first to see the situation outside. Yi Yang knew that the Demon Tide riot had already broken out, and the entire wilderness area might have been completely covered by an army of demons. Even though Yi Yang's current strength was powerful, if he didn't leave the copy as soon as possible, he might be in danger. Yi Yang took a deep breath and silently checked the situation in the summoning space. After the fierce battle with the nine-headed serpent woman, the skeleton army had suffered some losses. There were still over 120,000 ordinary small skeletons left, while the stealthy skeleton archmage had over 34,000. The number of newly acquired skeleton tyrants had also reached 3. Unfortunately, the skeleton tyrant's rage state only lasts for 10 seconds, and will degrade if it doesn't continue devouring in the middle. But it doesn't matter, it's already good enough to utilize ordinary small skeletons. Yi Yang's mind was calm and ready for the battle outside. Yi Yang slightly moved his mind and directly exited the copy. Meanwhile, the battle outside the replica had entered a white-hot stage. Shinmingyu and her escorts were caught in a bitter battle, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Missy, we really can't wait any longer. Xingqing and the others have been seriously injured, and many of them have lost the ability to continue fighting. Xinhuang's face was filled with anxiety as he looked around at the severely injured guards, his heart in despair. At this moment, the number of second-order magical beasts besieging them was simply too many, and even though there were third-order professionals among them, their numbers were too sparse to hold up against the onslaught of the magical beast army. Hearing Xinhuang's urging, Shinmingyu's heart was also full of contradictions. She was unwilling to leave because she knew that Yi Yang was still in the copy, and no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to easily cope with this sudden demonic tide riot. Shinmingyu bit her lip, pondering whether she should give up waiting for Yi Yang. However, right at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly surfaced at the entrance of the replica. It's him! Shinmingyu couldn't help but scream when she saw the white-shirt figure. Who? The guards turned their heads to look at the entrance of the copy, only to see a teenager wearing a casual white shirt slowly walking out of the copy. It was Yi Yang who had just soloed through the desert ruins. However, Just as everyone was attracted by Yi Yang's appearance, danger also approached. A second-ranked magical beast, red-armored giant scorpion, suddenly sprang out from behind a guard. The huge poisonous scorpion tail flashed with a deadly cold light, stabbing straight to the back of the guard's head. Dangerous! Yi Yang subconsciously exclaimed. Seeing that red-armored giant scorpion's deadly attack, Yi Yang didn't hesitate for a second and immediately released hundreds of ordinary skeletons from the summoning space, quickly crowding them behind that second-ranked professional guard. Accompanied by the rapid deaths of a dozen or so skeletons, the red-armored giant scorpion's attack was finally contained for the time being. It was only then that the second-ranked professional guard reacted, realizing that he had just almost been sneak attacked, and that the red-armored giant scorpion in front of him had nearly taken his life. He was in a cold sweat. If that deadly scorpion tail had stung him just now, I'm afraid that even the priest wouldn't have been able to save him in time. He would have died on the spot. Is my state already this bad? A pang of fear ran through the guard's mind, knowing that he would no longer be able to withstand the next attack. However, Yi Yang did not give the red-armored giant scorpion a second chance as he once again released dozens of stealthy skeleton archmages from the summoning space, quickly launching a long-range attack on the red-armored giant scorpion. Next, as a series of black mana balls with a necromantic aura whistled out, they smashed straight into the red-armored giant scorpion. The giant scorpion barely had any chance to resist, and was instantly blasted into pieces, turning into a field of debris. As the red-armored giant scorpion was annihilated, a system prompt popped up with it. Ding! You have killed LV-28 red-armored giant scorpion and gained 280 points, 200%, of experience. However, Yi Yang did not pay much attention to the system prompt. Yi Yang turned to wave his hand, and the army of more than 100,000 skeletons in the summoning space instantly poured out, and the grayish-white skeletons almost instantly filled the entire field of vision, fighting with the hordes of second-order magical beasts. Any hostile creatures, exterminate them all for me! Yi Yang coldly ordered. The skeleton army surged like a tidal wave. Ordinary skeletons waved their bone blades to fight the magical beasts, while tens of thousands of stealthy skeleton archmages kept surfacing, the hard-boned staffs in their hands sending out black necromantic magic bullets, their attacks covering the entire battlefield. At the same time, Yi Yang also released the skeleton tyrant he had just acquired from the summoning space. Skeleton tyrant, devour ordinary small skeletons to reach peak status. As Yi Yang's intention was sent out, those skeleton tyrants were instantly as if they were unchained and began to grab the ordinary skeletons around them, devouring their bones as the power in their bodies grew by leaps and bounds. In just 2 minutes' time, the skeleton tyrant's strength and physique attributes skyrocketed, with his strength breaking through more than 1,000 points and his physique reaching more than 2,000 points, and his body size swelled up to a full 5 meters tall, like a giant, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Just as the skeleton tyrant entered its peak state of fury, a blood demon tiger rushed towards it. But the skeleton tyrant didn't hesitate, raising his huge bone fist and ruthlessly smashing it against the blood demon tiger. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood demon tiger's abdomen was directly penetrated by the skeleton tyrant's fist, leaving a huge hole and killing him instantly. As the other several skeleton tyrants also entered their peak state, they waved their huge bone fists and blasted the surrounding second-rank magical beasts alive. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a thick blood mist filled the entire battlefield. This is simply too terrifying. Shen Wang and the other guards watched the ferocious performance of the skeleton tyrant, and they were all stunned. The second-order magical beasts were actually like ants in front of the skeleton tyrant, without a single ounce of resistance at all. These skeleton giants, they can kill second-rank magical beasts with a single punch. It's unbelievable, a guard said in surprise. It's outrageous. What we struggled for hours to hold together, these skeletons solved in a few minutes. Another guard shook. What kind of monster is this kid? He single-swiped a second-rank copy just now. His single-swiping a second-rank copy, this strength is simply perverse. The rest of the guards followed suit. At this moment, everyone realized that the strength of this white-shirt teenager in front of them had long exceeded their imagination. With his own strength, he had instantly turned the tide of battle. With the addition of the skeleton tyrant and the skeleton army, the escort guard, who had been fighting bitterly for a long time, finally got a chance to catch their breath. Those guards who were originally desperate were relieved to see the magical beasts being quickly cleared by the skeleton army. And Shen Mingyu, who had been staring at Yi Yang with unblinking eyes, couldn't help but come forward. Handsome man. May I ask, is your name Yi Yang? Yi Yang froze for a moment, puzzled in his mind. We don't seem to know each other, right? How do you know my name? Shen Mingyu guffawed and directly digressed. Don't you care how I know? I just want to ask, can you be my boyfriend? I really like you. Yi Yang was instantly a little confused. His heart was instantly filled with question marks. Completely unexpected that the other party would suddenly come to such a show, and even took the initiative to confess. Wait, we don't know each other at all, right? This confession is also too sudden, isn't it? Yi Yang's heart was full of doubts, but as he looked around at the immediate fighting environment, it was obvious that now was not a good time to discuss such a topic. Yi Yang did not respond positively to Shen Mingyu's confession and directly said, Beauty, although I don't know why you suddenly thought of all this, this is not the time to talk about this. Let's first solve the demonic tide riot in front of us before we talk about all this. Right, this little brother is right. Shen Wang snatched the first response, not giving Shen Mingyu a chance to continue speaking. His tone was urgent. The most important thing now is to get out of the range of the demonic tide riot. Shen Wang's guards chimed in. Eldest miss, the little brother has come out. We should rest assured and hurry back. Yes. It's too dangerous here. Let's go to a safe place first. Shen Mingyu looked at Yi Yang and then glanced at the surrounding battlefield. Her heart was hesitant for a while. She had been risking her life waiting just to confirm Yi Yang's life and death, and now that she had seen the living Yi Yang, leaving this dangerous place was indeed the wisest choice at the moment. Then, let's leave together? Shen Mingyu walked to Yi Yang's side, reached out and gently pulled his arm, trying to persuade him to evacuate with everyone else. However, Yi Yang gently let go of her hand and firmly shook his head. No. You guys go, I'm not leaving yet. You're not leaving? Shen Mingyu was stunned, and the guards next to her were similarly frozen, not understanding why Yi Yang had made such a decision. Little brother, are you kidding? It's so dangerous here, why don't you leave? Shen Wang was filled with confusion. Yeah, even if there's something big, we have to save our lives first, a guard said. Come with us. Although we aren't as powerful as the skeleton giant you summoned, it won't be hard for a third-ranked professional to join forces and kill this second-ranked demon tide. Another guard followed. The crowd obviously couldn't understand Yi Yang's decision and persuaded him. However, Yi Yang just smiled and looked faintly at the second-rank magical beasts that were raging in the distance, and said in a relaxed tone, Actually, the reason I stayed behind is very simple. I want to suppress this magic tide riot. What? Everyone instantly widened their eyes and looked at Yi Yang with unbelief. You suppressed the demonic tide riot all by yourself? Shen Wang was shocked. Do you know what concept this is? A second-rank demon tide riot, its intensity far exceeds the nightmare difficulty of a normal copy. Even a fourth-ranked professional wouldn't be able to suppress it alone. The other guards were also filled with shock, clearly thinking that Yi Yang's words were unbelievable. This is impossible. Even if you are strong, it's impossible for you to fight against the entire demonic tide alone. Yi Yang, however, was bland and self-conscious, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. You guys are right, it is indeed possible for someone who solo brushes a second-order hell-level difficulty copy to do it. Shen Wang froze and subconsciously asked, What do you mean? Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, I've just soloed the second-order Shura-class Desert Ruins copy, and I've already busted it. What? What? Shen Wang and the guards subconsciously looked towards the entrance of the replica and realized that the entrance of the replica had disappeared without a trace. Crap! The entrance to the Shura-class replica has disappeared, a guard said. Did he? He really single-brushed the Shura-level Desert Ruins? Another guard said. Oh my god, this is outrageous! Shen Wang was surprised. The crowd froze, completely unable to accept this fact. A second-order Shura-class copy was extremely terrifying in itself, not to mention the Desert Ruins, which was claimed to be the hardest second-order copy. And for Yi Yang to be able to single-handedly brush this kind of copy by himself simply overturned their perception of power. Shen Wang took a deep breath and finally came back from the shock. He knew that Yi Yang's strength was far beyond normal, and although it was not easy to suppress the demonic tide, he no longer had a reason to block it. In that case, we won't stop you anymore. Shenhuang looked helplessly at Shenmingyu, his tone pleading. Eldest miss, since this little brother has such strength, we don't have to worry about his safety. For now, we'd better leave quickly. Although Shenmingyu was a bit reluctant, she understood that the most important thing now was to protect herself and her escort. She looked at Yi Yang and hesitated for a moment before finally compromising. Before leaving, Shenmingyu reluctantly glanced at Yi Yang and urged, Yi Yang, you must be careful. To be safe. Accompanied by the parting exhortations, Shenmingyu and her escort gradually disappeared from Yi Yang's field of vision. Yi Yang shook his head and muttered softly, What a strange woman. Although Yi Yang did not fully understand Shenmingyu's feelings, her departure did allow Yi Yang to avoid potential danger. Otherwise, if the entrance to the replica was surrounded by the demon tide's army of magical beasts, he would have been in danger just after leaving the replica. Now everything was plain and simple. Alright, now we can finally have a big fight. Yi Yang's gaze cooled down as he stared at the raging tide of second-order demons in the distance, the corners of his mouth lifting up with a hint of wariness. A second-order demonic tide? Then let me see if your demon tide riot is more powerful or my undead heavenly tribulation is better. With a thought, Yi Yang gave battle orders to all the skeletons. Start counterattacking and suppress the demon tide! More than 100,000 skeletons instantly converged from their scattered state into a great wall of white skeletons, like an insurmountable barrier in front of all the magical beasts. From afar, the skeleton army was like a great white wall stretching across the wilderness. Countless ordinary skeletons charged forward against the pressure of the demonic tide, and stealthy skeleton archmages released necromantic bombs one after another, sweeping the battlefield. The skeleton tyrants, on the other hand, were like meat grinders in the battlefield, wielding huge bone fists and crushing the demons that came near them into pieces. Chapter 78 The whole army counterattacks. The wrath of the skeleton tyrant. At the same time, as countless monsters launched a charge towards the skeleton wall, a large number of professionals who had been leveling up in the wild also fled frantically as they were chased by those monsters. No way! These independent professionals, unlike the big families who have extensive connections and are not well informed, had no idea about the demonic tide riot at the beginning. Just when this evil tide spread to their vicinity, these people just started to flee. Some people even don't have time to escape and can only find a secluded place to hide temporarily, waiting until the right time to flee. And at this moment, these professionals who are being hunted by monsters and are constantly fleeing are the ones who were forced to hide in the beginning. However, when they finally felt that they had hope and could escape the devil's tide, they suddenly saw a white wall of skeletons in front of them. See this scene. All the professionals who were preparing to escape were stunned in an instant. What's going on? Why are there so many skeletons? Could it be that this is here to kill us? That's impossible. Why would you kill us? Wait. Look. These skeletons don't seem to be targeting us. They seem to be trying to stop this demonic riot. Yes. It is indeed so. Quick. Let's rush to that skeleton army, there should be help. At first, these exiled professionals thought that this white skeleton wall appeared to block them. But when they saw the skeleton army continuously killing monsters, they instantly became excited. Hunting Warcraft, this means that these skeletons are not enemies, but friendly forces. Thinking of this, everyone wanted to rush to those skeletons right now. Soon, as these professionals approached the skeleton legion, they discovered that these skeletons would not attack them at all. We are saved! Ha ha ha, yeah! I thought we were dead! By the way, where did these skeletons come from? Look! There's a young man over there! While they were excited, they saw Yi Yang's figure while talking. And around his body, he was constantly summoning various skeletons. Could it be that these skeletons were summoned by him? No way! This young man is actually so strong? It's incredible! With such a strong strength, how come I have never seen this person before? I haven't seen it either. Could it be that this is a person from another city? Fuck, no way, a person from another city would risk his life so hard for our Yinzhao city? Thinking of this, the professionals who had just escaped were suddenly filled with shame. They just wanted to escape and survive. The demonic tide riot is so terrible. They were trapped in it and had no ability to resist at all. However, when he saw a person from another city working so hard for his Yinzhao city, he suddenly felt ashamed. There was a long silence. Someone suddenly spoke up. Brothers, a person from another city is trying so hard to help our Yinzhao city. As a local, should we be afraid of death? Brothers, for our own home, for Yinzhao city. This time, even if I die, I will use my life to help the skeleton army relieve the pressure and hold back this demonic riot. Rush! These words were like a bomb, exploding in the hearts of this group of professionals. Fuck! Never mind! For the sake of my wife and children in the city, I'm going to charge in too. Brother! Don't leave me! Tell my mom that I'm not a coward! Brothers! This time it's not for ourselves. It's for the safe zone behind us. For our Yinzhao city. Go! For a moment, the 1,000 or 2,000 professionals who had just escaped raised their weapons again and rushed towards the extremely ferocious demonic tide. Not just them. Even the professionals who subsequently fled to the skeleton wall, after being infected by them, turned back again and joined the team to suppress the demon tide riot. Even though these ferocious monsters normally posed a great threat to them, but now with the assistance of the Skeleton Legion, they were able to quickly push back the invading demon army. Not far away. After seeing this scene, Yang couldn't help but feel a little sad. If I had this much strength 5 years ago, perhaps my parents in this life would not have died. Become stronger. I have to get stronger faster. Gritting his teeth, Yang secretly made a vow in his heart. Now, the wave of demonic riot that he was facing was only of the 2nd level. And the demonic tide riot 5 years ago was a demonic tide riot of up to level 5 strength. Don't talk about my current self. Even after Lin Chafeng sought help from the provincial regions, he was still unable to keep the demon army outside the city. This led to the instant collapse of Tianshui city within 1 day. Even the 2 surrounding cities of Yinzhao and Huafang. The origin of the 3 major Rong people in Dongshan province is also due to this reason. At the same time, Yinzhao's City Professional Guild. When he saw the secretary enter the office, Wu Ning asked anxiously, "What's going on? How is the demonic riot going? Has it spread to the city? Did those professionals who came to help from other cities keep those monsters outside the city?" Hearing Wu Ning's words, the secretary didn't even have time to react before he said, "No, President, the demonic riot has not spread to the city. And it's very strange, even within the area of nearly 100 kilometers near the city, no magical beasts were found attacking." Chapter 79, Suppress the Demonic Tide Riot. Terrifying Rewards. How so? After hearing what his secretary said, Wu Ning's mood, which was already anxious and worried about the demonic tide riot, became even more complicated. You should know. That was a demonic riot of 2nd level strength. Not to mention ordinary 2nd and 3rd level professionals, even a peak 4th level professional would not be able to suppress so many magical beasts. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to stop so many monsters. Come on! Follow me and see! After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ning brought his secretary directly to the North City Gate. After arriving here, the scenery Wu Ning saw was indeed peaceful and stable. Apart from the professional reinforcements from other cities that he had dispatched and were still ready to go, where could one see the shadow of a single warcraft? What on earth is going on? Subconsciously, Wu Ning went straight to a professional in charge of guarding and asked. Hearing Wu Ning's question, the guard did not hesitate. President Wu, about half an hour ago, a small group of monsters did spread here, but the number was not large, only about 1,000 or 2,000, and they were quickly dealt with by the guard army. But since then, there has not been a single monster. There is none left? After hearing this, Wu Ning was even more confused. The presence of magical beasts at the beginning indicated that the demonic riot had indeed spread to the city gates. But why did it disappear later? Wu Ning wanted to go out and see what was going on, but reality simply didn't allow him to do so. You know, as the mayor of a city, when the demonic tide riots, he must live and die with everyone in the city, and let everyone know. As the president, he is determined to live and die with everyone. We share weal and woe. If he goes out now, the morale of the army will collapse in a matter of minutes. There must be a master who suppressed the demonic riot. Otherwise, how could those monsters stop attacking so easily? Take a deep breath. Although it is as dull as ever, Wu Ning does not dare to let down his guard. The other side. Shimingyu was also near the North City gate, looking into the distance. Although Shen Wang and the others had already told themselves that with Yi Yang's strength, there was no need to worry about his safety. But Shen Mingyu also knows how difficult it is for a second-level professional to survive in this second-level demonic riot. Survive! You must survive! Shen Mingyu looked into the distance, always looking forward to Yi Yang's figure appearing in his field of vision soon. And at the same time, the wild area. After 4 or 5 hours of fighting, Yi Yang's city wall, composed of hundreds of thousands of skeletons, could not let the monsters break through his defense line. In the past few hours, the number of Yi Yang's invisible skeleton masters has increased from 34,000 at the beginning to more than 36,000 now. The number of skeleton tyrants has also grown to nearly 200. Moreover, there are nearly 200 skeleton tyrants that are all in full condition. At first, there are only 4 or 5 skeleton tyrants. They can't have much effect. But now, hundreds of skeleton tyrants have prevented all the monsters in an area of tens of thousands of meters from moving forward. With every punch thrown, more than a dozen second-level monsters were directly blown up. With every step taken, a large number of monsters will be trampled into meat patties. Faced with the terrifying power that was equivalent to more than 10,000 strength and physical attributes, those second-level monsters had no ability to resist at all. But those ordinary little skeletons suffered more. Although Yi Yang has been constantly summoning ordinary little skeletons during these few hours, their attributes are ultimately too weak. On the one hand, he had to withstand the charge of the demon army, and on the other hand, he had to be constantly devoured by hundreds of skeleton tyrants. During these few hours, the number of ordinary little skeletons, which originally numbered over 100,000, suddenly dropped to less than 100,000. This number can only be maintained at 100,000 with the help of the resurgence suit effect. Otherwise, Yi Yang's ordinary little skeletons couldn't hold on any longer. It's no exaggeration to say, if there was no effect of the resuscitation suit, and the skeletons were constantly being resurrected, Yi Yang would have lost at least 50,000 to 60,000 skeletons. That is to say, he can now save 70,000 skeletons, which is quite considerable. But, despite losing so many skeletons, Yi Yang's gains were also considerable. You know, why did Yi Yang risk his life and insist on staying to resist the demon army? Is it for that young professional girl who is guarding the entrance of the dungeon with her life to protect her own safety? This is just one of the reasons. The biggest reason is because of the huge amount of magical beasts. For Yi Yang, that means a huge amount of experience. Nothing else to say. In just these 4 or 5 hours, Yi Yang's level soared from level 25 with 91% experience to level 29 with 32% experience. The experience level has been increased by 3.5 levels. This massive amount of experience cannot be obtained in ordinary wild areas. Even if it is placed in a dungeon, it is impossible to gain so much experience in just 4 or 5 hours. Before, Yi Yang also calculated that after he reached the second level this time, even if he continued to work hard to clear dungeons and increase his levels, in just one day, he would be very lucky to be able to reach level 28 or 29. It is simply impossible to step into the third level area before the Dongshan province training camp opens. After all, reaching level 30 and gaining 100% experience in just one day is the first and foremost challenge. Even if we complete this goal within one day, the difficulty of the 5-star level 3 advanced task, I'm afraid it can't be easily completed in just a few hours. And now, God has given me such a good opportunity. If we can survive this wave of demonic riot, not to mention my own level, if I could successfully reach 100% experience at level 30, I'm afraid that the time would be enough to complete the third order advanced task. Name, Yiyang LV29. Occupation, Level 2 Necromancer, only level. Strength, 524. Spirit, 9619. Physical fitness, 2424. Agility, 624. He took a look at his current attribute panel. After an upgrade of 4 levels, his attributes had skyrocketed. Not to mention anything else. The spiritual attribute alone has skyrocketed from more than 7,400 points to more than 9,600 points now. It's so cool. However, although Yiyang doesn't care about other things, but when those professionals who were also facing the demonic army in the front saw that Yiyang had lost so many skeletons, they couldn't help but feel distressed. Chapter 80 Damn. Fight them. The third level mission is triggered. Little brother, because of this demonic riot, your losses are too great. In just a few hours, you have lost at least tens of thousands of skeletons. You must have used your mental power to summon these with great effort, right? If you keep consuming like this, you won't be able to bear it. If all your skeletons are used up, will you be able to survive in the future? Let me tell you one thing. Although they didn't understand what profession this young man in front of them was, they had seen professionals like summoners before. No matter who the summoner is, their summoned creatures are all obtained through hard work and staying up all night, using their own mental energy bit by bit. Not to mention the tens of thousands it costs. Even if they only consume a few thousand, or even a few hundred of them, sometimes it can make them feel heartbroken. And now, seeing a helper from another city fighting so hard for Yingzhou City, the locals really feel guilty. You should know. Just a few hours ago, when they had just fled here, they were only thinking about protecting their own lives. On the other hand, this young man obviously doesn't need to put in so much effort, but he still stays here to fight against the demon army for Yingzhou City. This makes them feel so guilty that they are ashamed. However, after hearing the dissuasion from these professionals, Yiyang just smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Besides, we can't care so much now. If we let go of the resistance and let the demonic tide riot and surge into the city, who knows how many people will die in the city? I am now able to resist the demonic tide and buy a little more time for the people of Yingzhou City. Why not do it? Don't worry about losing these jars and pots. As long as we are still alive, we can continue working on them even if they are broken. This moment. When hearing Yiyang's words, those professionals were immediately filled with gratitude. Okay. In that case, I'll give it my all. Rush. Let's fight these monster cubs. Brothers, this time, until all the monsters are driven into hell, none of us are allowed to take a single step back. Yes. Kill all these monsters. Go. All of a sudden, those professionals became even more excited. The 20 to 30,000 second-level professionals that gathered in a few hours suddenly formed an extremely powerful force. But, although their joining caused Yiyang to lose a lot of experience, they also shared a large part of the pressure of his skeleton army. After all, if it weren't for these 20 to 30,000 second-level professionals, the number of skeletons he would have lost would at least double. And now, with their joining, although my experience has become less, I have become more stable. Another 2 hours passed. Yiyang saw the familiar upgrade prompt again. Ding, your level has been upgraded, currently, LV30. Ding, you received the upgrade reward, 50 points of all attributes, 500 points of free attributes. This time, Yiyang's attribute panel skyrocketed again. Name, Yiyang LV30. Occupation, Level 2 Necromancer, only level. Strength, 574. Spirit, 10,169. Constitution, 2,474. Agility, 674. Comfortable. This spiritual attribute finally broke through 10,000. Seeing his current attribute panel, Yiyang felt extremely satisfied. It is worthy of being a 5-star attribute template. The growth rate of this attribute is simply incredible. You know, this spiritual attribute of over 10,000 points is equivalent to all the skeleton summons under your command, and all of them can directly obtain a doubling of all attributes. And my current form has not yet acquired any means of attack. Once you obtain your own means of attack, with just the tens of thousands of points of spiritual attributes, you can completely crush all monsters of the same level. However, with tens of thousands of skeleton armies under his command, it no longer matters whether he has any means of attack. Wouldn't it be better to let the skeleton army under his command do the work? With them, why do it yourself? Moreover, with the blessing of the three abnormal talents of soul symbiosis, soul transfer, and soul of faith, his ability to preserve his life is also completely exceeded. You don't have to worry about your safety at all. Soon. More than 3 hours passed. Yi Yang's experience finally reached level 30 and 100% experience. It was at this time. A familiar system prompt appeared directly in front of him. Ding, your current level has been upgraded to level 30 100% experience, successfully triggering the third level advanced task. Huh! I finally reached level 30! After seeing this system prompt, Yi Yang was so satisfied. Since encountering the demon army at around 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, Yi Yang had been fighting hard until 4 a.m. the next day. It can be said that he had no rest at all. Didn't think much about it. He directly started to check the advanced tasks of these 3 levels. Ding, your current level has been upgraded to level 30. Please select the difficulty of the advanced task you want to complete. 1-star difficulty reward. After each upgrade, you will gain 50 points of all attributes and 600 points of free attributes. 2-star difficulty reward. After each upgrade, you will gain 100 points of all attributes and 800 points of free attributes. 3-star difficulty reward. After each upgrade, you will gain 200 points of all attributes, 2,000 points of spiritual attributes, and 1,000 points of free attributes. 4-star difficulty reward. After each upgrade, you will gain 300 points of all attributes, 3,000 points of spiritual attributes, and 2,000 points of free attributes. And there is a chance to get the 4th exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward. After each upgrade, you will get 500 points of all attributes, 5,000 points of spiritual attributes, and 3,000 points of free attributes. And you will definitely get the 3rd exclusive talent. As expected, as long as the foundation is good, even if you want to slack off later, the gross strength of this attribute template is not weak at all. At a glance. With the blessing of the 5-star templates at the 1st and 2nd stages, now the attribute template of the 3rd stage, even if you only choose the strength of the 1-star template, has a full 50 points of all attributes, and a full 600 points of free attribute blessing. Look at that 5-star template again. The strength of the attribute growth of just 1 level completely crushes the attribute growth of 10 levels of a 1-star level. Don't be so perverted. Even, the 5-star template not only has the blessing of full attributes and free attributes, but also has an additional spiritual attribute growth item. After taking a look, if I could get a 5-star template, just 1 level alone would be enough to directly increase my spiritual attribute by 5,000 points. It's so cool. Chapter 81 Special Advancement Requirements? Level 3 Extraordinary Special Weapon. Certainly. Yi Yang will definitely not be lazy at this time. The more you strive to reach the top, the more obsessed you become with the path to the top. Yi Yang knew very well that he was just starting out. If he chose to be lazy now, he would have even less chance to reach the pinnacle of supremacy in the future. No thought required. Yi Yang directly chose the 5-star strength attribute growth template. Just at this moment, the 5-star level 3 advanced task also appeared in front of Yi Yang. Ding, you chose? Level 3, 5-star advanced mission. Level 3, 5-star advanced task. Successfully clear a level 30 or higher Shura-level instance, and cannot form a team, and obtain a level 3 extraordinary weapon of at least perfect quality. Obtained a 3rd level extraordinary weapon of at least perfect quality? What is this extraordinary special weapon? After seeing these 3 levels of 5-star advanced tasks, Yi Yang was instantly fascinated. He discovered, since he jumped from level 0 to level 1, many things that he didn't understand appeared. For example, the Black Spirit Orb that exploded from the Black Spirit King at the beginning. And there is also the Starlight Originium in the 2nd level advanced mission. Now, Another extraordinary weapon of perfect quality has appeared. Wait. Didn't President Lin say that starting from the second-level missions, there will be requirements for Starlight Originium? Why is it gone now? After carefully reading this advanced task, Yang became more and more confused. It seems, after this demonic riot is dealt with, I should go find President Lin again and ask him to explain to me what this extraordinary special weapon is. But, with the skeleton army under Yi Yang's command fighting head-on for more than 10 hours, the momentum of the demon army has weakened a lot compared to the beginning. In fact, the nearly 50,000 second-level professionals who had gathered at this time were able to rely on their own strength to push back the demon army. Soon, after another 2 or 3 hours, this second-level demonic tide was finally suppressed thanks to the desperate efforts of Yi Yang and tens of thousands of second-level professionals. Not long after, as the last demonized monster was chopped into 2 pieces by a level 27 warrior, everyone cheered. Ha ha ha, this is incredible! We actually pushed back this huge demon army. Yeah! I can't believe it! If it were in the past, even in a first-level demonic riot, I wouldn't dare to fight back. It's so satisfying to kill. Over the past few hours, my experience has increased by more than 10%. This is so comfortable. To be honest, the boy who can summon skeletons is still the best. Yes. If he hadn't formed the Great Wall of Skeletons first and blocked the path of the demon army, our tens of thousands of people would not be enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of the demon army. Too strong! I never thought that a person from another city would be so desperate to help our Yinzhao city. That's right. This time, I must tell President Wu to reward this young man well. Eh? Where did that little brother go? I don't know. Forget it. Never mind, let's first report the good news that the demonic riot has been suppressed to President Wu. That's right. Who knows? President Wu is still in the city, worried and frightened. Just after the demonic tide riot was completely suppressed, all the professionals began to look for Yi Yang. But Yi Yang doesn't have the time to hold a celebration with these professionals. Yi Yang had already quietly left when the demonic tide riot was about to end. You should know. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and the rising sun was about to light up the sky. If I remember correctly, President Lin told me at that time that the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp would start at 12 noon today. In other words, at 9 o'clock this morning, I will follow President Lin and set off for Bluebird City. During these few hours, Yi Yang can go home to pack up, and then go directly to the Tianshui City Professional Guild and set off with President Lin. The other side. The north gate of Yinzhao City. Many seriously injured professionals slowly returned here. These people were the professionals who had fought side by side with Yi Yang's skeleton legion to resist the demonic army. Because he was seriously injured and had no strength to fight again, he had to withdraw from the battlefield early. It's just right. I can take this opportunity to go back to the city and report the information to Wu Ning. Just at this moment. When Wu Ning saw this group of professionals returning from the wild, his eyes suddenly lit up. Without even a thought, he rushed directly to the side of those professionals and couldn't help asking, "Isn't there a demonic tide erupting in this area? How did you get back? What is the current situation of the demonic riot? How many people died outside? Also, where has the demonic tide erupted? How far is it from our Yinzhao city?" After hearing Wu Ning's rapid-fire questions, the seriously injured professionals, who were already a little dazed, became even more terrified. Calm down. After waiting for several minutes, the professionals responded one by one. President Wu, there was indeed a demonic riot in this area, but there was a very powerful young man who stopped this second-level demonic riot more than 300 miles away from Yinzhao City. Compared to the beginning, the demonic tide has eased a lot now. We were seriously injured, so we had no choice but to come back. Oh, by the way, I have to report to you that there were countless injuries in this demonic riot, but no one died. All of this is thanks to the young man who can summon skeletons. As long as we are injured and unable to fight again, he will let us return to the city first to avoid losing our lives. It was him who helped our Yinzhao city and intercepted this second-level demonic riot. Boom! After hearing these words, Wu Ning's brain seemed to explode instantly. This second-level demonic riot was actually intercepted in the wild area? Not a single monster was allowed in. What's even more outrageous is, in this demonic riot, apart from a lot of people being injured, no one died. This is too incredible. Etc. At this moment, Wu Ning suddenly thought of something and subconsciously asked the professional again. You just said, the one who intercepted the demonic riot this time was a young man who could summon skeletons. Chapter 82. This guy gave me a scare again. Yes. The professional answered without even thinking. However, after hearing the words of this professional, Wu Ning fell into deep thought. A professional who can summon skeletons. Why does it sound so familiar? Wu Ning has seen many professionals like summoners. However, Wu Ning always felt that he had some impression of the professional who could summon skeletons, but suddenly he couldn't remember it at all. However, the secretary beside him suddenly reminded Wu Ning after hearing this. President Wu, could this professional who can summon skeletons be related to the necromancer who was able to solo a Shura-level dungeon that you met in Tianshui City last time? Necromancer? Solo clearing the Shura-level dungeon? Hearing this, Wu Ning suddenly understood. Are you talking about the young man named Yang? Right. The secretary nodded. After Wu Ning came back from Tianshui City, he was very angry because of this necromancer who could summon skeletons. President Wu even complained to him for a long time at that time, and only then did he have some impression of him. Yes. It's him. It must be this guy. Thinking of this, Wu Ning slapped his forehead suddenly, and the thin young man in white shirt immediately appeared in his mind. But Wu Ning couldn't understand why Yang didn't stay in Tianshui City to level up, but ran to his own Yinzhao City for no apparent reason. After thinking for a while, Wu Ning still had no clue. But anyway, those professionals who come back from the wild areas will not lie to me. Everyone spoke the same words about him, praising how powerful that young man was and how his army of skeletons could suppress the demonic army. So, this Yang resisted this demonic tide riot for himself. This is a fact that absolutely cannot be changed. I didn't expect. This little guy gave me another scare. He fought against the demonic riot alone. How can I thank him this time? Sighing, Wu Ning couldn't help but smile helplessly. However, at this moment, Wu Ning suddenly thought of something and his old face suddenly turned red. Not anything else. It was when Lin Changfeng contacted him yesterday that he asked him why the civilian family forces in Yinzhao City would bully the geniuses in their Tianshui City. When Wu Ning thought of this, he suddenly felt embarrassed. He couldn't believe it. The geniuses in his own Yinzhao City have been so rude to him, so why should he help Yinzhao City without reservation when it is in crisis? You should know. I just heard the stories told by those professionals who returned seriously injured. This kid's army of more than 100,000 skeletons lost more than half of their number in just a few hours because of resisting the demon tide riot. It is no exaggeration to say, if he didn't take action this time and intercept the demon army, not only will he himself not suffer any harm, but he can even severely damage Yinzhao City and cause great damage to the civilian family forces of the entire Yinzhao City. Such a good opportunity for revenge. Why doesn't this kid use it? Why do we have to try our best to protect Yinzhao City even if it means getting hurt? However, while he was thinking, not far away, a large group of professionals who looked broken slowly appeared in everyone's sight. These are the warriors who are fighting against the demonic army for our Yinzhao City this time. They've worked so hard. Watching these people slowly approaching the North City Gate, Wu Ning felt 3 parts excitement and 7 parts guilt. They were excited because these professionals were able to come back alive, which meant that their Yinzhao City had reduced its losses by an unknown amount. Wu Ning felt guilty because he knew the reason these professionals were able to come back alive was definitely because of the help of Yi Yang's Skeleton Legion. Otherwise, if it were normal times, these professionals would be lucky enough to just escape for themselves. How could they have the courage to turn back and resist the demon army? However, this is the person who gave everything for Yinzhao City, but his own Yinzhao City treated him unfairly. When he thought of this, Wu Ning didn't even have the face to stay here. However, in order to resolve the doubts in his heart, Wu Ning still stayed here. Moreover, he had already made up his mind. After seeing Yi Yang off, I must find the Chu family, and other folk family forces in Yingzhou City, and have a good talk with them. It would be fine if these folk family forces acted arrogantly in their own cities. He actually went to other cities and bullied the geniuses from other cities. As the mayor of a city, this is something Wu Ning absolutely cannot tolerate. Moreover, if I don't step in to take care of something like this after it happens, those clan forces in the society might really forget about this Yingzhou City. Who is the boss? It is no exaggeration to say. Relying on Wu Ning's own strength, if he decided to take action, it would be more than enough for him to wipe out the entire Yingzhou Chu family by himself. This is the feeling of oppression from a 5th-order peak professional. It is totally incomparable to those 4th-level peak professionals like Chu Tianxiong. Not long. As those professionals got closer, Wu Ning finally saw the figure of the young man in white shirt walking in the front among the tens of thousands of people. It's him indeed! It's really that kid from Tianshui City! As Yi Yang arrived at the North City Gate, Wu Ning walked directly to Yi Yang's side without thinking. Yi Yang, I never thought that when my Yingzhou City was in such a disaster, it was you who came to my aid. Thank you so much! Seeing Wu Ning suddenly appear in front of him, Yi Yang was stunned for a moment, then he said directly, President Wu, you are too polite. Ha ha ha, it's true that heroes emerge young. If you hadn't stopped the demon army, I don't know how many people in Yingzhou City would have paid the price for their lives. Wu Ning smiled brightly, then directly grabbed Yi Yang's hand. Come on, come back with me. This time, I must reward you well. Then, Wu Ning didn't say anything and directly dragged Yi Yang back to the Yingzhou City Guild. Yi Yang, you have helped us a lot this time. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can get it, I will definitely help you. Hearing this, Yi Yang was also in a dilemma. He knew, if he rejected Wu Ning's kindness, he would never be able to live with it for the rest of his life. But, what do you want? It's really hard to say. However, at this moment, Yi Yang suddenly thought of something he needed right now. Chapter 83 Yi Yang's Request. Special Shortcut? President Wu, since you've asked me, I won't refuse. Can you help me get a 3rd order, perfect grade or higher quality super special weapon? Yes. What Yi Yang wanted was exactly this 3rd order extraordinary weapon of perfect quality or above. This is a must-have item for my 3rd level advanced task. As a 5th level professional, it should be no problem for Wu Ning to get something like this, right? But, after hearing Yi Yang's words, Wu Ning subconsciously frowned. A 3rd level extraordinary weapon? Perfect quality? What do you want this thing for now? After hearing Wu Ning's words, Yi Yang did not hide anything and replied directly. This is what I need for my 3rd level advancement mission. Level 3 advanced mission? This moment. After hearing Yi Yang's words, Wu Ning was stunned. Didn't this kid just get promoted to the 1st level 2 days ago? How come we're suddenly starting the 3rd level advanced tasks after just not seeing each other for a day or two? Subconsciously, Wu Ning cast a detection spell on Yi Yang. It didn't matter what he saw, Wu Ning was so scared that he almost vomited blood. No, it's only been a day or two since we last met, and you've jumped from level 10 to level 30? What have you been doing these days? I just cleared a few Shura-level dungeons, and then I reached this level. Yi Yang shrugged and replied directly. I just cleared a few Shura-level dungeons. Hearing this, Wu Ning completely collapsed. Good guy. Listen, is this human language? How come in your mouth, this Shura-level copy is just like a big cabbage, which can be brushed at will? You should know. Even if Yin Zhao was the genius of the 3 SSS level professions that had just awakened, and added the 2 SS level geniuses together, they might not be able to conquer the Shura-level dungeon. So you just cleared several Shura-level dungeons by yourself? Is this not enough to let people survive? You should know. Among the 3 SSS level geniuses in their Yingzhou City, the highest level from the day of awakening to now is only the youngest daughter of the Shin family who has just reached level 16. And now, your level is almost twice as high as his. Compared to this, Wu Ning even felt that the several super geniuses that he had finally awakened in Yinzhao City were not as good as he thought. How to compare? Don't even mention the difference in professional strength. Just the difference between level 30 and level 16 means that even an S level 30 professional can easily crush an SSS level 16 professional. Not to mention, this kid's professional strength is not even inferior to that of an SSS level professional. It's over. After watching the Dongshan Province special training camp this time, this kid is going to turn the world upside down. Sighed silently. Wu Ning was too lazy to think about it anymore. Thinking of Yi Yang's request just now, Wu Ning said directly, "Yi Yang, it's not that I won't help you with this matter, it's just that you have to do it yourself. Do you know what exactly this third-level extraordinary special weapon is?" I really don't know." Yi Yang shrugged and said helplessly, "If President Wu is willing, please teach me." "No problem." Wu Ning waved his hand and said directly, "I won't waste my words with you. This so-called extraordinary weapon is a special weapon that transcends ordinary mundane qualities. Compared to those professional weapons you got from dungeons, the strength of extraordinary weapons is far superior to them. Moreover, extraordinary special weapons are also divided into 5 major qualities. They are ordinary, excellent, perfect, heaven-sent, and ghost god-level quality. And obtaining extraordinary special weapons is also very difficult. Just to create the materials for a common quality super special weapon, you need a whole set of exclusive professional equipment of the same level, plus a starlight origin stone, and a drop of your own perfect blood essence. The quality of a ghostly god is even more outrageous. It requires 5 sets of exclusive professional equipment, and 5-star radiant stones, and they must be of the same level. Of course, for perfect blood essence, whether it is ordinary quality supernatural weapons or ghost level quality, only 1 drop is needed. So, I can get you the Starlight Originium. Although it's not common, I can still get it for you at the provincial auction. As for these 5 sets of exclusive professional equipment, if I remember correctly, Lao Lin should have told me that your profession as a necromancer should be a unique and hidden profession, right? Speaking of which, Yi Yang also understood. As a unique level hidden profession of mine, there is naturally no such exclusive equipment for sale in the market. If you want to get these 5 sets of exclusive equipment, you have to do it yourself. It seems, this third-level 5-star attribute growth template seems to be extremely powerful, but the difficulty of this 5-star advanced task is also extraordinarily difficult. Not to mention anything else. Just these 5 sets of exclusive professional equipment can't be collected in a short time. You should know. Each time you clear a Shura-level dungeon, you can only get 1 exclusive professional equipment chest, and there are a total of 5 slots for a complete set of professional equipment. Even if one is extremely lucky and can get unique equipment every time, one still needs to clear 25 third-level Shura-level dungeons to get these 5 sets of exclusive professional equipment. Just this step, it would be impossible to complete without a lot of time. It seems that at this point, I have to work really hard. With a bitter smile, Yi Yang felt a little helpless. There are a total of 25 third-tier Shura-level copies. Even though Yi Yang is very powerful, he still feels a lot of pressure. The most important thing. Today is the day when the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp opens. It seems that no matter what, I can't complete the third-level advanced task. Etc. At this moment, Yi Yang suddenly thought of a shortcut to quickly collect 5 sets of exclusive professional equipment. Chapter 84, President Yinzhao's Private Collection? If I remember correctly, Wu Ning said before that this black spirit bead can fuse the first-level origin professional equipment into a dedicated professional equipment. It's just that the grade of the black spirit orb is too low, and it can only be used on first-level origin professional equipment. But if I can obtain high-level gems, then I don't need to desperately go to the Shura-level dungeon to collect exclusive professional equipment. I only need a sufficient number of high-level gems and the original professional equipment. Thinking of this, Yi Yang's mind suddenly became clear. You should know. As a necromancer, I also belong to the origin summoner profession. If there are a number of third-level gems, then you only need to collect a large number of origin summoner equipment. Thinking of this, Yi Yang took out the black spirit bead and asked Wu Ning, President Wu, it is said that this thing can integrate the original professional equipment into exclusive professional equipment, right? How do you do it? Do you know this thing? Hey, isn't this the black spirit orb you got earlier? Why haven't you used it yet? Seeing the black spirit orb, Wu Ning asked subconsciously. Well, I wanted to use it before, but I upgraded too quickly, so I didn't use it. Yi Yang did not hide it and said directly, Didn't you say at the time that this thing can only be used to fuse a first-level exclusive professional equipment? Puff. After hearing Yi Yang's words, Wu Ning almost vomited blood. Wow, is this human language? The upgrade was too fast, so even the origin life bead was not used? Who among ordinary people would dare to say such words? You should know. For those 5th-level professionals who calculate their upgrade time in years, the upgrade time for first-level professionals who are only a dozen levels high is naturally very fast. But in fact, for an ordinary first-level professional, it is good enough to be able to upgrade to the next level in 3 to 5 days. Even those SSS-level geniuses in their Yinzhou city can only improve by 2 or 3 levels a day. Who the hell can be like you? After not seeing him for just 1 day, he jumped directly from the 1st level to the 3rd level. Your level up is even faster than others. Wu Ning coughed twice, calmed down, and explained to Yi Yang. Okay. I know what you mean. You want to say that you can use the Origin Life Pearl to fuse a sufficient number of exclusive professional equipment, and then create a 3rd-level extraordinary weapon, right? Right. Yi Yang nodded. But I don't quite know how to use this thing. It doesn't matter. Wu Ning shook his head. This thing is actually very simple to use. Generally speaking, you only need 10 pieces of original professional equipment to fuse a piece of exclusive professional equipment. But the success rate is just a little low. Is there actually a success rate for this fusion thing? Yi Yang suddenly felt like a new world had opened up to him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yes. Wu Ning nodded and said, If you use 10 pieces of original equipment to fuse, the success rate is 10%, 10 pieces is 20%, and so on. If you use 100 pieces directly to fuse, the success rate is 100%. Understood. Yi Yang nodded seriously. What about the channel to obtain this Origin Life Bead? Does President Wu have any information in this regard? That's easy, of course. I mean, it's easy for you. Wu Ning smiled bitterly and continued. Although this item doesn't often drop in level 1 and 2 copies, it can be found almost everywhere in level 3 copies. If you clear a normal level dungeon, there's about a 10% chance of getting the Origin Life Orb directly from the final boss. For Shura-level difficulty dungeons, the chances are about 99%, or it will definitely explode. Of course, this thing is often sold at auctions or in official trading halls. The price of one is about 10 million. 10 million. Yi Yang calculated in his mind. You need to integrate 25 pieces of exclusive professional equipment. If all of them are fused with a 100% success rate, that would be 2,500 pieces of original professional equipment, and 25 original life beads. As for the price of the Origin summoning equipment, Yi Yang had noticed it before when he was in the trading hall. The market price of 3rd-level Origin summoning equipment is basically around 3 million. Weapons may be more expensive, but it is also around 5 million. If that's the case, I would need about 8.75 billion dragon coins in total to create such a ghost-level quality 3rd-tier extraordinary weapon. Damn! I didn't expect this 3rd-level extraordinary weapon to be so expensive. A weapon costs nearly 10 billion dragon coins. How can an ordinary person afford it? After calculating the price, Yi Yang almost collapsed. After completing 2 copy commission tasks, he only received a reward of less than 2 billion dragon coins. That is to say, if you want to collect these 10 billion dragon coins, you have to clear the dungeon at least a dozen times. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? However, if you want to create perfect quality just to cope with advanced tasks, it will require at least 5.25 billion dragon coins. After thinking about it, Yi Yang gave up the idea of settling for second best and creating perfect quality. Although this time it was because of the advanced task that Yi Yang realized that there was such a thing as extraordinary special weapons. But this time when Yi Yang went to create a special extraordinary weapon, he didn't want to just deal with advanced tasks. So, if you're going to do it, get the best one. Directly reach the ghost level quality. In that case, then our current mission is to make money. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang has already determined his goal in his mind. Make 10 billion from him first. But, it was at this moment. When Wu Ning saw Yi Yang's expression, he seemed to see what he was thinking. Without thinking, Wu Ning took out a bank card and handed it to Yi Yang. Yi Yang, I know you don't have much money. This is some of my hidden money. There's about 20 billion in it. You can use it first. You have helped our Yinzhao city a lot this time, so this is just a small token of my appreciation. Ah? After taking a look at the bank card, Yi Yang couldn't help but be stunned. What did you just say? This 20 billion is just some of your hidden pocket money? Wow, is the salary of a city-level president so outrageous? Yi Yang did not refuse, he took the bank card directly. He knows. If I don't accept it now, it would be considered as a sign of disrespect for Wu Ning's kindness. It is no exaggeration to say, even if Yi Yang asked Wu Ning to take full charge of all the materials for his third-level extraordinary weapon, he would not be able to refuse. After all, even if he doesn't consider his own face, he has to consider the face of his old classmate Lin Changfeng. Chapter 85, Getting Angry with Ants? Are they worthy? Let's be honest. If Lin Changfeng knew that I had helped Yinzhao City so much and didn't ask for anything, then it might not just be about this little private money anymore. Not draining Wu Ning's money, that's just Lin Changfeng giving him face. In that case, thank you, President Wu. No, you're too polite. Wu Ning waved his hands repeatedly. This little bit of money is just an extra reward I give you. These are the real rewards you deserve after resisting the demonic tide riot. Talking. Wu Ning waved his arm, and hundreds of bottles of animal blood potion instantly appeared in front of Yi Yang. This is... Seeing these animal blood potions, Yi Yang couldn't help but be stunned. These are 100 bottles of third-level beast blood potions, which can increase your monster-killing rewards by 500%. Wu Ning smiled faintly. I know you level up quickly, so this thing will definitely be of greater help to you. Level 3, Beast Blood Potion. Hearing this, Yi Yang was immediately surprised. You should know. For ordinary people, they can't even get a first-level Beast Blood Potion. If it is a second-level Beast Blood Potion, then you can only occasionally see a few bottles at the city-level public auction. Thinking back then, I only obtained 100 bottles of first-level Beast Blood Potions, and a pitiful 10 bottles of second-level Beast Blood Potions. As for the third-level Beast Blood Potion, I have never even seen it before. I can't imagine, how long will it take Wu Ning to get such a huge amount of third-level Beast Blood Potion? Just at this moment. When Wu Ning saw that Yi Yang was still hesitant to take action, he urged him again. Take it! This is what you deserve! Good! Yi Yang nodded seriously, then put all 100 bottles of third-level Beast Blood Potions into his pocket. Seeing this scene, Wu Ning finally nodded with satisfaction. After a while, Wu Ning finally spoke out the questions that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Yi Yang, actually, I called you here not only to give you a reward, but also to ask you something more important in person. Hearing this, Yi Yang asked in confusion. President Wu, if you have anything to say, please speak up. That's it. Wu Ning sighed and confessed. I heard that a family in Yinzhao City had bad intentions towards you a few days ago, and even wanted to take your life. I want to ask, the people in our Yinzhao City are already unfriendly to you, why are you still helping us in Yinzhao City to suppress the demonic riot? You could have just stayed out of it, and watched the demonic tide riot and spread to Yinzhao City. If this is the case, wouldn't it be very likely that those who had ill intentions towards you would die in this demonic riot? Hearing this, Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. President Wu, excuse me, but has the thinking of even you public officials become like this? As a dragon countryman, since I have encountered a demonic riot and have the ability to suppress it, How can I just sit there and do nothing? You, the people of the Yinzhao Chu family, did behave unkindly towards me in the past, but this has nothing to do with the ordinary people of Yinzhao City. How could I possibly use something as dangerous as a demonic riot to vent my personal anger, and involve thousands of ordinary people in it? Could it be that the people of Yinzhao City are not the people of Dragon Country? After hearing these words, Wu Ning was instantly filled with awe. Even he may not be able to possess this kind of pattern and realm. When I think about how young he is, yet he has such a powerful situation, and then think about the family forces among the people in Yinzhao City, they are just like rats in a dark corner or sewer, which is disgusting to the sight. I understand. Wu Ning exhaled deeply and tried his best to suppress his anger. A little bit. He looked at his secretary and said in a deep voice, "Go, call Chu Tianxiong and his son in now." Yes. After hearing Wu Ning's instructions, the secretary left the office directly and called Chu Tianxiong, and Chu ran to Wu Ning's office in another room. Seeing these two people, Yi Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. "President Wu, what are you doing?" "Yi Yang, you don't have to think too much." Wu Ning waved his hand, looked at Chu Ran and Chu Tianxiong, and said in a dignified manner, "I just want them to kneel down and admit their mistakes to you." Hearing this, Chu Ran, who had just entered the room, was immediately frightened. He also heard what happened in Yinzhao City today. A young man in white shirt who can summon skeletons single-handedly stopped the second-order demonic tide riot for Yinzhao City. However, he never expected that this genius was actually Yi Yang. Originally, he failed to attack Yi Yang at the entrance of the previous toxic swamp copy, and he still felt resentful. After all, if it weren't for Lin Chongfeng's appearance, he would have been able to easily kill Yi Yang with Chu Feng and his men. And now, Chu Ran was completely convinced. It is no exaggeration to say, if this demonic riot really spreads to the city of Yinzhao, his life will be in danger. After all, he was just a level 15 first-stage professional. Facing those endless second-stage monsters, he was like fish on a chopping board and had no ability to resist at all. And now, the person that he originally wanted to kill has indirectly saved him. Just then, Chu Ran fell to his knees with a thud. "Brother Yi Yang! It was my fault that I didn't recognize the real talent. I was confused. You are a magnanimous person. If you hadn't spared my life, not only would our Yinzhao city suffer huge losses, but even my own life would be in jeopardy." Not only Chu Ran. Even Chu Tianxiong, the head of the Chu family who was at the peak of the 4th level and Chu Ran's father, couldn't help but blush. Originally, when his son came back from Tianshui City, he told him that he was bullied in Tianshui City. At that time, he even thought about regaining face for his son. Even if I can't kill Yi Yang, I must make him remember this lesson. But now, President Wu, Yi Yang, I won't say anything else. It's me, Chu Tianxiong, who failed to educate my children. From now on, I, Chu Tianxiong, and even our Chu family are willing to compensate you. Seeing the appearance of these two people, Yi Yang just smiled faintly. He knew what Wu Ning meant. Wu Ning was just afraid that he would have some grudge against their Yinzhao city because of the Chu family's affairs. However, Yi Yang was too lazy to think so much. After all, he has already reached the peak of the 2nd level, and is even about to break through to become a 3rd-level professional. And what about Chu Ran? He is just a first-rank professional of only a dozen levels. In front of me, they are not even as good as ants. How can a person be angry with an ant? Chapter 86. Is Lin Chongfeng born in the year of the dog? Heading to the special training camp. Not much to say. Yi Yang just turned around calmly and left Wu Ning's president's office directly. The demonic riot is over. Wu Ning also took out all the rewards he gave himself. Staying here any longer is just a waste of time. In a few hours I will set off for the selection assessment for the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. How can I have the time to waste time with people like them? However, when Wu Ning saw Yi Yang's leaving back, he felt as if he had been stabbed with needles and knives, and was in great pain. This Chu family, these folk family forces, have simply brought shame to Yinzhao City. Chu Tianxiong, Chief Chu. Look at what your son has done! You have really given our Yinzhao city a great honor. At this time of life and death for the human race, all the courageous people are fighting against the demonic army, but you are fighting among your families? Shame on you, shame on you! Those martyrs who fought against the monsters to the last breath for the human race have lost face because of you worms. After scolding for nearly half an hour, Wu Ning still showed no intention of stopping. If the secretary outside hadn't suddenly come in, Wu Ning would have even thought of taking action. What are you doing here? Suppressing his anger, Wu Ning spoke to his secretary in a deep voice. The secretary didn't dare to talk nonsense and said directly, President, isn't today the day when the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp begins? The Shin family and the other 3 families have sent their talents here. I would like to ask when you will leave? After hearing this, Wu Ning just reacted. Damn! I almost forgot about such a big thing. Speaking of this. After Wu Ning glanced at Chu Ran and Chu Tianxiong, he said directly to the secretary. Go call them over, we will set off immediately. Yes. The secretary bowed, then went out to call the geniuses from the Shin family and other families. Take advantage of this opportunity. Wu Ning stared coldly at the Chu family father and son who was showing joy in front of him and shouted angrily. Are you still happy? Are you still pouting? I'm telling you. Don't think you can be complacent just because you, Chu Ran, are the strongest genius in Yinzhao City. I tell you, your Chu family will not be able to go to the training camp this time. I can't afford to lose that person. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiong and Chu Ran were immediately in despair. They originally thought that Wu Ning would bypass them for once because Chu Ran would definitely bring him honor in the special training camp. But I never expected it. As soon as Wu Ning finished speaking, he kicked the 2 men one by one, knocking them unconscious. Back home. Yi Yang glanced at the time. It was already almost 6 o'clock in the morning. After having breakfast and washing up casually, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Without thinking too much, Yi Yang set off directly to the professional guild in Tianshui City. And at the same time, Lin Chongfeng's office. When Lin Chongfeng heard the information reported by the professionals who returned from Yinzhao City, he was stunned. What did you just say? All of you who went to Yinzhao City to provide support were of no use at all. What's going on? Could it be that you were afraid of the demonic tide rioting and didn't take action? Why does the country support you? How dare you desert the battlefield? After hearing Lin Chongfeng's reprimand, the professionals were frightened and hurriedly explained. No. It's not like that, President Lin. After we arrived in Yinzhao City, the demon army didn't spread into the city at all. So even if we wanted to help, it would be useless. How so? Lin Chongfeng was immediately puzzled. Why don't those demon armies attack human cities? It's because a young man in white who can summon skeletons suddenly appeared. At this time, a leading professional directly explained. He directly mobilized the skeleton army and stopped the demonic riot in the wild, so that those second-level monsters did not spread to the city. Young man in white shirt? Summon a skeleton? Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng was stunned. Subconsciously, a familiar figure suddenly emerged in his mind. Shit, could it be that Yi Yang kid? Why did he go to Yinzhao City? Thinking of this, Lin Chongfeng asked directly. What about now? What about the young man in white shirt who can summon skeletons? How is he? Hearing this, the professional replied directly. It is said that, after the demon tide riot ended, he was invited to leave by President Wu. I think there was nothing for us to do at that time, so I came back to report the situation to you. Wu Ning. Hearing this name, Lin Chongfeng called Wu Ning without thinking. A few seconds later, Wu Ning, who was furious and scolding the Chu father and son crazily, was forced to stop his education after seeing the incoming call message. However, the call was just connected. Before Wu Ning could even open his mouth, a crazy roar suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Old dog Wu! What have you done to my peerless genius? I'm telling you, if he loses even a hair, I'll go over and rip your skin off right now. Hearing Lin Chongfeng's roar, Wu Ning almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey Lao Lin, why are you so anxious? Your genius is fine. He should be home by now. Home? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng frowned. It was at this time. A series of knocks on the door reached Lin Changfeng's ears. Then, the figure that he had been waiting for a long time appeared right before his eyes. Not someone else. It's Yu Yang. At this moment, Lin Changfeng's expression suddenly changed. Hee. I was so anxious. I just miss you, you bastard, and wanted to call you to ask if you died in the demonic tide. Okay, it's okay, go away. After saying, Lin Changfeng hung up the phone directly. On the other side, Wu Ning was instantly amused by Lin Changfeng. This guy is definitely a dog. He demands attention from everyone he sees, and his expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Huh! Yi Yang, you're here! Hey, I was just trying to find someone to call you. How are you preparing? If there are no problems, we can set off directly to Bluebird City and participate in the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. When Lin Changfeng saw Yi Yang, his mood instantly became better. After all, he was still counting on Yi Yang to shine in the selection assessment for the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp and win some face for the long-silent Tianshui City. Hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Yi Yang nodded seriously. President Lin, I'm ready. Okay. Lin Changfeng glanced at the time and said directly, It's almost time now. Shenyang and Hanishu should be here by now. Chapter 87 An Unexpected Encounter with the President of Bluebird City? Oang Long's Provocation. Lin Changfeng had just finished speaking when his secretary walked in from outside. President, the two students, Hanishu from the Han family and Qinyang from the Chen family, have now arrived at the entrance of the guild. I would like to ask you, when will we leave for the special training camp? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng smiled faintly. Let's go now. Speaking of, Lin Changfeng directly pulled Yi Yang up, and after arriving at the door of the professional guild, he walked straight towards the Fiadi station in Tianshui City. After boarding the flying train, it took only less than an hour for the group to travel directly from Tianshui to the Qingyao City flying train station, which was nearly 3 million kilometers away. The feeling Yi Yang got along the way was as if he had taken a bus on Earth in his previous life. Looking at the scenery, Yi Yang sighed from time to time while on the flying train. 500 years ago, before Blue Star entered the Great Mutation Era, or the era of universal job transfer, Tianshui City and Bluebird City were still neighboring cities, only a few hundred miles apart. However, with the advent of the Great Mutation Era, the Blue Planet has expanded 10,000 times in area, and the distance between the two cities has also been gradually increasing. However, in the past few hundred years, the development of Blue Star is not only the power of professionals, but also the rapid update and iteration of scientific and technological means under the support of Yuanli ability and technological professionals. Today, the current Blue Star technology is a new era of technology based on Yuanli energy. Even a high-speed train that is similar to the bus in my previous life can reach a speed of several million kilometers per hour under the blessing of Yuanli. Of course, the ticket price is quite outrageous for a train that travels at several million kilometers per hour. This time, the tickets to Qingyao City were bought for them by Lin Changfeng, but Yi Yang also saw the price. One person needs more than 500,000 dragon coins. It is equivalent to an ordinary person's living expenses for nearly 10 years. It's simply too outrageous. For ordinary people, it is basically impossible to leave the city in this era. One day, my own speed will surpass Fiadi. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang silently set a goal in his heart. This era. It is not uncommon for top professionals to have a speed of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of meters per second. Certainly, if I were to move at this speed now, I would definitely not be able to achieve such an incredible speed. Including Lin Changfeng, if they want to compete with Fiadi in speed, there is still a huge gap. Then, after everyone left the Fiadi station, under the leadership of Lin Changfeng, Yi Yang finally saw the gate of the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. At a glance, in front of this gate that looks like a military base, countless students from various cities have gathered to apply for the exam. However, just when Lin Changfeng just appeared here, a middle-aged man who was leading hundreds of students not far away suddenly discovered Lin Changfeng's figure. Isn't this President Lin from Tianshui City? Why are you here at the training camp? Could it be that the elimination in the first round of the selection examination 5 years ago made our President Lin learn from his mistakes and become more courageous? While speaking, the middle-aged man also looked at Yi Yang beside Lin Changfeng and said, "Hey, this is the genius you brought from Tianshui City this time. Why are there only a few of them?" Ha! Although Yi Yang did not know this middle-aged man, to Lin Changfeng, he was an old acquaintance. He is the president of Bluebird City, Oang Long. He is known as the strongest city-level president in Dongshan Province, has the strength of the peak of the 6th rank, and is an SSS level professional of level 70, the Holy Fire Anvo. But Lin Changfeng was still quite unconvinced towards Oang Long. Joke. Bluebird City is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. If I were to take this position, with all the resources I've obtained over the years, I'm afraid I would be able to break through to the 7th level. Facing Oang Long's provocation, Lin Changfeng was not afraid at all. President Ouyang, I know that your Bluebird City is very powerful, but after so many years, our Tianshui City is no longer as weak as it was back then. Besides, in this special training camp, it's a competition among the younger generation of young talents. 5 years ago, our Tianshui City's genius was eliminated in the first round of the selection test. But can you be sure that the geniuses from your Bluebird City can stand up to our geniuses from Tianshui City this year? Puff. Hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Oang Long immediately laughed. President Lin, what's the situation in your Tianshui City? I don't need to say more, right? Why are you still being stubborn? I think you probably don't know yet what the strength of our Bluebird City genius is, right? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng smiled calmly and said, Oh? So what is the strength of your Bluebird City? Oang Long raised his lips slightly and sneered. I won't hide it from you. This year, almost all the geniuses in our Bluebird City have reached level 20 or above. Some have even reached level 25. And to be honest, the most impressive achievement of these geniuses was that they formed a team of several SSS level professionals yesterday and almost cleared the 2nd level Shura-level dungeon in one go. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang and Han Nishu's expressions suddenly changed. It's already exaggerated enough that he could reach level 20 after awakening for 3 days, but there's actually a super genius at level 25. How is this possible? You know, for ordinary S-level professional geniuses, after breaking through to the 2nd level, the upgrade is also calculated according to years. Even when you are in your early 20s, it usually takes 7 or 8 months to reach the next level. It is no exaggeration to say that even a top genius like Qin Yang would need at least 3 or 4 months to be promoted to the next level. Not to mention, the higher the level, the harder it will be to upgrade. Not to mention other things. It would take at least 3 or 4 years just for Qin Yang to advance from level 20 to level 25. How on earth did these geniuses in Bluebird City manage to soar to such an outrageous level in just a few days? It's not just Qin Yang and Han Nishu. Even Lin Changfeng couldn't help being a little surprised after hearing this information. Originally, he thought it was terrible that there was a freak like Yi Yang in the world. I didn't expect the genius in Bluebird City to be so strong. But a match for Yi Yang, who has now reached level 30. And, if he heard correctly just now, Oang Long seemed to have said something about these SSS geniuses joining forces and still, almost, clearing the 2nd order Shura-level dungeon? Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng almost laughed out loud in his heart. If I remember correctly, my Yi Yang seemed to have been able to easily clear a 2nd order Shura-level dungeon alone, right? But Lin Changfeng is too lazy to say these words now. When the selection assessment begins, let Oang Long see what a true genius is. At this time, after seeing the panicked expressions of several people, Oang Long suddenly became proud. What do you think? If you think the geniuses in your Tianshui City are amazing, then we'll meet in the selection examination of the special training camp. I hope your genius can last for an hour in this secret realm. Chapter 88. Tigers only travel alone, while cattle and sheep travel in herds. After saying, Oang Long was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lin Changfeng, and he led hundreds of his students towards the gate of the special training camp. However, when the talented students behind Oang Long walked to Yi Yang's side, they couldn't help but cast contemptuous glances at him. TSK, geniuses in Tianshui City are really rare. It is said that 5 years ago, the genius from Tianshui City was killed in less than 10 minutes after entering the secret realm. Ha ha, how hilarious! In that case, wait for this kid to enter the secret realm and try to kill him within 5 minutes. Look at what you said. You have to find him first. After being teleported into the secret realm, it doesn't mean we will be together. That's right. Then let's see if this kid is lucky. Ha! If we find him by then, we'll go together and let this unique genius of Tianshui City enjoy himself. After hearing these people's discussions, Qinyang and Hanishu became very angry. However, when he thought of the incredible strength of these people introduced by Oang Long just now, he instantly became obedient. However, facing these people's provocation, Yang couldn't help but laugh. They are really a bunch of losers. They only dare to bully the minority with their numbers. What did you say? This moment. After hearing Yi Yang's words, a genius from Bluebird City who had just walked up to Yi Yang immediately stopped and stared at Yi Yang with his eyes wide open. Nothing. Yi Yang smiled faintly. I just want to say, tigers only travel alone, while cattle and sheep travel in groups. How dare you call us cattle and sheep? Today, I will show you who is the cow and the sheep. This sentence directly aroused the anger of all the geniuses in Bluebird City. Am I wrong? Yi Yang's mouth curled up slightly, but he soon realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Then, Yi Yang added, well, I was wrong. You are not cattle or sheep, but cattle and horses. You fucking. Hear this. The 7 or 8 students who were closest to Yi Yang instantly flew up, drew their weapons and were ready to attack Yi Yang. However, at this moment, the president of Bluebird City, Oang Long, immediately shouted, Stop! You guys! Have you forgotten that if you take action before the training camp selection assessment, you will be disqualified from the assessment? After hearing this, the students who were about to take action calmed down instantly. No matter what, I am here to participate in the special training camp assessment. I want to enter the special training camp and strive for better development resources, not to compete with the garbage that came out of a remote place like Tianshui City. And even if you want to compete or be jealous, you have to find some qualified opponents. These trash from Tianshui City are not worthy of their attack at all. However, seeing this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help laughing. It's so funny. If you guys really want to do it, you don't have to pretend to be powerful when you know someone is stopping you. When the selection test begins, you can attack me in the secret realm. By the way, well, you guys can come together. After all, you are just cattle and horses, so it is inevitable that you will need to gather more people to boost your courage before you dare to take action, right? That said, Yi Yang didn't even look back and followed Lin Changfeng directly into the gate of the special training camp. Fuck this beast. He actually said that we were bullying others by taking advantage of our power? Fuck! He is just a piece of trash from Tianshui City, yet he dares to speak so arrogantly to the genius of our Bluebird City. Humph! We'll let you run wild for a while, but once we get to the secret realm, I'll see if you still have the qualifications to talk nonsense with us. That's right. If I don't kill this bastard, I'm not a genius in Bluebird City. Provoked by Yi Yang's words, the geniuses in Bluebird City suddenly became angry. However, at this time, Yi Yang had already walked far away and could not hear the impotent rage of these people at all. Besides, even if he heard it, Yi Yang wouldn't take it to heart at all. Do you want to suppress me by relying on your numbers? Very good. If that's the case, let's wait until the selection examination begins and see who has more people. President Lin, do you have a grudge against the president of Bluebird City? After Oang Long and the group of students who were like flies left, Yi Yang subconsciously asked Lin Changfeng. How do you know? Lin Changfeng couldn't help but ask, but soon realized something was wrong. How do you know he is the president of Bluebird City? I don't think I told you that just now. Yi Yang was somewhat speechless. President Lin, you just called him President Oang, and mentioned Bluebird City, so if he is not the president of Bluebird City, then what is he? All right. Lin Changfeng didn't think too much about it. I do have some connection with this guy. If he hadn't plotted against me in the secret realm outside the domain, I wouldn't have been exiled to Tianshui City. But these are all old stories. If possible, when the selection test comes, you can just beat all the geniuses in Bluebird City. I believe you have such ability. Yu Yang smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. When the selection examination begins, these geniuses in Bluebird City had better fend for themselves. It would be good if he wasn't found by his own army of skeletons. Once the Skeleton Legion finds their tracks, the invisible skeleton archmage, the skeleton tyrant, and even the tens of thousands of skeleton C, will not show them any mercy. Soon, at 12 noon, all the students arrived at the special training camp and began their routine strength test. Well, actually, this strength test is nothing. It's nothing more than seeing whether the students who come to register are at level 15 or above, and whether their attribute growth templates have reached 3 stars or above. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be eligible for the special training camp. After a few hours, the strength testing process was completed. It should be said that nearly 1,000 geniuses from various cities who registered here have all passed the selection assessment. Soon, thousands of geniuses were gathered in front of the entrance to a secret realm by a special training camp instructor in camouflage uniform. Hello, I'm the instructor in charge of your selection assessment this time, Zhang Qing. Now, I will explain to you the rules of this selection test. The rules are very simple. Wait until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and all of you can enter this second-level secret realm. The time for selection and assessment is 24 hours. Killing monsters in the secret realm will earn you trial points. The top 100 players will be selected to attend the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. Also, if you kill other students, you can also plunder their points. Similarly, if a student is killed, even if you are ranked first in points, you will not be selected for our special training camp. Okay, now that the rules are explained, you can move freely now. Everyone, gather here before 6 p.m. Chapter 89. Can you kill people during the assessment? Enter the secret realm. After saying this, Instructor Zhang Qing left immediately. Interesting. You can actually kill people in a secret realm? This is quite new. But, after killing other students, won't we plunder all their points? Then why do you say that even if the student who was killed ranked first in points, he would not be selected? After hearing the rules explained by Instructor Zhang Qing, Yi Yang's mind was filled with questions. But, just at this time, Lin Changfeng, who realized that Yi Yang had never heard of the qualifications for the special training camp, also came here. No hesitation. Lin Changfeng explained to Yi Yang directly. Don't be curious. If you kill someone in the secret realm, you won't really die, but will be teleported out directly. Just like the novice copy you encountered at the beginning. That's why I say, the novice copy is not actually a copy, but a novice secret realm. It's just that everyone is used to calling it that, so that's why they say that. As for those students who were killed, although their points were plundered, the upper limit of their points will still appear on the points ranking list. Moreover, even if they were killed, those plundered points are only a small part of their upper limit of points. Because of this, some students who are afraid of being eliminated will directly trade out a portion of their trial points to preserve their eligibility for selection. So, if you can't exceed the upper limit of the points of those eliminated students, you naturally won't be able to get a place in the selection. So that's how it is. Thank you, President Lin, for clearing up my confusion. After hearing Lin Changfeng's explanation, Yi Yang suddenly understood. By the way, if President Lin is not busy, please tell me a little about the assessment rules of the Genius Training Camp. I heard that you were also selected for the Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp 30 years ago. How do you know this? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng burst into laughter. Before in Yinzhou City, when I was talking about you with President Wu Ning, he mentioned these past events. Yi Yang shrugged and said these directly. It turned out to be that kid Wu Ning. But a good man doesn't talk about his past achievements. Once you talk about these things, they will all be gone in the blink of an eye. Although he said this, Yi Yang could clearly see that Lin Changfeng was still very proud when he thought of his glorious past. Although he said that he didn't care, he was very happy in his heart. After all, Yi Yang also knows. Thinking back to the past, or to put it simply, before the Demon Tide riot 5 years ago, Tianshui City was not too desolate at that time, and it could secure 7 or 8 assessment places in the Genius Training Camp in Dongshan Province every year. Although it is not as good as those top cities in Dongshan Province such as Qingyao, Nanji, Linyan, or other first-class cities, it is still possible to survive in the middle and lower classes. With good luck, there are 1 or 2 people like this every year who manage to pass the special training camp in Dongshan Province. However, as time goes by, the Tianshui city today no longer has the glory it once had. But no matter what, when Yi Yang heard that Lin Changfeng was selected for the Dongshan Province training camp with his outstanding performance of top 10 in the Secret Realm assessment, he was still quite surprised. Afterwards, Lin Changfeng no longer hid it. After being praised by Yi Yang, in Lin Changfeng's mind, scenes slowly emerged of his glorious history of how he had defeated many talented students from Dongshan Province and successfully been selected for the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. Not long. In short, once you enter the secret realm, monsters are not the student's biggest enemies. On the contrary, every student who enters the secret realm is the biggest enemy. Because you can't defeat the monsters, you can run away, you can hide. However, those students who will do anything to get trial points will not only hunt other students, but will even launch sneak attacks, assassinate, using all kinds of despicable means. I see. After hearing this, Yi Yang couldn't help but smile. So, as long as I kill all the other students, I can kill monsters in peace, right? Well, if you want to understand it that way, then it's not impossible. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The ideas of this peerless genius are extraordinary. If ordinary people knew this information, they would probably stay away from other students from time to time. And Yi Yang actually figured out that as long as he killed all the other students, he could kill monsters in peace. This is really outrageous. Too lazy to think too much. Lin Changfeng also told Yi Yang some other details about the secret realm selection assessment. After all, this is Yi Yang's first time entering the secret realm. There was a lot of knowledge about this secret realm that he didn't know at all. For example, although the monsters in the dungeon are as powerful as the monsters in the wild, the monsters in the secret realm are several times stronger than the monsters outside. That is why the qualification for selection and assessment for the special training camp will be fixed at the level 15 standard above the 3-star attribute growth template. If you fail to meet this requirement, even if you are allowed to enter and take the assessment, you will not be able to defeat the monsters in the secret realm. It's just a waste of time. There is no meaning at all. Soon, when the time was about to reach 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Yang also returned to the assessment team. A few minutes later, when the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Qing appeared in front of all the students again. All right. The assessment is about to begin. I hope everything goes well for all the students. Zhang Qing took a step back, cleared the entrance to the secret realm, and then announced to all the students. Now, the selection test for the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp officially begins. Everyone, enter the secret realm. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Zhang Qing announced the end, countless students stepped into the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Yang did not hesitate at all. With a move of his body, he directly entered the secret realm. Seeing this scene, the geniuses from Bluebird City standing behind Yi Yang couldn't help but snort coldly. Haha, students from Tianshui City! I hope you don't teleport to the same place as me. Otherwise, I will let you experience the feeling of being eliminated in one round just like those trash from Tianshui City 5 years ago. Laughing in my heart. Those geniuses from Bluebird City also stepped directly into the secret realm. Chapter 90, Poisonous Jungle. Is this a first-level monster? At the same time, when Yi Yang entered the secret realm, a system prompt appeared directly in front of him. Ding, you have entered the second-level extraterritorial secret realm, the Poisonous Miasma Jungle. As the familiar feeling of dizziness ended, Yi Yang successfully descended into the secret realm. Looking around, the surrounding environment was shrouded in a faint dark purple miasma fog. As far as the eye can see, there are only patches of dilapidated jungle and small hills several meters high. Only After looking around, Yi Yang did not find any student around him. It seems, the landing points of each student are completely random. They will never appear in the same place. If that's the case, then let those students from Bluebird City live a little longer. Yi Yang originally thought that after entering the secret realm, he would directly capture all the geniuses in Bluebird City, so that he could kill monsters with peace of mind. But now, there are no geniuses in Bluebird City, let alone scumbags around me. However, just at this moment, bursts of rustling sounds suddenly came from a distance. Have we encountered a monster so soon? Subconsciously, Yi Yang directly released hundreds of skeletons from the summoning space and surrounded himself. It was at this moment. Those monsters that looked like giant centipedes also appeared in front of Yi Yang. Shadow Centipede, LV1. Strength, 75. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 55. Agility, 70. Skill, Magic Shadow Spider Web. Fuck! Is this the attribute of a level 1 monster in the secret realm? Am I seeing this correctly? After seeing the information about this monster, Yi Yang almost thought he had seen it wrong. It's just a level 1 secret realm monster, but it can even completely crush the attributes of the monsters in the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. Moreover, the monster that was crushed was of Shura-level difficulty. You should know, the Black Spirit Forest dungeon has first-level monsters, that is, monsters in the level 10-20 range. And the level of this Shadow Centipede is only level 1. This is a bit too perverted. No wonder the admission criteria for the special training camp is to have professionals at least level 15 and possess a 3-star template. Now it seems, it's not that we think they are too weak, it's that people whose strength is below this level, even if we let them in, would be courting death. There is no need to come again. It was at this moment. Hundreds of demonic shadow centipedes fell from the tree branches to the ground one by one and instantly charged towards Yi Yang. Without even thinking about it, Yi Yang directly released his skeleton army. A moment. Thousands of ordinary skeletons, dozens of skeleton tyrants, and even hundreds of invisible skeleton wizards suddenly surrounded Yi Yang. Kill them all! Taking a step back, Yi Yang waved his arm, and the skeleton army behind him instantly began to move. Next second, there was no need to even wait for the skeleton tyrants to take action. Hundreds of invisible skeleton wizards suddenly appeared from the thin air and started to attack immediately. A moment later, as large amounts of pitch-black undead bullets fell on the heads of the shadow centipedes, these monsters died instantly in just 3 to 5 seconds before they could even move a few steps. Then, a series of killing prompts instantly appeared in front of Yi Yang. Ding, you killed LV1 shadow centipede, and you gained 100 experience points. Ding, you killed a level 1 monster, and you got 1 trial point. Bite. Bite. It was at this time. Those slow-moving skeleton tyrants have just completed the pre-swing action of brutal devouring. However, when Yi Yang saw the killing prompt of the monster in this secret realm, he was instantly surprised. I didn't expect the monsters in this secret realm would give such terrifying rewards. It's 100 times the reward of monsters of the same level in the dungeon. Yi Yang had never entered the secret realm before. Although the novice copy can also be considered a secret realm, it is merely an artificial secret realm created by a strong man. It is completely different from the secret realm outside the wild. That is purely for new professionals to practice with. This purely secret area outside the domain is simply like a holy place for professionals to level up. It would be so cool if I could level up in this secret realm all the time. Then, Yi Yang no longer hesitated. After using a bottle of 3rd level beast blood potion, he directly summoned out all the skeletons in his summoning space. In an instant, a skeleton army consisting of more than 300 skeleton tyrants, more than 37,000 invisible skeleton wizards, and nearly 100,000 ordinary skeletons, instantly filled the large area around Yi Yang's body. Take a look at the past. Even the limits of vision were covered with gray-white skulls. Now, start sweeping this area! At this moment, after receiving Yi Yang's combat order, the skeleton army of more than 100,000 spread out in the secret area immediately without any pause. Soon, a large number of kill prompts were refreshed in front of Yi Yang frantically. Ding, you killed the LV2 Flame Armor Giant Bug, and you gained 200 experience points. Ding, you killed a level 2 monster, and you got 2 trial points. Bite. Bite. Seeing this series of kill notifications and the notifications of the trial points obtained, Yi Yang was so satisfied. In less than a minute or two, Yi Yang's skeleton army directly hunted and killed hundreds of monsters. But this is only because they have just entered the secret realm and the skeleton army has not yet completely dispersed. In less than an hour, after all the skeletons are dispersed and occupy every corner of this secret place outside the domain, that is when the skeleton army will really start to show its strength. The secret realm is different from the copy. In a dungeon, if you can't kill all the monsters in the previous stage, then even if you explore the entire dungeon area, you won't be able to find other monsters. But the secret realm is different. The secret realm outside the domain is divided into domain stages. It's like a novice copy. The outer areas only have the weakest monsters. The closer you get to the core area of the secret realm, the stronger the monsters become. Similarly, the more powerful the monsters are, the more terrifying the experience rewards and trial points rewards will be. With an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons, Yi Yang is not afraid at all of how powerful the monsters in the secret realm are. He was just afraid that the number of monsters in these secret realms were not enough. Too lazy to think too much. After releasing all the skeletons, Yi Yang found a quiet place to rest. Anyway, I don't have anything to do and I don't need to kill monsters myself. In addition, Yi Yang had not slept all night yesterday in Yinzhao's city in order to resist the demon army, and now he was feeling a little tired. Meanwhile, on the other side, when the geniuses from Bluebird City entered the dungeon, several students who wanted to enter the dungeon immediately gathered together. No way! The reason they were able to find each other was because of the locators that Oang Long had prepared for them in advance. This locator can accurately find the location of the genius in Bluebird City in the secret place. However, when they gathered together, the strongest student among them, who had an SSS level profession and was at level 25, named Wang Ji, immediately spoke. Did you find Yi Yang from Tianshui City on your way here? Chapter 91, Dog Liquor Chen Yang. Now, it's time for you to show your sincerity. Hearing this, the other geniuses in Bluebird City shook their heads. Okay. Wang Ji sighed. This kid is lucky that he didn't come to us. Then let him live for a while. After fattening this guy up, I can take all his points. This way, this kid will become even more desperate. Haha. After hearing Wang Ji's words, the other geniuses in Bluebird City immediately began to flatter him. Brother Ji really has a good brain. Haha, you're right. What's the point of killing him now? If we wait until the end of the secret realm to kill him, then we'll give him hope, and then make him completely despair. That's right. Damn, it makes me happy just thinking about it. It was at this moment. Just when these Bluebird City students were excited, dozens of demonic shadow centipedes quietly descended upon them not far away. A monster is coming! Everyone be careful. I have to say, as a top-level genius in Bluebird City, Wang Ji's perception is still quite powerful. Even in the excitement, he discovered the traces of those monsters in an instant. Just a moment. As soon as Wang Ji discovered those shadow centipedes, these dozen people immediately formed a team. 10 shield profession takes over. 2 people protect me. Melee profession, go over there and draw aggro. Protect me while I deal damage. After a wave of clear commands, more than a dozen geniuses from Bluebird City immediately launched an attack on the 30 or 50 demonic shadow centipedes in an orderly manner. Wang Ji himself is an SSS level lightning mage, and his lightning burst damage is extremely high. Add to that the other meat shields and melee professions around him, which were also extremely powerful SSS level professions. After just 2 or 3 minutes, these dozens of shadow centipedes were easily dealt with by them. The battle is over. The geniuses in Bluebird City suddenly became excited. Are these demonic shadow centipedes too weak? That's it. With more than a dozen of us joining forces, we can kill them in just a few minutes. Haha, if Yi Yang from Tianshui City encountered these centipedes, let alone fighting them. I'm afraid he would be scared to death, right? That's not true. As soon as we graduated and reached level 10, we went straight to the secret realm to kill monsters and practice. It was more than enough for us to deal with the monsters in the secret realm. In the remote areas of Tianshui City. I'm afraid Yi Yang and his people have never seen the secret realm yet, right? I am dying of laughter. If you don't have any experience, and just enter the secret realm, you might really be scared to pee your pants. Ha 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 ha! Not long after the discussion, a student suddenly spotted two figures not far away. Seeing these two people, a genius beside Wang Ji immediately reminded him. Brother Ji, look! Aren't these two the other two geniuses from Tianshui City that we met at the entrance of the special training camp? Following the direction known by the genius that day, Wang Ji saw the couple at a glance. They are indeed the two geniuses from Tianshui City. Since they can stay with Yi Yang, the quality of the geniuses in Tianshui City must be about the same. In that case, now that we can't find Yi Yang, let's just take these two guys and let me see what level the genius of Tianshui City is at. Walk! At a command, Wang Ji immediately led a dozen geniuses from Bluebird City behind him and rushed towards the couple. At the same time, Chen Yang followed behind Han Yishu, constantly showing his courtesy. Yishu, listen to me, the fact that we are able to be together in this secret place is our destiny. Besides, Yi Yang has become very successful now. Do you think you can still curry favor with him? Besides, you don't have to look down on me. I am an SSS level genius, and when I awakened at the first level, I still had a completed 3-star attribute template. In the future, I will definitely take off. I may not be worse than that Yi Yang. When they first entered the secret realm, Qin Yang and Han Yishu were lucky enough to be less than 10 meters apart. Seeing this rare opportunity for the two of them to be alone, Qin Yang immediately rushed towards Han Yishu. However, after hearing Qin Yang's words, Han Yishu smiled coldly. Qin Yang, who do you think you are? Are you still competing with Yi Yang? You don't know yet, right? Yi Yang went to contact my best friend in Yinzhao City. He must not know how to speak, so he went to Yinzhao City to find Shenmingyu this time. Don't you understand? Yi Yang has a good reputation, but he doesn't know how to make peace with me. Now he wants to use Shenmingyu's words to let her be a go-between, to ease the relationship between us. Yes. Ever since he heard that Yi Yang had returned from Yinzhao City, Han Yishu called Shenmingyu directly, and also found out that the two of them had met. After learning about this, Han Yishu, who was almost desperate, suddenly woke up. She really didn't expect Yi Yang might be so cold to her on the surface, but actually he had such a delicate mind. By using Shenmingyu to ease the relationship with him, he can not only avoid losing his face, but also allow the two of them to reconcile unknowingly. This idea is perfect. He is indeed the man he likes. She knew. She had been in a relationship with Yi Yang for so many years as childhood sweethearts, and Yi Yang's feelings for her would never change. Only, now it has become much more stable. However, when he heard Han Yishu's words, Qin Yang shook his head. However, before he could say anything, more than a dozen unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared and surrounded them. What do you want to do? At this moment, Han Yishu took a step forward and shouted with a serious expression. At this time, the leader Wang Ji took a step forward and said with a calm smile, What are you doing? Don't you recognize us? We are the people you met at the entrance of the special training camp. Hearing this, Han Yishu suddenly panicked. You are the geniuses of Bluebird City? That's right. Wang Ji smiled faintly. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Now let me see what level your Tianshui City genius is at. Hearing this, Han Yishu felt his scalp tingling instantly. At a glance, these geniuses in Bluebird City are all above level 20, and are top-level geniuses in SSS-level professions who have completed the Second Order Awakening. Fighting against others? Isn't that seeking death? At this moment, Han Yishu's mind raced and he immediately thought of a solution. She looked at Qin Yang behind her and immediately said, Qin Yang, don't you want to prove how much you like me? Okay. Now, it's time to show your sincerity. Chapter 92 Han Yishu's Despair. Damn, the skeleton sea is coming. Hearing this, Qingyang was stunned. Damn it! You want me to fight with this group of top SSS level experts in their 20s? Isn't this asking for death? Han Shu! How can you be such a utilitarian person? You disappoint me so much! After saying that, Qingyang didn't even think twice, and immediately ran in another direction. Puff! Seeing this scene, Wang Ji almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He thought that the genius in Tianshui City was so strong. The fight hasn't even started yet, and you're already running away. What a thing! But you want to run away? Why don't you ask my brothers if they agree? This moment. Before Wang Ji finished speaking, the dozen or so level 20 geniuses from Bluebird City behind him took action instantly. Cross backstab. Dark Knight slash. 7-star arrows. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, before Qingyang could take a few steps away, countless swords and shadows suddenly descended upon his head. Then, in less than a second, Qingyang died instantly. Mad? Isn't this too weak? Seeing this scene, Wang Ji's mentality collapsed instantly. He originally thought that no matter how weak this guy was, he could at least resist, right? So he was killed instantly in one wave? No. I haven't done anything yet. Next, it's your turn. Looking at Hanishu, Wang Ji was too lazy to waste any more time. He knew very well that no matter what kind of battle it was, even if he had an absolute advantage, it was best to end it quickly. This time, Hanishu was completely desperate. She even thought that Yi Yang would come to save her in time like those heroes and myths. But it has dragged on for such a long time, let alone Yi Yang. Not even a skeleton of Yi Yang was seen. Don't get so complacent, you bastards from Bluebird City. Kill me, Yi Yang's skeleton army will avenge us. Yi Yang? Skeleton? So, he's a summoner, and a summoner who summons skeletons, right? Hearing this, Wang Ji smiled slightly. But you won't be able to wait until he saves you. You two are so weak, how can your Yi Yang get anything? What's with the skeleton army? This guy, I'd better not let me touch him. Otherwise I will smash all of his skeletons one by one, with my own hands. Finished. Wang Ji raised the staff in his hand high, and the lightning elements in the air suddenly became agitated. Next second, 5 thunders explode. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, with 5 flashes of lightning, Hanishu was instantly blasted into a charred corpse. See this scene? The geniuses in Bluebird City suddenly became excited. Ha ha ha, I thought this genius from Tianshui City was capable of something, but I didn't expect him to be just such a useless piece of shit. Too weak. I hadn't even started fighting that guy just now, but he was killed by Wu Kai with one strike. Yeah. It's boring, too boring. These guys from Tianshui City are even weaker than those level 1 monsters in the secret realm. TSK. It seems that those so-called geniuses in Tianshui City are just frogs in the well, trash who have never seen the world. They thought they were geniuses in their own little world of Tianshui City, but after arriving at this special training camp, they are nothing. That's right. So weak. Hearing the discussions of his brothers around him, Wang Ji snorted coldly. He thought that the people in Tianshui City might be weak, but he didn't expect them to be this weak. They can't even block a single move from the fucking god. Can these people be considered geniuses? You should know. Among those truly top talents in Bluebird City, a mere Wang Ji wouldn't even be able to rank among them. Never mind the top 10. Even making it into the top 30 is extremely difficult. However, just at this moment, a genius from Bluebird City suddenly shouted loudly. Brother G! Look what that is! Why is it all white? Hearing his words, the other geniuses in Bluebird City also looked up. They saw, at the highest peak of a hill a few thousand meters away, large groups of white figures appeared in their sight. Illuminated by the sunlight from the opposite side, the figures seemed to glow with the color of bones. Shit! Could this be the skeleton that the woman just mentioned? What did you say? Skeleton? You said those are all skeletons? Hearing this, Wang Ji suddenly felt his scalp tingling. At a glance, the number of skeletons charging towards them from the top of a small hill a few thousand meters away was at least several thousand, no, at least tens of thousands. At this stage, professionals at levels 10 to 20, even if they work day and night and eat and drink non-stop, cannot summon so many skeletons, right? Oh my god, this number is too much! Where the hell did this come from? Could it be that all of them were summoned by Yi Yang? How is it possible? How could he summon so many skeletons? Seeing this scene, everyone panicked. However, Wang Ji was the first to calm down, and immediately commanded, "Don't panic! Maybe those skeletons are not strong. Let's stick together and don't disperse." Even though he said that, he was under tremendous pressure in his heart. At a glance, there are tens of thousands of skeletons. Don't say that they are not strong, even if there are only tens of thousands of bugs. It would be enough to give them a hard time. After hearing Wang Ji's words, the geniuses in Bluebird City instantly calmed down. Only, before they could hug each other, at a distance of dozens of meters, hundreds of invisible skeleton wizards suddenly emerged from the air. What the hell? Where did these things come from? Seeing these skeletons suddenly popping out around him, Wang Ji was so scared that his whole body shuddered. Only, those invisible skeleton wizards won't waste time with him. Once they appear, it means they are ready to take action. Next second. Dead bullet. Dead bullet. Dead bullet. In a moment, one of those undead bullets was enough to kill a peak second-level professional instantly, and hundreds of them rushed towards them in an instant. Seeing this scene, Wang Ji, a fragile mage, roared instantly. "Protect! Protect me!" The voice fell. 2 or 3 SSS-level warrior geniuses from Bluebird City instantly stood in front of him, with their shields raised high to face the dark undead bullets. Chapter 93. Wang Ji is desperate. Kill the genius of Bluebird City. However, boom! As soon as the first necromancy bullet collided with him, the SSS-level warrior genius was instantly blasted away dozens of meters. Immediately afterwards, before he could lie down in midair, more than a dozen undead bullets came one after another. Not landed yet. The soldier was so badly blown that even his ashes could not be found. The other soldier's situation was not much better than his. Facing dozens of necromancy bullets, this guy was instantly turned into ashes when he collided with the necromancy bullets. Then, more than a dozen geniuses from Bluebird City didn't even have time to resist the invisible skeleton mage legion before they were all reduced to ashes in an instant. After a few seconds, those tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons simply stepped on their corpses and rushed to the next area without any hindrance. Just a second before Wang Ji died. When he saw that his brothers were completely helpless and were taken away by these skeletons in one wave, he became completely desperate. How is it possible? What kind of monsters are these skeleton legions? You know, he was a top genius who almost cleared the second-level Shura-level copy. How is it that we don't even have the power to resist in front of these skeleton armies? What exactly is this gap? However, what Wang Ji didn't know was, a round of bombardment from these invisible skeleton wizard armies can instantly kill even the final boss of the second-tier Shura-level difficulty dungeon. Using it to deal with professionals like them who don't even have the strength of the peak of the second level is like using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito. Ah? This is the genius of Bluebird City? That's it. It seems that it is not that powerful. It can't withstand the bombardment of the invisible skeleton mage army. The other side. When Yi Yang, who was far away in the sky, saw this scene, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Before, when I saw these geniuses from Bluebird City speaking out loud at the entrance of the special training camp, I thought they were somewhat capable. I didn't expect. Or were they defeated by the Skeleton Legion in one wave? The other side. Dongshan Province Special Training Camp Secret Realm Assessment Monitoring Center. A few minutes ago, after all the students entered the secret realm, 20 or 30 city-level presidents from Dongshan Province, who had come to participate in the special training camp assessment along with students from their own cities, were sitting here chatting. Besides, there are also dozens of instructors in the special training camp, as well as family patriarchs from 20 or 30 cities. These city-level presidents are usually very busy with official duties and have no chance to sit together at all. The annual special training camp selection assessment is a rare opportunity for them to get together. But, although they were talking about chatting, most people gathered around Bluebird City President Oang Long. President Oang, your Bluebird City is so amazing this year. I just saw the names on the shortlist. There are more than 170 people from your Bluebird City this time? This is too exaggerated. Yes, this year Bluebird City seems to have exploded in potential, right? I remember there were less than 100 people last year. This year, it has almost doubled. Sigh. When you compare it to us, our Nanji City seems to have come out of a ditch. This year, there are only more than 70 people. Oh my god! Old Jing, you guys from Nanji City actually have over 70 people coming this year? That's too much. I remember last year, you only had over 40 people, right? Where else can we go when we just got 50 talented people from Linyan City today? Damn it, you three top cities in Dongshan Province, can you please stop being so modest to each other? You have 50 or 60 people, which is incredible. You are a second-rate city like us, we can't even get 30 at best. Stop talking, stop talking. I was so envious of the 170-plus people that President Oang had. The number of geniuses that came out of Bluebird City is 3 or 4 times the number of geniuses that we have in Wanfang City. I'm so envious. When this year's special training camp is over, it looks like President Oang will get rich again. Hearing these people bragging about himself, Oang Long couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Originally last year, the gap between his Qingyao City and Nanji City was not too far, with both having about 60 to 70 people. And this year, the number of geniuses in Bluebird City has exploded, more than doubling in an instant. It's so cool. Alright, we in Bluebird City are just lucky this year. By next year, perhaps this big brother from Nanji City will be able to crush us in a matter of minutes. As he spoke, Oang Long couldn't help but glance around. Soon, he saw Lin Changfeng sitting in the distance. Not just him. While Oang Long was looking around, the presidents of several other second-rate cities sitting near him were also observing along with his gaze. Soon, Wu Pingxing, the president of Wanfang City, also, accidentally, saw Lin Changfeng's arrival. I'm curious, isn't this President Lin from Tianshui City? Wow, you are such a rare guest. Why are you here this year? At this point, after hearing Wu Pingxing's words, other city-level presidents also spoke up. Yes, our President Lin hasn't been here for 5 or 6 years, right? Ha, I remember 5 years ago, President Lin brought 3 students here, and it seemed like they were all eliminated in less than 10 minutes, right? I am dying of laughter. Geniuses from second-rate cities like us can at least hold on for half a day no matter how terrible they are, but they were eliminated in less than 10 minutes. Isn't that too ridiculous? President Lin, the quality of our talents this year shouldn't be so low, right? Yes, President Lin, how many people did we bring here this year? 10 people? Hearing the question from the city-level president, Lin Changfeng smiled indifferently. Our Tianshui City is not good, so I only brought 1 person here this year. Pfft, ha. President Lin, did I hear you correctly? You only brought 1 person with you. It's so funny. If it was just 1 person, I would be embarrassed to bring him here. That's right, you should learn from Wu Ning from Yinao City and Li Feng from Jiangyan City. I heard that their cities also awakened a few geniuses this year, but the quality was so poor that they simply didn't come. TSK. Don't say that. Looking at President Lin's expression, I'm afraid he is still counting on this only candidate from Tianshui City to take first place in the Secret Realm assessment. Ha, this is so funny. After hearing this sentence from just 1 person, all the city-level presidents present burst into laughter. However, despite hearing these people's wanton ridicule, Lin Changfeng was too lazy to get angry with them. Yinzhao City? As for that kid Wu Ning, a demonic tide riot just broke out in their Yinzhao City yesterday. They had worked so hard to recruit 5 or 6 geniuses who met the requirements, but half of them were lost. Even the so-called strongest genius Chu Ran was pinned to the ground and beaten by his own Yi Yang. Not to mention Li Feng's Jiangyan City, it's just a few SS-level geniuses. The two of them contacted each other yesterday, and I heard that those SS-level geniuses were only level 16 at best. You should know. Although the admission criteria for the special training camp is only level 15, which genius who can come here is not above level 20, and some have even broken through the second level task. Even those super geniuses who are expected to compete for the top 10 have already reached level 25. A mere professional of level 15 or 16, is he coming here to be a punching bag for others? It was at this time, seeing so many city-level presidents ganging up on Lin Chanfeng, Oang Long immediately started to persuade them in a fake manner. All right. Since President Lin is here, he must think that his genius has a certain competitive strength. Why should we mock him? Besides, since they are willing to use their talents as punching bags for our city's students to train, why not do it? Chapter 94 Potential. Oang Long's Unique Secret? Hearing this, Lin Chanfeng couldn't help but smile coldly. After hearing what President Oang said, do you think your genius this year is very strong? He could tolerate other city-level presidents, but he couldn't tolerate that bastard Oang Long. If Oang Long hadn't framed him back then, even if Lin Chanfeng couldn't be the president of the top city in Dongshan province now, he would at least be the president of a first-rate city. How could he be labeled as one of the 3 most wrong people in Dongshan province? However, after hearing Lin Chanfeng's words, Oang Long couldn't bear it anymore. Why? President Lin, are the 177 talented students from Bluebird City not as good as the only one from Tianshui City this year? That's not what I said. Lin Chanfeng smiled slightly. But I really don't think that you 100 so-called geniuses are that strong. Ha! Oang Long couldn't help laughing. President Lin, I think you haven't been to the special training camp for a long time. I don't know the current situation, right? I forgot to tell you that our Bluebird City has more than 170 talented professionals coming this year. Moreover, there are 12 potential players. Now their strength has broken through to become third-level professionals, and their levels have reached nearly level 30. Wow! Hearing this, the expressions of all the city-level presidents present changed drastically. Fuck! This year, Bluebird City actually gave birth to a person with potential? Oh my god, isn't this a bloodline that can only be born in the 3 supreme cities? This is so fucking abnormal. No wonder Oang Long showed off his power as soon as he came in. He even ignored Jing Yuntian. It turns out that 12 potential people were born. When they heard the word potential, the faces of the other city-level presidents suddenly changed. This Bluebird City is truly a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Even a monster like this could be born. The so-called potential people are professionals who awaken in advance and develop their maximum potential. In short, ordinary professionals can only officially become professionals after they reach the age of 18 and complete the professional awakening ceremony. And those with potential do not need a career awakening ceremony at all. Even before the age of 18, they can directly evolve from ordinary humans to professionals. So, compared to ordinary professionals, those with potential have more time to develop. What's even more terrifying is that once you become a potential person, you will be born with SSS level super talent. That's not all. The SSS level talents of these potential people are even more exaggerated than the talents of ordinary SSS level professionals. In other words, it is also a talent that increases your own damage. For an ordinary SSS level professional, the damage may only be increased by 10 times, but if it is an SSS level potential professional, then the strength will be even 100 times, or even more exaggerated. That is why the emergence of almost every potential person is a dimensionality reduction blow to a contemporary genius in an ordinary city. Not only those city-level presidents, even Lin Chanfeng couldn't help but tremble after hearing this information. This time, he also understood instantly. At the entrance of the special training camp, why was Oang Long able to endure Yi Yang's provocation and stop his Bluebird City genius from taking action? It is obvious that they want to wait until the secret realm assessment begins, and then let these geniuses from Qingyao City trample on the face of Tianshui City in front of everyone. However, with a team of potential people, we were almost clearing the Shura-level copy. Isn't this a bit too low? And when Lin Changfeng thought about those potential geniuses in Bluebird City, whose current strength level was only around level 30, he wanted to laugh even more. If I remember correctly, my Yang seems to be at level 30 now, right? The most incredible thing is, this kid has made it all the way up with a full 5-star attribute template. I just don't know, what level are those potential geniuses in Bluebird City at now? Just in time. This time he will be able to see whether these so-called potential people are more powerful, or his own unique level hidden profession is stronger. But, although Lin Changfeng didn't care too much after hearing the news about the potential people, the presidents of other cities all surrounded Oang Long at this time. President Oang, you are so amazing! So many potential people suddenly appeared in your Bluebird City. It seems that your Bluebird City has firmly secured the top 10 in this secret realm assessment. Yes. In previous years, only Nanji City could occasionally produce 1 or 2 potential people, but this year there is not a single one. Bluebird City is really going against the odds this time. President Oang, it seems that you from Bluebird City will definitely take the top 10 places in the special training camp assessment this time. Wow, I'm so envious! It is not without reason that these city-level presidents are praising Oang Long now. Because of the limited resources in their own city, the number of geniuses they can cultivate is very small. If Oang Long is flattered enough, it would be great if he could reward them with some resources. But, after hearing the flattery from these city-level guild presidents, Oang Long was obviously very pleased. Don't worry, don't worry! If we in Bluebird City are lucky enough to make it into the top 10 in the special training camp assessment, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Ha! Thinking back to the past, Oang Long's performance when he entered the special training camp was crushed by Lin Changfeng. It's only ranked 17th. But now, times have changed. I am admired by thousands of people, but this guy is surrounded by no one. Seeing this scene, Oang Long felt even more relieved. And when those city-level presidents heard Oang Long's words, they began to flatter him again. Yes, yes, yes! I will definitely rely on President Oang when the time comes. It seems that the hope of our Dongshan province still lies in Bluebird City. Even the big brother, the president of Nanji City, has been completely crushed by Bluebird City. Yes. President Oang is too strong. Do you have any unique secrets to cultivate geniuses? Hearing this, Oang Long's lips curled up slightly. I don't have any unique secrets. It's all because those family patriarchs raised them well, and we in Bluebird City have a little more resources. Unlike some cities, they obviously don't have many resources, but they still like to hold on. Chapter 95. The presidents were stunned. This Yang is not from Bluebird City? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng almost got anxious. Isn't it obvious that this statement is directed at myself? Looking at Dongshan Province, the 3 cities with the worst resources, besides Li Feng's Jiangyan City, is his own Tianshui City. Secondly, it is Yinzhou City, one of the 3 biggest injustices. The most outrageous thing is, this time, when Yang was promoted to the 2nd level, due to the shortage of resources in Tianshui City and the lack of 2nd-level copies, he was forced to go to Yinzhou City to take risks. I almost got caught in the demonic riot. However, before he could speak, just as Oang Long finished speaking, a student's name suddenly appeared on the huge surveillance screen of the Secret Realm Assessment Monitoring Center. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yang 7 points. Second place, none. Third place, none. Fourth place. At a glance, the name of the student called Yi Yang suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the city-level presidents suddenly became excited. Fuck! We've only been in the secret realm for less than a minute, and we've already killed 7 monsters? This is too strong! Yes. You should know that although the monsters in the secret realms are only level 1 at the outermost level, their strength is comparable to the attribute strength of the monsters at level 10 in the Shura-level dungeon. Speaking of which, this guy named Yi Yang is a genius in that city. How come I haven't heard of him? Nonsense! Is there any need to think about this? It must be the genius of Bluebird City, President Oang. Yes, yes, yes. I thought President Oang was a very talented person, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. His efficiency in killing monsters is too exaggerated. He has killed 7 or 8 monsters in less than a minute after entering the secret realm. That's amazing! Look, that secret realm score has changed again. It's already at 37 points. Damn, this guy must have gone crazy. In just a moment of distraction, he killed more than a dozen monsters? Yeah, I remember. President Jing wasn't so exaggerated back then, right? This monster killing efficiency is incredible. Now the score has changed again, it's already 68 points. It's increased again. It's already 126 points. So fast, this is too fierce. President Oang, are all the geniuses in Bluebird City so strong? After seeing this scene, all the city-level presidents present were dumbfounded. The moment the points of the young man named Yi Yang appeared on the surveillance screen, in less than a minute, the points quickly soared to more than 100 points. This is equivalent to, he killed more than 100 monsters in less than a minute. On average, 2 monsters can be killed in 1 second. This efficiency in killing monsters is simply incredible. Moreover, this kind of efficiency must be achieved by an individual alone. Because in the secret realm, once you form a team, the experience gained from killing those monsters will not be divided equally, but the trial points will be divided equally. Therefore, if we form a team, it is impossible to kill hundreds of monsters in a short period of time. I can't even find it by searching. And if you play it solo, it would be even more incredible. Solo kill over 100 secret realm monsters in just 1 minute. Let alone a level 20 genius, even if there were potential people with level 30 strength, as Oang Long mentioned, they might not be able to accomplish such a feat. What's even more terrifying is, half a day after the information about this guy named Yang came out, the names of all the other city geniuses still haven't appeared. Until now, the position of second place still shows the word none. You can imagine how powerful this guy is. He completely crushed the thousands of geniuses from Dongshan province who applied for the special training camp. However, after seeing the names on the surveillance screen and the words of those city-level presidents, Oang Long was also stunned. No, this Yi Yang is not the genius of our Bluebird City. I don't even know where he's from. This moment. After hearing Oang Long's words, all the city-level presidents present were stunned for a moment. Not the genius of Bluebird City? So where did this guy come from? Could it be that there are also powerful geniuses in Nanji City today? However, when Nanji's president Jing Yuntian saw the gazes cast towards him by many city-level presidents, he simply shook his head lightly. At this moment, these city-level presidents were even more confused. Not Bluebird City, nor Nanji City. So where did this guy come from? It was at this time when Wu Ning, the president of Yinzhou City who was sitting next to Lin Changfeng, saw the name on the surveillance screen, he was stunned. For a long time, he reluctantly turned his head and said to Lin Changfeng in surprise, "Old Lin, if I remember correctly, the genius in your Tianshui city seems to be called Yi Yang, right? What did you say?" Hearing this, all the city-level presidents present instantly focused their attention on Wu Ning and Lin Changfeng. Until then, feeling the gazes of many city-level presidents, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his hands, pressed them in the air, and murmured, calm down, calm down. Our little genius from Tianshui City has embarrassed you all. This kid is only a little bit better in the early stages." "Oh my god! No way!" After hearing Lin Changfeng's tacit agreement, several city-level presidents in the surrounding area immediately exclaimed, "This super genius who can crush the entire Dongshan province actually came from the once barren Tianshui City? This is too exaggerated. Could it be that Tianshui City, which was once known as one of the 3 most wrong people in Dongshan province, is now really going to turn things around?" At this moment, let alone those city-level presidents so far away, even the Bluebird City president, Oang Long, who was the center of attention just now, suddenly changed his expression. "No! Impossible! Tianshui City is so short of resources. How could such a powerful genius be born? After a long delay, Oang Long finally calmed down. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. I understand. There must be something wrong with the surveillance screen. Otherwise, why hasn't the information about the other geniuses appeared yet? Chapter 96 President Bluebird collapsed. After hearing this, the other city-level presidents suddenly understood. Yes. There must be something wrong with the monitoring equipment. Otherwise, after such a long time, only this kid's information would appear on the monitoring screen? I was really freaking scared. I originally thought that this kid from Tianshui City could directly crush all the geniuses in Dongshan Province. I didn't expect there was something wrong with the monitoring equipment. Indeed, if this is the explanation, then it does make sense. Who knows? The trial points that Yi Yang has earned now are also messed up because of a problem with the monitoring equipment. Ha ha ha, that must be the case. I am dying of laughter. I thought Tianshui City was going to make a comeback this time, but I didn't expect it to be like this. At first, when everyone saw Yi Yang's message, they were terrified. Although some people suspected that it was a problem with the surveillance equipment, no one dared to say it. Now that Oang Long has taken the lead, those city-level presidents couldn't help but speak up. This time, everyone's eyes immediately drifted to Lin Changfeng. However, after hearing this, Lin Changfeng became furious. These people insulted him. Lin Changfeng couldn't be angry. But he could not tolerate any insult to his genius. But before Lin Changfeng could speak, an instructor nearby, after hearing what Oang Long and those people were talking about, his face suddenly turned gloomy. The instructor, whose strength reached the peak of level 6, slowly stood up, staring straight at Oang Long, and the pressure from his body suddenly burst out. President Ouyang, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you insult our special training camp surveillance equipment? Is it broken? What the hell do you know, kid? Do you know that all the technological equipment in this special training camp is maintained by me, Tian Yuan, personally? If you think there's something wrong with these things, why don't you come and check them out? Buzz. After hearing this, for a moment, all the city-level presidents present, including Oang Long and Lin Changfeng, had their heads buzzing. You know, Tian Yuan's strength is the same as Oang Long's. Both are at the peak of level 6, and are SSS level top professionals at level 70. But if Oang Long and Tian Yuan were to be pulled out to practice alone, Oang Long would be defeated in less than 10 minutes. No way. Everyone knows, the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp is a provincial-level department that is as famous as the Dongshan Province Professionals Guild. That is to say, the strength of any professional who can stay in this place is no weaker than any city-level president. It is no exaggeration to say, Tian Yuan's strength is at the 6th level. He has been a top-notch warrior using a 4-star template all the way. And what about Oang Long? After reaching the 3rd level, you can only barely complete the 3-star template. In other words, not to mention the differences in equipment and skills. Just based on the difference in talent, Oang Long is far behind. What's more, Tian Yuan is the deputy commander of the special training camp. His strength is second only to the chief of the special training camp. His strength is as high as the peak of the 7th order, the strength of Jiangqin, an SSS level professional at level 80. This moment, after hearing Tian Yuan's words, Oang Long was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe. Captain Tian, I was just impatient just now. I didn't really mean to question your monitoring equipment. Oang Long apologized first, and then, for the sake of his own face, he continued to add. Besides, these devices are at least hundreds of years old. Even if they malfunction, it is normal, don't you think? Otherwise, why is it that only Yi Yang's name is displayed now? Hearing this, Tian Yuan was just about to get angry, but he saw another change on the big surveillance screen. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yi Yang, 586 points. Second place, Wang Ji, 18 points. Third place, Li Yu, 13 points. Fourth place, He Huaning, 11 points. Fifth place. All of a sudden, more than a dozen new names appeared in front of everyone. See this scene? Oang Long was stunned for a moment. Original. In order to save his reputation as the president of Bluebird City, he wanted to argue with Tian Yuan again. But now, when the names of Wang Ji, Li Yu and other geniuses from Bluebird City appeared on the surveillance screen, Oang Long was completely speechless. This moment, Tian Yuan's expression was even more gloomy than before. He clenched his fists and said indifferently to Oang Long again, "President Oang, now, do you think there are any more problems? How is this possible?" Seeing this scene, Oang Long swallowed hard. Is there really nothing wrong with the monitoring equipment? That kid named Yi Yang from Tianshui City actually crushed all the geniuses in Qingyao City? How could this be possible? Speak! Why are you silent? Seeing that Oang Long didn't dare to answer him, Tian Yuan urged again. Captain Tian, this is my fault. I was blind and didn't recognize the real talent. I shouldn't have doubted your skills. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Captain Tian. This time, after hearing what Tian Yuan said, Oang Long was so scared that he almost knelt down to Tian Yuan. Snort. Tian Yuan didn't really want to do anything to Oang Long. After all, he is the mayor of a city. If this guy is the patriarch of those folk family forces behind the scenes, and dares to speak like this in front of him, Tian Yuan doesn't mind suppressing him with a palm. Let them have a taste what the true strength of a peak 6th order professional is. However, when the other city-level presidents saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Oh my God! I've finally opened my eyes. There's really no problem with this monitoring equipment. This kid named Yi Yang from Tianshui City has actually crushed all the geniuses in Dongshan province. Yeah. Isn't this too exaggerated? The most outrageous thing is that this is not just an ordinary crush. I know this guy Wang Ji, he is a very strong genius of the Bluebird Wang family. And now, Wang Ji's trial points are just less than 20 points, but Yi Yang's points are almost 600 points. A crushing 30 times. Too amazing. Yi Yang's current trial score is far better than even if all the trial scores of all the geniuses on the list are added together. Damn it! How can a genius from Tianshui City be so strong? How can that old guy Lin Changfeng be so lucky? Isn't he one of the 3 most hated people in Dongshan province? Yeah. I'm so envious. Having such a genius is even more powerful than those dozen potential geniuses in Bluebird City. At this moment, when Oang Long, who had been suppressed to the extreme because of Tian Yuan, heard the discussions of those city-level presidents, he suddenly exploded. You idiots, what the hell are you talking about? Those talented people in Bluebird City have not yet started to exert their strength. Is it your turn to comment on them? Then Yi Yang just killed a few more monsters. Just watch. If this Yi Yang were to meet the potential people in Bluebird City, he would be beaten to death in a matter of minutes. Besides, let alone the talented people in Bluebird City, if this Yi Yang runs into Wang Ji and the others, he may not be able to defeat them. By then, no matter how many points he gets, won't they still be snatched away by the geniuses in our Bluebird City? Don't forget, the true nature of this secret realm assessment is not about who kills more monsters and gets more points. It's the nature of the survivors in the Battle Royale. This moment. After hearing Oang Long's words, the city-level presidents suddenly understood. Chapter 97. Oang Long was stunned. All his geniuses were killed? Yes, President Oang is right. Although the secret realm assessment of this special training camp is based on secret realm points, you have to survive before your points are counted. If you can't survive, it doesn't matter how many points you have. That's right. In previous years, there were also those who were very fast at killing monsters, but once they encountered those real people fighting, they were immediately defeated. Don't say that. Back then, there was a genius in Nanji City who quickly earned tens of thousands of points, but after he was ambushed and assassinated by someone, those points were taken away by someone else. Indeed. If you put it that way, it feels like raising pigs. The more points this genius named Yi Yang earns now, the greater the loss will be in the future. TSK. You can't say that. After all, after killing monsters in the secret realm, at least the experience points are real. Ha ha ha, stop talking, you're making me want to laugh now. Yeah, I'm already looking forward to the encounter between Yi Yang and Wang Ji. How exciting it will be! Alas, unfortunately, the conditions in our Dongshan province are not very good. We can only see the trial points, but cannot see the real-time live broadcast. It would be much more fun if we could see the live broadcast. TSK, I'm already looking forward to it. Hearing these discussions, Lin Changfeng felt like a huge nail had pierced into his heart. These people are really too shameless. The resources in Tianshui City are indeed limited, but does this mean that Tianshui City cannot produce any geniuses? Let me tell you one thing. If he wasn't in this hellhole of a special training camp, he really wanted to fight with these shit-spitting bastards. You should know. Relying on his personal strength alone, except for the presidents of the three top cities, Oang Long, president of Qingniao City, Xing Yuntian, president of Nanji City, and Zhao Mingze, president of Linyan City, who have the peak strength of the 6th level, he, Lin Changfeng, is not inferior to anyone at all. However, after seeing Lin Changfeng's frustrated and unhappy expression, Oang Long's originally depressed mood instantly felt a lot better. What is Tianshui City? There is a shortage of first-level copies and a lack of second-level copies. The third-level copies are extremely rare. Even the copy resources are so limited, not to mention those precious secret realm resources. Under such circumstances, even if a city gave birth to a super genius with powerful potential like their Bluebird city, it would be impossible to cultivate him. Maybe some people will say, if the local city does not have enough resources, can't we go to other cities to develop? Joke. The resources of other cities, why should they be given to the geniuses of other cities? There is a way that can smoothly allow these top talents to go to other cities for further development. That is, transfer of nationality. Yes. If that super genius is willing to transfer his household registration to another city and become a genius under the name of another city, then the managers of those cities will naturally be happy to allow geniuses from other cities to develop in their own cities. Besides, that is to say, in a case like Tianshui City and Yinzhou City, the presidents of the two cities have a good relationship and have helped others a lot, so naturally there is no problem. Otherwise, once discovered, you will be deported at best, and may even lose your life. After all professionals know this. Places like the wilderness are lawless places, where the sky is high and the emperor is far away. However, just when Oang Long was feeling complacent and fantasizing about Wang Ji, or other geniuses from Qingniao City would crush Yi Yang after meeting him, several eye-catching prompts instantly appeared on the large surveillance screen. Ding! Tianshui City Qingyang was killed by Bluebird City Liu, and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Tianshui City Hanishu was killed by Bluebird City He Huaning, and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. This moment. After seeing these two kill prompts, the city-level presidents burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, President Lin, it seems that the geniuses in your Tianshui City are not that great. Yeah. It's no different from a few years ago. It still took less than 10 minutes before he was killed. Isn't this too bad? I remember those geniuses 5 years ago could at least hold on for a few minutes. How come they died in less than 5 minutes now? TSK, if I remember correctly, it seems that our President Lin only brought 3 people this year? Oh my god! Now 2 of them are dead, and only Yi Yang is left. At this time, after seeing the kill prompts of Qingyang and Hanishu, Lin Changfeng's expression did not change. Let me tell you one thing. In fact, at the beginning, ever since discovering the genius Yi Yang, Lin Changfeng had no intention of letting the 2 of them attend the special training camp. Think back 5 years ago. Lin Changfeng still feels it was like a nightmare that he had finally gathered 5 or 6 geniuses who had reached level 17 or 18 to attend the special training camp, but they were all swept away in just 10 minutes. From that moment, Lin Changfeng knew. Although the selection criteria for the special training camp have not changed, if he wanted to truly obtain a place in the camp, his mere strength of level 17 or 18 was simply not enough. This time, if Han Jiqiang and Chen Guangtian hadn't begged him desperately to let their children go to the special training camp to broaden their horizons, Lin Chanfeng would have been too lazy to take them with him. Now these two people were eliminated directly, which is normal. Listening to the ridicule from those city-level presidents, Lin Chanfeng just smiled faintly and had no reaction at all. However, the more he acted like this, the more those city-level presidents felt that Lin Chanfeng was simply trying to save face, and the more they mocked him. Not only the city-level presidents from the first and second-tier cities, even Oang Long couldn't help but reveal a smug look on his face when he saw the prompts after these two geniuses from Tianshui City were killed. After all, the two geniuses who were eliminated from Tianshui City that day were all done by geniuses from Qingyao City. However, they don't have to wait long to feel proud. Another wave of killing prompts suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This time, more than a dozen kill prompts appeared instantly. Ding! He Huaning from Bluebird City was killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and has been expelled from the secret realm of assessment. Ding! Bluebird City Liu was killed by Tianshui City Yi Yang and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Bite! Bite! Ding! Wang Ji from Bluebird City was killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Chapter 98. Everyone is shocked. Is this Yi Yang's true strength? Seeing this scene, all the city-level presidents were stunned for a moment. Oh my god! What the hell is going on? That kid from the Wang family, and so many geniuses from Bluebird City, how come they were suddenly eliminated? Nima! Look! The person who eliminated these geniuses from Bluebird City turned out to be that kid named Yi Yang? Wow! No way! That guy Yi Yang is so strong? No, what's wrong with this guy? He challenged more than a dozen people alone, and killed them all in the blink of an eye. How did that guy named Yi Yang do it? Too scary. No, I'm not dreaming now, am I? Is this really the genius of Tianshui City? This is outrageous. I just said that Yi Yang would be slaughtered after meeting the genius from Bluebird City. This is too fast to be slapped in the face, isn't it? At this moment, all the city-level presidents present were so frightened that they trembled all over. This is incredible. You know, most of the geniuses in Bluebird City are known by these city-level presidents. After all, the presidents of the first and second-tier cities would visit Oang Long from time to time, so they had no idea what the geniuses in Bluebird City were like. Don't talk about others. Let's talk about Wang Ji alone. He is not only a genius from the Bluebird Wang family, but also a top-level warrior who has reached level 25 and has a full 4-star template. Such a terrifying genius, if placed in their first or second-rate cities, would be the top genius in the city. However, such a person was killed by that guy named Yi Yang in just a moment? How the hell is this possible? Not only those city-level presidents, Oang Long is also confused now. How so? That kid Wang Ji was actually eliminated by a mere genius from Tianshui City? Who is this guy named Yi Yang? This moment, Oang Long couldn't sit still anymore. Not only that, those city-level presidents also began to frantically inquire about Yi Yang's news. Even after seeing this scene, Wu Ning on the side was also shocked. He knew that Yi Yang was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. In just a short moment, the eyes of dozens of city-level presidents looking at Oang Long and Lin Chanfeng also changed. It seems Lin Chanfeng came to the special training camp this time with a big move in mind. Yeah, this guy named Yi Yang is too powerful. If he just kills monsters faster, then we can say that he just has a special profession. But now, this kid killed more than a dozen geniuses in Bluebird City in one shot. His strength is simply amazing. I think, with Yi Yang's strength, even those potential geniuses that Oang Long mentioned may not be able to do such a thing, right? Yes. Potential people are also human beings. They also need to practice. You know, Wang Ji is already very strong. Even if it is a third-level professional, it is impossible to defeat him without putting in some effort. That's right. And Wang Ji is also very smart. Even if he can't beat him, it's unlikely that those third-level professionals can really kill him. Too outrageous. Not to mention Wang Ji, So many geniuses were all killed by that kid Yi Yang. Isn't this too strong? For a while. After truly witnessing Yi Yang's strength, those city-level presidents immediately put aside their past grudges and came to Lin Changfeng's side. Lao Lin, you are such a jerk with a beautiful mistress. Yeah. He hit such a powerful move, and we didn't even know about it. Yeah, how did you train him? How could this kid be so strong? Tell me quickly, which family in Tianshui City does this kid come from? Seeing these city-level presidents fawning on him, Lin Changfeng felt almost sick to death. Damn it! Who just now slandered that our Tianshui City is a poor and remote place and cannot possibly produce top talents? Who said that the genius from our Tianshui City would be slaughtered directly after meeting the genius from Bluebird City? But Lin Changfeng was too lazy to argue with them. After hearing the questions from the presidents, Lin Changfeng just waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Yi Yang doesn't come from any family background, he's just an orphan. Moreover, he didn't rely on anyone's training to reach his current strength. He developed it all on his own. Upon hearing this, the faces of those city-level presidents suddenly turned gloomy. Lao Lin, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to be so perfunctory to us, right? It's just, how could such a powerful genius appear in an orphan background? President Lin, this is being disrespectful of you. We just want to ask you how you trained this genius, not to steal this genius from you. Oh. How disappointing. That's right, what about an orphan background? It's really funny. With a genius of this level, let alone ordinary civilian families, even the super families in the 3 supreme cities may not be able to raise one. Yes. Resources are a necessary condition for the development of a genius. Lao Lin, you haven't become stupid in Tianshui City these few days, have you? After hearing these words, Lin Changfeng was completely speechless. And on the other side, when Oang Long saw those city-level presidents, who were like fence-sitters, all left his side and gathered around Lin Changfeng, his face became even gloomier. Impossible! Gritting his teeth, Oang Long silently said in anger in his heart, This genius from Tianshui City can never be so strong! I still have those 12 potentials. Once Yi Yang meets these people with potential, he will definitely not be their match. After using his method of spiritual victory to satisfy himself a little, Oang Long's mood finally eased a little. Chapter 99 The instructors are going crazy. Give me Yi Yang quickly. And the other side. After seeing Yi Yang's incredible strength, even some instructors couldn't sit still. The first to bear the brunt was the instructor in charge of this secret realm assessment, Zhang Qing. You should know. These instructors know the strength levels of Bluebird City's geniuses in previous years much better than even the city-level presidents. And now, they actually saw a super genius who could completely crush the students in Bluebird City. What's even more outrageous is that this genius appeared in Tianshui City, which has always been not very strong. At this time, Zhang Qing didn't care about the rules of avoiding suspicion and came directly to Lin Changfeng. President Lin, can you tell me in detail the origin of this genius? With such strong strength, we should have heard of it by now. How come we have never heard of it? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng almost laughed out loud. Good boy, now I know I've never heard of it. A few days ago, when I first signed up Yi Yang for the special training camp, why didn't you say that you had never heard of a genius in Tianshui City? What's even more outrageous is that when I came to register, the genius who was responsible for organizing the students' information was sarcastic and mocking towards me. He also said things like, in a place like Tianshui City, there are actually people who meet the selection criteria for the special training camp. But, of course, Lin Changfeng now will not have any quarrel with Zhang Qing. You know, he is the chief person in charge of this session of Dongshan Province's special training camp. If you are not on good terms with him, you will not only ruin the future of the genius Yi Yang, but also your own future. At this time, not only Zhang Qing, but other instructors in the special training camp also gathered around, wanting to hear what Lin Changfeng had to say. Seeing this scene, Oang Long, who was standing by, was extremely angry. You should know. When I think back to when Bluebird City was at its peak, there were no instructors around me asking for information about the students. And now, These instructors did not avoid suspicion and openly surrounded Lin Changfeng. However, what Oang Long didn't know was, as an instructor, if they can cultivate a top talent in each special training camp, they will also be given a lot of rewards in the Dongshan province. Certainly. These rewards are simply delegated by the state, or the Education Guild of the Dragon Country Courtyard Guild. The professional guild in Dongshan province is just a conduit for distributing rewards. That's why these instructors only now want to get closer to Lin Changfeng. I hope that when the super genius Yi Yang is officially selected for the special training camp, Yi Yang will choose me to be the main training director. To put it bluntly, just to claim the genius Yi Yang as one's own. No one will get up early without benefit. If the country did not have such a support and welfare mechanism to cultivate geniuses, who would devote all their efforts to supporting the next generation? But, seeing so many instructors surrounding him, Lin Changfeng still did not change his tone at all. Instructor Zhang, all instructors. I really didn't lie just now. Yi Yang doesn't have any family support behind him. He just comes from an orphan family. It seems that 5 years ago, after the Fifth Order demonic riot broke out in Tianshui City, his parents died as a result. I have come this far only because of my own efforts. Real? Hearing this, Zhang Qing still found it hard to believe. Of course it's true. Lin Changfeng sighed. I can guarantee it with my life. President Lin, you are joking. Why would I want your head? Zhang Qing smiled and said, but if this is really the case, then this genius is really rare. Not only is he extremely talented, but he is also very hardworking. You have to know, even if a professional has awakened an extraordinary profession, if he does not have sufficient resources to support him, he will not be able to practice at all. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have been blocked at the step of resources. President Lin, if you can trust me, then I, Zhang Qing, can assure you that I will train Yi Yang to become a super genius in Dongshan province. No, even comparable to the 3 supreme cities. Hearing this, before Lin Changfeng could even open his mouth, the other instructors started scrambling for it. President Lin, don't listen to that old man Zhang Qing's nonsense. He doesn't have many resources. You'd better leave them with me. No, no, no. Leave it with me. You know what I mean. I'm the chief instructor of our Dongshan province special training camp. I have the most resources. You're talking nonsense. Old Wu, you're lying with your eyes open. I'm the chief instructor. Get the hell out of here. Your chief instructor was hundreds of years ago. How many resources do you have now? It's better to give it to my dad. This is the most reliable way. No. Give it to me. You must give it to me. All of a sudden, more than 20 instructors started scrambling for the goods like old ladies bargaining in the vegetable market. Seeing this scene, Lin Changfeng was completely speechless. After enduring for a long time, he finally said, Dear instructors, I think in this matter, we should listen to Master Jiangchen until the end. If I remember correctly, the issue of assigning students to a certain place should be handled by Lord Jiangchen himself, right? Jiangchen, the chief person in charge of the Dongshan province special training camp, whose status is only half a level lower than that of Wang Chong, the president of Dongshan province. Generally speaking, on the surface, after the secret realm assessment is over and the places for the special training camp are determined, the issue of the affiliation of those talented students will indeed be in charge of him. But in fact, Jiangqing just let them draw lots to decide. That is to say, whether you can draw Yi Yang, it all depends on your luck. Moreover, before drawing lots, if the students have their own intentions, Jiangchen will not stop them. Generally speaking, provinces that often produce geniuses who can be officially selected for special training camps, such as Oang Long, Xinyu Zhaomingze, are relatively familiar with the resource information possessed by the instructors in the special training camps. But the key is, in Tianshui City, which is under the jurisdiction of Lin Changfeng, no one has been able to apply for the special training camp selection assessment in the past 5 years. In more than 10 years, there has not been a genius who can be officially selected for the special training camp. So, he is now completely in the dark about the instructors in the special training camp. In order not to offend anyone, this is all I can say. After all, those instructors don't sound very prestigious. But their strength is no less than that of these city-level presidents. What's more, even though their official positions are not high, their power is enormous. Almost just one sentence can easily determine how much resources a genius can control to develop. What's even more exaggerated is, if you are targeted by the instructor, even if you have enough points, you will not be able to fight for resources in the special training camp. Just this point. Ordinary city-level presidents would try to curry favor with these instructors if they met them on weekdays. And now, after hearing Lin Changfeng's words, the instructors were helpless. Indeed, just by listening to what you say, who can know how many resources of the special training camp you have in your hands? Chapter 100 Bluebird's Strongest Genius? How come he is weaker than the waste 5 years ago? Sighed. Zhang Qing was also completely helpless. If it weren't for these bastards fighting with me, I'm afraid Lin Changfeng would have given Yi Yang to me long ago. As for now, then it all depends on your luck. But he is the chief person in charge of the assessment this year, so in theory, when facing those unfamiliar geniuses, he still has a little bit of familiarity advantage. And it was at this moment, when everyone stopped arguing and looked at the secret realm surveillance screen, they were instantly shocked by Yi Yang's current points. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yi Yang, 18,456 points. Second place, Ouyang Tian, 366 points. Third place, Lu Feng, 351 points. Fourth place, Chen Huiyang, 338 points. Fifth place. At this time, the trial points ranking of the Secret Realm assessment has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the beginning. The only thing that remained unchanged was Yi Yang's impressive trial points score. At a glance, except for the top 10 who barely had over 300 points, the other geniuses only had over 200 points of trial points. And when they saw Yi Yang's terrifying score, the city-level presidents present were stunned for a moment. No. What's going on with Yi Yang? I haven't seen him for just a few minutes, and he's already earned more than 10,000 points. Oh my god, this guy is exaggerating, right? More than 10,000 points. Some students may not be able to earn that many points even if they work for 24 hours. Yes. The most outrageous thing is that this secret realm assessment has only just started for 10 minutes. If he is allowed to brush it all day, how much can he brush it? Too scary. I've seen geniuses before, but I've never seen such a terrifying genius. Now I'm really convinced. What on earth is this guy doing in the secret realm? To be honest, with his incredible monster-killing speed, I'm afraid that after the potential-level geniuses in Bluebird City collide with Yi Yang, they will be completely defeated. Yes. Look at President Ouyang's face. He looks so gloomy now that water is about to drip out of his eyes. At this time, when everyone saw Oang Long's distorted face, they immediately fell silent. But Lin Changfeng, who was sitting on the other side, felt refreshed after hearing these discussions. He has waited for this day for too long. Decades ago, he was plotted against by Oang Long, which led to his current fate. And now, decades later, he's making a comeback. It is no exaggeration to say. Just relying on the strength that Yi Yang has shown now, and the achievements he has made in the future, Lin Changfeng will be more than qualified to hold the senior position in Dongshan Province. And Oang Long? Decades ago, he took advantage of the situation and became the president of Bluebird City. Now, he can only be the king in the urban area. You know, the rewards for positions within the province or region are much higher than those for positions at the municipal level. At this time, in the secret realm, the genius from Bluebird City named Ouyang Tian is constantly hunting monsters, and has gathered 30 or 40 people to work with him as a team to kill monsters. And he is also the strongest genius in Bluebird City. He is also called by Oang Long as the person with the greatest potential in this session, and a super genius without a doubt. There is no other reason. Not only did Ouyang Tian's awakened profession defy all odds, but he also awakened to become a professional at the age of 15. That's 3 more years of development opportunities than the average professional. And now, He has now become a potential SSS level Son of Eternal Night, level 30. SSS level, Eternal Night. After the attacker is hurt, he will suffer from permanent blindness that cannot be dispelled. After the attacker attacks, the target will suffer from permanent forbidden spell that cannot be dispelled. Blindness. Your vision is weakened by 100%, and you are unable to lock onto your target. Forbidden spell. Unable to release skills. This talent effect alone is enough to make Oang Tian the best among the geniuses of Dongshan province. One is permanent blindness, the other is permanent forbidden spell. Once these two effects are applied to a professional, it is equivalent to tying his hands and feet. I can't see and I can't use my skills. The most outrageous thing is that this is an effect that cannot be dispelled permanently. It's simply against the will of heaven. Of course, this effect is not completely undispellable. It's just an ordinary purification effect and has no effect on it. If there are those who have transcended into saints and transformed into God-level professionals who have mastered the divine power, they can naturally purify this kind of effect easily. Because the power possessed by those God-level professionals is the power of the sacred sequence. For example, holy damage can ignore defense, damage reduction, invincibility, untargetability, and even nothingness and space shrinkage. There are also a series of heaven-defying sacred sequence effects such as holy purification and holy defense. But those who can master these things are all super powerful people who have broken through level 100. Look to the blue star. Even in the Dragon Country Court Guild, there are not many people who can break through the level 100 limit. So, at this stage, once you receive Oang Tian's talent effect of Eternal Night, it is almost the same as the real, permanent effect. The most terrifying thing is that there is more than one Oang Long who possesses such a miraculous talent. You know, his first and second level advanced tasks all require 4-star templates. After completing the second level advancement task, he also obtained a second abnormal talent, which made his strength even more exaggerated. Not only that, this guy Oang Tian is Oang Long's grandson. At the beginning, after discovering that his grandson had become a potential person, Oang Long gave the green light to the entire Bluebird city. All development resources will be given priority to my grandson. Because of this, Oang Tian Kai can truly become the #1 genius in Qingyao City. This is exactly the reason. Only he could gather so many geniuses from Bluebird City in the secret realm in such a short period of time. No way. With both strength and power combined, Oang Tian's appeal to the younger generation in Bluebird City is truly too strong. But just at this time, when Oang Tian was looking for the monster, he suddenly found something wrong. Etc. Look, how come there are suddenly more than a dozen less brothers in Bluebird City? What's going on? After taking a look at his communication watch, Oang Tian discovered this strange phenomenon. You should know, the strength of the geniuses in Bluebird City, even the weakest one, would be among the best in other cities. In this secret realm, even if you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, it would be quite easy to escape, right? How come he was eliminated in just over 10 minutes? And more than a dozen people were eliminated at once? This is a bit strange. And soon, after contacting the people around him, it didn't take long to discover the problem. Brother Ouyang, it seems that Wang Ji, Li Yu, and He Huaning were eliminated. Wang Ji? Hearing this name, Oang Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Although that guy is not a potential user, his strength seems to be strong, right? I remember he was already level 25 or 26. How come he was eliminated so quickly? Weaker than those rubbish in Tianshui City 5 or 6 years ago? Chapter 101 Battle Royale. The Real Secret of the Secret Realm Assessment. After hearing Oang Long's words, the other geniuses immediately echoed. Isn't it possible that this guy encountered some powerful monsters? You know, this is a secret realm, not a dungeon. This kid likes to stir up trouble all the time. Maybe he will try to show off after encountering a group of powerful monsters. Hearing this, Oang Long also nodded in approval. After all, they did encounter quite a few powerful monsters along the way after entering the secret realm, but the cost-effectiveness of killing them was too low, and the risk was quite high, so they simply avoided them. If Wang Ji insisted on forcing the attack, it would be natural for him to be eliminated. Then, Oang Long seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and asked the people around him, "By the way, where is Yi Yang from Tianshui City? Has any one of you met him?" Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. "Brother Ouyang, the secret realm is so huge, and the places you enter are all random. How is it possible to encounter it so easily?" 2. Ouyang Long frowned, but was not disappointed. "But, if he is really capable, then we will definitely meet." "Really?" After hearing this, the other geniuses also agreed. After all, the Battle Royale mechanism of this secret realm will cause the space to continue to compress, and the outer space will collapse, forcing professionals to move closer to the core area. At that time, all survivors will be forced into a small space to fight for life and death. "Yes," the other geniuses also echoed. "If we want to survive under such a mechanism without causing any disputes, there is only one way. That is to defeat the final boss of the secret realm. But this is almost impossible. The strength of the final boss in the secret realm is much higher than that of the final boss in the Shura-level dungeon. Let alone ordinary SSS level professionals, even for potential people like them, it is almost impossible to capture them. Plus, there will inevitably be people harassing and disrupting you during the attack. The difficulty of attacking the final boss of this secret realm is almost as difficult as ascending to heaven." "That's right." After hearing what these people said, Ouyang Tian nodded with satisfaction. "If Yi Yang is very strong, then they will meet sooner or later. Even if we are not here, we can still fight to the death in the final round. There is no need to rush. But if Yi Yang is just a paper tiger who can't even make it to the finals, then this guy is not worthy of taking action himself." Thinking of this, Ouyang Tian waved his staff, and a level 7 secret realm monster with low health that was fleeing in front of him was completely killed. "Ding, you killed LV7 Dark Knight Poison Dragon, and you gained 700 points, 200% experience. Ding, you killed a level 7 monster, and you got 7x73% trial points. Good! Another 5 points increase." After taking a look at his trial points information, Ouyang Long felt extremely satisfied. As for the high experience rewards from the monsters in the secret realm, he had long been accustomed to it. After all, he is different from Yi Yang. After he was able to complete a first-level nightmare dungeon solo, except for advanced tasks, he had always been heading to the secret realm to kill monsters under the arrangement of his grandfather Ouyang Long. So, he knows the rules of the secret realm very well. As for the suffix information of 73% in the trial points, he had already expected it. This means that in this monster Ouyang Tian's team, he alone accounts for 73% of the combat contribution. So it is 7 by 73%, and the final trial score is 5.11 points. No way! The monsters in the secret realm are so powerful. It is impossible for ordinary people to play alone. But even in a team, as long as someone can control and resist damage, Ouyang Tian can also easily solve it, and can easily contribute more than half of the battle and take up most of the trial points. As for experience, it won't be divided equally. This is the same as teaming up to do a dungeon. At the same time, as the time went on for more than 10 minutes, Yi Yang's skeleton army had almost spread to at least 1/10 of the vast area outside the secret realm. This area has almost become the ruling area of the Skeleton Legion. As soon as the monster shows its head, it will be instantly chased and intercepted by countless ordinary skeletons, invisible skeleton wizards, or skeleton tyrants. There is no possibility of survival at all. Ding, you killed LV9 Doom Poison Bug, you gain 900 points, 200% experience. Ding, you killed a level 9 monster, and you got 9 trial points. Bite. 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 At a glance, the dozens or even hundreds of kill information that flashed out every second were almost too much for Yi Yang to keep up with. The experience bar, trial points, are also rising like crazy. Good! It's been less than 20 minutes and I've already earned over 20,000 points. I guess no one will have more points than me, right? After taking a look at his points information, Yang was very satisfied. But what he didn't know was, at this time, who would dare to compete with him in points. It is no exaggeration to say, even if the top 100 players in the trial points rankings were added together, they might not have as many points as he did. But just when he wanted to continue resting, he suddenly noticed a strange noise coming from nearby. What's going on? Hearing this noise, Yang was immediately confused. Without even thinking about it, he instantly released hundreds of skeletons from his summoning space to investigate the situation. Soon, when Yang saw the source of the strange noise, he was surprised. The outermost space of this secret realm is constantly collapsing? The secret space is actually shrinking? Seeing this scene, Yang was surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a mechanism in this secret assessment realm. And soon, Yang figured it out. Isn't this the Battle Royale mechanism from those chicken-eating games in my past life? If this is the mechanism of the secret realm, then it's a bit worrying. Chapter 102. Oang Tian was stunned. Where did all these skeletons come from? Original. Yang just wanted to take a nap in this secret realm, and then complete the secret realm assessment after waking up, and that would be it. If this is the current situation, I won't be able to continue lying here and resting. Because the secret space is constantly collapsing and shrinking, this outer area will soon collapse. By then, if it really collapses to the area beneath my feet, it's hard to say whether I will be eliminated directly. So, this requires me to keep moving closer to the core area. No wonder when President Lin explained the secret realm assessment rules to me before, he kept emphasizing that killing monsters to gain points in the secret realm is not the theme of this secret realm assessment. The real strength is this Battle Royale mechanism that forces everyone to kill each other. If that's the case, it makes perfect sense. If the secret realm continues to shrink, then those who want to hide and escape will have nowhere to go. Of course, even if I stay like this, I won't be able to rest peacefully. Yang sighed and didn't think too much about it. After standing up and tidying up his clothes, he began to walk towards the core of the secret space. But after walking for less than an hour, Yang suddenly found that a large number of skeletons in an area he was in suddenly died. Fortunately, those who died were just ordinary little skeletons, so Yang didn't care too much. But being able to suddenly kill thousands of ordinary skeletons in just 1 or 2 minutes is worthy of Yang's attention. Did you encounter a monster at the level of a secret realm boss? Seeing this scene, Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he directly shifted his vision to the vision of the nearby skeleton. Isn't this the genius of Bluebird City? Relying on his own terrifying mental power attribute of over 10,000 points, Yang already possessed a powerful memory that allows him to remember everything he sees. After seeing the outbreak point where the skeletons died suddenly, he recognized at a glance that there were 30 or 40 geniuses from Bluebird City who were besieged by the skeletons. Only Yang's order to the Skeleton Legion was to kill all the monsters, so human professionals were not within their attack range. Unless Yang gave a special order, the skeletons would not attack human professionals unless they were attacked. But the geniuses in Bluebird City were not fools. The moment they saw the skeleton, they immediately identified it as a monster. However, when they used several waves of group attack skills and killed 1,000 or 2,000 ordinary skeletons, but did not gain any experience points or trial points, they realized that this was not an ordinary monster. That's why the skeletons suffered so many losses. There were even a few invisible skeleton wizards hiding in the air who were accidentally injured by their group attack skills. Not bad! So many skeletons were killed in such a short time. In that case, then let me see how strong you are. At this time, Yang was feeling bored. Seeing these geniuses from Bluebird City, Yang immediately became interested. As his mental power swept over, Yang discovered that within a few kilometers around the 30 or 40 geniuses in Bluebird City, there were more than 9,000 ordinary little skeletons and more than 1,560 invisible skeleton wizards. There are also 7 or 8 skeleton tyrants who are always in peak condition wandering around. Moreover, they are not far away. No thought required. Yi Yang directly used his mental power to circle the skeleton legion within this range and immediately gave the order. Target, lock on to those human mages. All attack them. Following Yi Yang's order, a legion of tens of thousands of skeletons instantly surrounded the group of geniuses from Bluebird City. At the same time, Oang Tian was still leading his teammates towards the core area of the secret realm. Thinking of the scene where thousands of skeletons suddenly surrounded them, several teammates couldn't help but use this as a topic of conversation. Brother Oang, what do you think of those skeletons? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any monsters like skeletons in this poisonous jungle, right? Yes. Oang Tian nodded. A few days ago, his grandfather Oang Long had already told him all the information about this secret realm. The outer area of the secret realm is nothing more than some ordinary monsters. Although their strength is indeed much stronger than those dungeon monsters, they are still no match for them. When you reach the core area, you will find it is composed of elite monsters and an unknown number of ordinary small boss-type monsters. If you walk to the center of the secret realm, you will see a sea of monsters consisting of a large group of small boss monsters led by the final boss of the secret realm, and a large number of elite monsters. Ordinary people. Once you set foot here, it's not easy just to survive. Not to mention, they also have to face a series of uncertain factors such as sneak attacks, fights, and snatches from various students. So, don't underestimate it on the surface. The condition for officially passing the selection assessment is that your own trial points are among the top 100 of all students. But in fact, as long as you can successfully survive in this assessment secret realm for 24 hours, you will almost certainly have secured a place in the official selection. But no matter what. Recalling what his grandfather had told him about the secret realm a few days ago, Oang Tian couldn't find any information about the skeleton monster. You think, was this person summoned by someone? Otherwise, why didn't we gain any experience or trial points when we killed these skeletons? Hearing this, Oang Tian reacted immediately. You are right. Not just him. Other teammates also echoed. That's true, but aren't there too many skeletons? Summoning thousands of skeletons, even if those skeletons are not strong, it will take a long time. That's right. To be able to summon so many skeletons, he must be either very talented, or he is like our big brother Oang, a potential genius who has enough time to accumulate skeletons. Wait. Look, something seems to be wrong. Why are there so many skeletons suddenly around? While these people were discussing, a few of them suddenly discovered that a large group of gray-white skeletons had suddenly appeared around them and were surrounding them. What's going on? We just killed thousands of skeletons, and so many more appear? After seeing this scene, all the talented players around Oang Tian felt their scalps tingling instantly. Thousands of skeletons could only barely surround them once or twice. Just a few waves of group attack skills can break their encirclement. And this time, looking around, there was no end in sight for this wave of skeleton legions that were surrounding them. Everyone line up! Mage, prepare your skills, warriors, form a protective circle on the outside. Protect Brother Oang. Rangers and assassins, prepare to find the breakthrough point and break out. This moment, a mage team member who reacted first took command instantly. In just a few moments, 46 geniuses from Bluebird City instantly surrounded Oang Tian, formed a formation, and prepared to deal with this wave of skeleton army. Chapter 103: The Furious Bluebird City President. The gap is so big? At the same time, outside the secret realm, in the secret realm monitoring center room, when Lin Changfeng saw Oang Long's frustrated expression, which looked like he was about to spit fire, he couldn't help but show off. No wonder. For decades, ever since he took office as the president of Tianshui City, there has not been a single year in which Oang Long did not belittle and suppress Lin Changfeng. There is no other reason. Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning, Oang Long, Li Feng, and several other students all graduated from the first university in Kyoto City in the same year. Although they failed to enter the 3 supreme schools coveted by countless people, and were not qualified to enter the legendary Dragon Country Military Academy, this resume was enough to make them known as a genius among their peers. Whether in his studies or on the battlefield, Lin Changfeng back then was always a well-deserved leader. However, it was because one time, after entering the battlefield, Oang Long discovered a dangerous area, but did not inform his teammates. That's not all. He also set a trap along the way in this dangerous area, tricking Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning, and Li Feng into going in to explore the way. This time, Lin Changfeng and his companions were nearly killed after being attacked by a trap. It took them a full year or two to recover. However, all the credit for this exploration was taken away by Oang Long. This time, Lin Changfeng and his companions suddenly came to their senses. However, during the 1 or 2 years of rest, Oang Long not only made many achievements himself, but also used the same insidious and treacherous methods to steal the credit that countless people had gained through their risky efforts. Along the way, he became the greatest meritorious official of their session. Although they knew all these things tacitly, they had no evidence to prove that Oang Long framed them, so they could only swallow their anger for so many years. A few years later, as everyone retired from the battlefield, Oang Long used these merits to directly ascend to the throne of the president of Bluebird City. Since then, Lin Changfeng has not had a single day of happiness in his life. In the early stage, he kept drinking to drown his sorrows, and in the middle stage he was extremely decadent. Especially in the past 10 years, Tianshui City has not produced a genius who can be officially selected for the special training camp, which made Lin Changfeng degenerate. And now, Lin Changfeng finally saw from Yi Yang that he had a chance to turn things around this time. How could he let Oang Long have it so easy? Too lazy to think too much. Lin Changfeng came directly to Oang Long. "Hey, brother Oang, why do you look so unhappy?" "Alas, don't be anxious. Aren't they just a few geniuses who were destroyed by our Yi Yang? Didn't you just say that you have some genius with potential? Don't worry, if our Yi Yang meets those potential people of yours, I will definitely make them die a more miserable death." Ha 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 ha! Having said that, Lin Changfeng suddenly burst into laughter. How many years? He had never felt so relieved as today. However, when he heard Lin Changfeng's words, Oang Long's already extremely ugly expression became even gloomier. "Lin Changfeng, why are you so proud? This secret realm has just begun, there are still more than 20 hours to go. I don't know what will happen next." Hearing this, Lin Changfeng wanted to laugh even more. Yo, are we still just beginning? Don't you see how many points our Yi Yang has now? It's only been 2 hours and you've already got almost 150,000 points. Let me see how many points the strongest genius in your Bluebird City has. Oh, it's less than 3,000 points. Ha 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 ha! There's such a huge gap, what else do you want to happen next? Even if our Yi Yang starts to sleep now, I'm afraid that all the geniuses in Bluebird City combined, it would be hard to say whether they can earn 150,000 points in one day, right? Hearing this wave of naked sarcasm, Oang Long was almost angry to the point of exploding. Thinking back to those days, no, I should say that for many years, my Bluebird City has overwhelmed the tiny Tianshui City. The quality of talents in the entire Dongshan province is comparable to or even surpassed by Nanji City and Lingyan City, but no other city can match them. And now, the two cities of Nanji and Lingyan remain the same. But he never expected that the most hateful Tianshui City would step on his head. However, facing Lin Changfeng's ridicule, Oang Long could not just swallow his anger. "Lin Changfeng, don't think that just because you are leading in points now, it's nothing great. I admit, your genius this time is really good at killing monsters. But don't forget, this year, our Bluebird City has produced 12 people with potential. Those people are all top-notch super geniuses, and each of them has a terrifying strength of up to level 30. Especially my grandson Ouyang Tian. He is the best among all. Do you really think a genius like you who appeared out of nowhere can be compared with us, the super geniuses with potential?" Hearing this, Lin Changfeng said, "Very good. Oang Long, since you said so, I won't be polite. Let's make a bet. If our Yi Yang didn't win first place, but was killed by the genius from your Bluebird City, or geniuses from other cities, then from now on, all the salary resources I, Lin Changfeng, received as the president of the Tianshui City Professional Guild, will be given to you in full. If those talented people that you, Bluebird City, are so proud of, are eliminated by our Yi Yang, then I'll give it all. This moment, Oang Long couldn't stand this anymore. He could tolerate Nanji City riding on his head, and he could also suppress his jealousy of the rise of Linyan City. But he absolutely could not tolerate Tianshui City President Lin Changfeng, his former mortal enemy, acting arrogantly in front of him. Snap! 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 Very good, very good! Hearing this, Lin Changfeng clapped his hands and said very good several times. To be honest, the president of Tianshui City and the president of Bluebird City, although they are both presidents, they have different resources, different strengths, and different qualities of geniuses that they can cultivate. Due to these countless reasons, the salary resources they receive differ by several times. The reason why he stopped talking halfway was that he didn't want Oang Long to feel that he was bullying him. And now, since this guy has spoken himself and is determined to gamble his future salary against me, why should I panic? This moment, seeing that the tension between the two had reached its peak, the city-level presidents around them couldn't help but become nervous. Damn it! President Lin is too tough this time. He actually bets head-on with President Oang? Isn't this crazy? Yes. To be honest, if it were in the past, Oang Long would definitely not be so stupid, but this time, their Bluebird City has directly produced 12 geniuses of the potential level with top strength. It's hard to say who will win. Stop talking nonsense. I think Lao Lin will definitely win this time. Don't you see how exaggerated Yi Yang's ability to kill monsters is? In the blink of an eye, his points have skyrocketed by more than 10,000 points. Chapter 104, The Tyrant's Might. Punching through 2 SSS class warriors. Hearing this, the other presidents all echoed it. Yeah! This is too outrageous. I think so too. If the lead was not that big, it could be said that it was purely due to the strong monster-killing ability, but now the trial points are almost too far apart, or the gap is several levels, the strength is self-evident. TSK. I think you guys underestimated the potential genius strength. Have you forgotten the genius who first showed the whole dragon nation the Dongshan province 50 years ago? After hearing this, everyone present felt their scalp tingling instantly. You mean, Su Chun, who is known as the Peerless Genius? Certainly. At this moment, when the city-level presidents present thought of this name, they suddenly fell silent. Thinking back then, after that peerless genius Su Chun emerged from Dongshan province, all the geniuses of the time were shocked. Along the way, how many top talents were crushed and beaten by Su Chun. From the very beginning, in the novice copy, he demonstrated his unparalleled strength. Later, first in Dongshan province's special training camp, top 10 in national exam, became the champion team in the Supreme Academy competition, the top 3 teams in the 3 university leagues. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of Su Chun almost made all the geniuses of that session fade away. Even most of the super geniuses cultivated by the 3 supreme cities were crushed by Su Chun. And he is also a potential person. No. It should be said that this guy is a potential person among potential people. In the legend, there is an existence called the one with the vocation. As for those with specialties, they are awakened as professionals at birth, and their natural strength completely crushes those with potential. You can say that the gap between potential people and SSS level professionals is like the gap between an SSS level professional and the weakest F level professional, and the gap between those with natural talents and those with potential. Even more terrifying than the gap between potential people and SSS level professionals. Although now, Blue Star has entered the era of great changes and universal job transfer, it has a history of more than 500 years. The population of Dragon Country has reached nearly 10 billion. But the number of people with special vocations born every year is less than 100. The appearance of every talented person is enough to make all the geniuses of the time look up to him or her. In Dongshan province, since Su Chun appeared, it has been a full 50 years and no one with a special vocation has appeared again. Thinking of this, Several city-level presidents took a deep breath and refuted again and again. Impossible! Potential people are potential people. They just awakened early. Although their talents are stronger than those of ordinary SSS-level professions, how can they compare with people like Suchin? Yes. If it's Suchin, then Yi-Yang really has no way out. But they are just potential people. So what if they are potential users? Potential users are not comparable to ordinary SSS-level professionals. Don't you know this? Indeed. And this time, Bluebird City has directly produced 12 people with potential. This power is too strange. If they all join forces, even those with natural talents will have to be treated with caution. Do we still need to join forces? Don't you know Oang Tian, the grandson of Oang Long this year? The son of eternal night he awakened is in existence at the level of an invincible potential. Just him alone. I think he can easily beat Yi-Yang. Nima. Is this son of eternal night so strong? It's beyond belief. This time, it's hard to say. After hearing the introductions from those city-level presidents, everyone else fell silent. No one would have thought. Oang Long not only hid the information of more than a dozen potential people, but his grandson actually became an invincible potential person. This news is so fucking explosive. After knowing this information, some city-level presidents who originally favored Yi-Yang also began to waver in their thoughts. At the same time, Lin Chanfeng and Oang Long, however, sat next to each other, staring at the score monitoring screen in front of them in silence. However, Oang Long was not in a hurry at this time. After all, it's just the beginning of the secret realm. Although there are many geniuses in Bluebird City, there are more than 100 of them. But these 100 or so people are just like a speck of dust in the desert in such a huge secret space. It is almost impossible to make them collide with Yi-Yang from Tianshui City so quickly. Only, what Oang Long didn't know was, at this time, his grandson Oang Tian had been surrounded by Yi-Yang's sea of skeletons. And at this time, in the secret realm, when Oang Tian saw the skeleton army coming towards him, he was not panicked. If you encounter such a large number of skeletons at the beginning, it's inevitable to be nervous. But before that, he already had the experience of killing thousands of skeletons. So don't panic at all now. Seeing dozens of teammates around him forming their battle formations as if facing a formidable enemy, Oang Tian couldn't help but comfort them. You don't have to be so nervous. These skeletons are very weak. There are just a few more of them. But this doesn't pose any threat to us. Be careful to save your skills. Don't use all your skills at once. Yes. After hearing Oang Tian's words, the teammates who were originally extremely nervous also relaxed instantly. Especially the mage teammate who was in charge of command. In this team, besides Oang Tian, he is the second potential person. As for the other potential people, why they didn't gather towards Oang Tian, the reason is very simple. After all, those geniuses who are potential also have their own pride. To be honest, ever since Oang Long gave all the resources of Bluebird City to his grandson Oang Tian for priority in his development, those geniuses with potential have felt a little resentful. So, it is even more impossible for them to follow Oang Tian's lead. This wizard is one of the few people who is willing to follow Oang Tian. Because he is just like Yi-Yang, both are from commoner families. But he still has parents. So, whether it is for my own future or for my parents, this mage must rely on Oang Tian's power to make his development path smoother. And it was at this moment, when Oang Tian had just finished giving his command, the skeleton army had already approached them. Rush! Warrior professionals, hold on! The Mage Corps releases their skills. Push these skeletons back. At the command, 7 or 8 SSS-level warriors instantly rushed towards the skeleton army. However, before the mages could release their skills, they saw, those 7 or 8 SSS-level warriors were instantly submerged by those skeletons. The scariest thing is, led by a giant skeleton that is 5 or 6 meters tall. The 2 SSS-level warriors who were rushing in the front and had terrifying strength of over level 25 were killed by a single punch from the giant skeleton before they could even make a move. Chapter 105. Either I beat you to death, or you beat me to death. This moment, when the other soldiers who were charging in the front saw the two teammates beside them being exploded into a bloody mist by the giant skeleton's punch, they were stunned for a moment. No one expected it. This seemingly huge skeleton giant actually has such terrifying strength. You know, they are all SSS level fighters with levels above 25, and some even have 4-star super attribute templates. But despite this, facing the giant skeleton, he had no means of resistance. Wow, this is fake, right? How can this guy be so strong? This is outrageous. Just one punch, just an ordinary punch, and he killed Wang Hai and Wu Lin instantly? This is so weird. How are we going to fight this guy? At this moment, these warriors were also dumbfounded. They were so scared that they dared not get any closer to the skeleton giant. They all took their weapons and retreated backwards. However, before they could take a few steps back, the skeleton tyrant behind them had already rushed directly in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Just a few simple punches. These SSS-level warriors were smashed into meat patties in an instant. Not far away. After seeing this scene, the geniuses from Bluebird City who were surrounding Ouyang Tian just froze in place. Damn it! Wu Lin, Wang Hai and the others just died like this. No. Are you kidding me? They are so powerful, but they can't even withstand the charge of the Skeleton Legion? Damn it, how did they die? How do we fight? How the hell do we fight like this? This time we've messed up. I thought these skeletons were about the same strength as the ones we just encountered. How come they can kill Wu Lin's SSS level warriors instantly? It's over. Are we going to be killed by these skeletons? At this moment, the geniuses of Bluebird City, such as mages, assassins and warriors, were all panicked when they saw that even SSS level warriors could not withstand the charge of the skeleton army, and were all killed in the blink of an eye. It was at this moment Yi Yang on the other side couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after seeing this scene. Yawning, Yi Yang glanced at the SSS-level warrior geniuses who were smashed into a pulp by the skeleton tyrant's punch. He couldn't help but complain. I thought you geniuses in Bluebird City were so strong. I didn't expect that's it. Hearing this, the geniuses in Bluebird City suddenly felt their scalps tingling. Isn't this the voice of Yi Yang from Tianshui City? What's going on? Where is this guy? Hearing this voice, the geniuses in Bluebird City instantly became nervous. None of them had expected to hear Yi Yang's voice at this time. However, looking at them searching everywhere, Yi Yang shook his head and smiled faintly. Don't look anymore. The little skeleton in front of you is me. What? Hearing this, the geniuses in Bluebird City suddenly felt their scalps tingling. Could it be that these skeletons were all summoned by Yi Yang? How is this possible? How could that guy summon so many skeletons? Yeah. There must be at least tens of thousands of these skeletons, right? How did he summon them? Not just the ordinary geniuses in Bluebird City. After hearing Yi Yang's voice, even Oang Long was shocked. Yi Yang! What on earth do you want to do? This moment, Oang Long stared at the skeleton in front of him that had just spoken, and asked in a harsh voice. What else can I want to do? Yi Yang shrugged. Don't you so-called geniuses of Bluebird City understand what you have to do after entering this secret realm? What I want to do is quite simple. Or I'll be beaten to death by you all. Or I'll beat you all to death. Alright, now let me see how strong you guys are. This moment, as Yi Yang's voice fell, the army of tens of thousands of skeletons suddenly rushed over even more ferociously than before. See this scene. The pupils of Oang Long's eyes suddenly contracted. That's right. These skeletons were all summoned by Yi Yang. Although I don't know what method this guy used. But it's too late to think so much now. The current situation is already very clear. Or, destroy all the skeletons in front of you and kill Yi Yang completely. Or, you will be like Wu Lin and Wang Hai just now, and be buried alive by these skeletons. Everyone! Don't panic! Wu Lin, Wang Hai and the others are already dead. They can't protect us from harm anymore. If we panic now, There will really be no way out. Everyone, don't save your skills. Release them all. Fight back these broken skeletons for me. This moment, Oang Tian fired a dark elemental bomb, which directly blew up the talking skeleton, and then he roared. At this time, after hearing Oang Tian's voice, those geniuses in Bluebird City also reacted instantly. Yes. Faced with being surrounded by tens of thousands of skeletons, if they continue to panic now, they will really have no chance of survival. Just fight. See if you can fight your way out. At this moment, the potential mage genius who was in charge of the command also discovered a relatively weak spot in the skeleton encirclement. Everyone! Break out in this direction! At the command, those SSS level assassins and ranger geniuses, each with a strength of over level 25, followed the potential mage and broke out in that direction. Next second, with a wave of indiscriminate bombardment of skills, a huge gap was indeed blasted out in the encirclement of the Skeleton Legion. Seeing this scene, the geniuses in Bluebird City seemed to see a glimmer of hope. They all rushed towards the gap. However, but they forgot one thing. They had indeed blasted a hole in the Skeleton Legion's encirclement. But this gap was filled only after they paid a huge price with all their skills. At this time, before they could break out of the encirclement through the gap, they were instantly surrounded by countless skeletons. This time, countless ordinary little skeletons are already very close to them. The skeleton tyrant who had just killed 7 or 8 SSS level warrior geniuses with a few punches was also approaching them step by step. Although they desperately used a large number of group attack skills to continuously eliminate the skeletons that rushed towards them, but the next second, more skeletons stepped on the corpses of the skeletons in front of them and rushed towards them again. Seeing this scene, all the geniuses in Bluebird City were completely desperate. At this point, the situation has become very clear. Not to mention that these ordinary little skeletons are impossible to destroy. After a few seconds, when the huge skeleton tyrant approaches them, they will have no chance of survival. It seems that it is almost impossible for them to break through now. Chapter 106. What a person who is ready to die. Then let's all die. This moment, the potential wizard genius said to Oang Tian behind him, Brother Oang, this time, it seems I can't protect you anymore. But you have to survive. You are the hope of our Bluebird City. Avenge us. Hearing this, Oang Tian instantly felt a chill down his spine. Qian Feng, what the hell are you going to do? Nothing. The potential mage named Qian Feng smiled slightly. Immediately, he turned around and shouted to the Bluebird City geniuses around him. Brothers, follow me. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Hearing this, the geniuses in Bluebird City were stunned. Brother Qian, are you going to use your innate skill? That's right. Qian Feng's lips curled up slightly. Only in this way can we temporarily trap all the skeletons. Only in this way can our brother Oang have a chance of survival. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. But Oang Tian directly stopped him and said, No! You can't use it! If you use that skill, won't you be eliminated? And how long can you hold on alone? There are so many skeletons, they can kill you in a few seconds. Yes. Qian Feng smiled and said, So, I'm going to drag all the brothers except you into my talent field. With 30 or 40 of us, it will be enough to last for a few minutes, right? You are so fucking. Oang Tian was instantly moved. He knows. This guy Qian Feng, as a super genius with the same potential as him, he has an extremely extraordinary talent. That is to pull all selected enemy units and friendly units within a range into a different space for a duel. In this alien space, only the camp that ultimately wins can escape from it. This is Qian Feng's first talent as SSS level Son of Space. Life and death in another dimension. You could say. Oang Tian encountered a lot of dangers during his development. But many times Qian Feng used this life and death dimension talent to save Oang Tian Xing. This time, faced with the skeleton army that was unable to break through, Qian Feng did not choose to retreat, but resolutely decided to release his talent. No longer pay attention to Oang Tian. Qianfeng turned around and said firmly to the other geniuses of Bluebird City. Brothers, are you ready? In order to buy more time for our big brother Oang to escape, we will go to the other dimension together. Ready! At this moment, the geniuses in Bluebird City immediately said in unison. It is worth mentioning. The reason why these geniuses from Bluebird City agreed to enter the dimension of life and death with Qianfeng was not entirely to work for Ouyang Tian. It's because they know that even if they keep staying in the secret realm, they may not be able to get an official place in the Dongshan Province special training camp in the end. Instead of this, it would be better to block the knife for Ouyang Tian and help Ouyang Tian get a place in the special training camp. In this case, when the secret realm assessment is over, the president of Bluebird City, Oang Long, who is also Ouyang Tian's grandfather, will definitely give people like them a huge compensation. Compared with the official place in the special training camp, Oang Long's compensation is a benefit that they can definitely get. Besides, after blocking the knife for Ouyang Tian this time, if he can successfully enter the special training camp, the resources of Qingyao City will definitely be much more abundant by then. With Ouyang Long's help, their development in the resource-rich Bluebird City may not be much worse than in the special training camp. No one will get up early without benefit. No one is a fool. It is precisely because Ouyang Tian has such connections and strength that these geniuses in Bluebird City are willing to die for him. Not only them. Qianfeng had the same idea as them. Just at this moment. After hearing the responses from these brothers, Qianfeng no longer hesitated. Let's go! Brothers! Life and death in another dimension. At this moment, before he even finished speaking, Qianfeng directly released his innate skills. Next second, along with a strange spatial fluctuation, the figures of all the skeletons around gradually became blurred. Just 1 second before entering the different space, Qianfeng glanced at Ouyang Tian and said solemnly, Brother Ouyang, it's up to you now. I haven't finished talking yet. Qianfeng, dozens of geniuses from Bluebird City, and tens of thousands of skeletons around them were all brought by him into a dark and strange space. Look around. Potential and those dozens of Bluebird City geniuses are still surrounded by this skeleton army. Without thinking too much, he directly directed the other geniuses. Brothers, let's not attack, let's defend together. Try to delay Brother Ouyang as long as possible. Yes. After hearing Qianfeng's words, all the geniuses in Bluebird City obeyed his orders. Entering this strange space doesn't mean they can let down their guard. On the contrary, in order to buy more time for Ouyang Tian to escape, they must fight to the death here. So, the real bloody battle has just begun. At the same time, when Yi Yang saw that all his skeletons were pulled into the different space by the strange wizard, he couldn't help but be surprised. It seems I still underestimated these geniuses in Bluebird City. If I'm not mistaken, this level of talent and skill definitely cannot be the strength that an SSS level professional can possess. So what the hell is this guy? Could it be that there is a stronger profession above the SSS level profession? After thinking for a while, Yi Yang was too lazy to think about it anymore. Since these skeletons were pulled into the different space, and there was no such thing as a kill prompt, from my side, it means that these people are theoretically still in the secret space. If that's the case, then get rid of these geniuses from Bluebird City right here. Let's see what will happen after killing them all. But even if these skeletons cannot get out of the alien space, Yi Yang doesn't feel sorry. There are only a few thousand ordinary little skeletons, a few hundred invisible skeleton wizards, and a skeleton tyrant. To Yi Yang's real skeleton legion, this is just a drop in the bucket. But when Yi Yang glanced at the geniuses from Bluebird City who had entered the different space, he found something strange. It seems like there's one person missing? The man they called Brother Ouyang didn't seem to have entered this alien space. So this guy pulled all my skeletons into the other dimension just to protect Brother Ouyang? Thinking of this, Yi Yang was almost moved by the magician. What a courageous man who is ready to face death. In that case, all skeletons, put this man on the kill list. Once any trace is found, all the skeletons within 100 miles must be surrounded and killed. After transmitting Oang Tian's appearance information and combat instructions to the skeletons outside, Yi Yang turned around and issued combat instructions to the skeletons in the different space. Let's do it! Don't waste your time with them. Skeleton tyrant, just go ahead! Kill all these people! At the command. In the other dimensional space, the skeleton tyrant, who was still in his peak condition at this moment, took the lead in action. Chapter 107, Skeleton Scourge breaks out. Desperate geniuses from all cities. Following right on. Countless ordinary little skeletons followed closely behind and rushed towards Qianfeng and his men in an instant. This moment. After seeing this scene, Qianfeng and the others did not panic at all. Raise the staff high in your hand. A beam of elemental impact light carrying a weak force of space instantly burst out from the top of his staff. In the blink of an eye, all the ordinary skeletons within 100 meters in front of him were instantly killed by this move. Even the skeleton tyrant suffered minor damage. Well, although Qianfeng's profession is very powerful, his current strength is just enough to just break off some bones from the skeleton tyrant. Next second, when the skeleton tyrant led an army of tens of thousands of skeletons and rushed to the front of these geniuses from Bluebird City. Just one punch. 5 or 6 SSS level geniuses were killed instantly. Even Qianfeng himself, because of the terrifying impact of the strength attribute of over 10,000 points, his condition suddenly dropped sharply. At this moment, in the secret realm, when Oang Tian saw Qianfeng and the tens of thousands of skeletons in front of him disappear, he was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. Yi Yang! I must tear you into pieces! You will never be able to die! Standing there, Oang Tian cursed for a long time before he finally let out a little of the anger in his heart. Let me tell you one thing. Whether it was out of interest or so-called friendship, Oang Tian has always had a good impression of Qianfeng. Because Qianfeng is the first potential person who chooses to follow him. Other people with potential either fight on their own or form their own small circle. They simply disdain to, or even don't want to, associate with him. Only Qianfeng. I'd like to follow him. He also recruited a large group of brothers to follow him. How could Oang Tian not be tempted by this? And now, for the sake of his own future, Qianfeng, with dozens of brothers from Bluebird City, entered a dimension of life and death where there is no chance of survival. And these? It's all the fault of Yi Yang from Tianshui City. You should know. In Oang Tian's original plan, he was going to bring Qianfeng and those brothers who were willing to follow him into the special training camp. Even if it means using my grandfather's connections or going through the back door. And now, from the moment Qianfeng chose to use his innate skill of life and death dimension, these people were destined to be eliminated. After a long time, Oang Tian finally calmed down. He knows. I can't be so impulsive anymore. Now he must run, the farther the better. No, I can't be too blind now. In this secret realm, I can't accomplish anything great by myself. Right. Let's go find other potential people in our Bluebird City. This Yi Yang is too damn strong. I must unite all the remaining potential people in Bluebird City to fight him. Yes. That's it. Thinking of this, Oang Tian suddenly became enlightened. Although he was called the #1 genius in Bluebird City by his grandfather, he himself understood that this title was not only a little exaggerated, but also mostly because his grandfather had given priority to him in all the resources of Bluebird City in the past few years. Secondly, it is the power of my profession. After all, as people with potential, even if there is a gap, it can't be too big. So, what he couldn't do alone, he just needed to gather together the remaining 10 potential people in Bluebird City. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a mere genius from Tianshui City. But having said that, Oang Tian indeed did not expect that Yi Yang would be so strong. But, as long as he can gather all the potential people together, even this Yi Yang will be trampled under their feet. You should know. After these potential people formed a team, they almost cleared the second-level copy of the Shura-level difficulty in one go. Although, in the end I had to explore it at the Hell-level difficulty first, and then spent 3 or 4 times to finally conquer the Shura-level second stage copy. But this strength is definitely not to be underestimated. They even took over the second-level Shura-level copy. Wouldn't it be easy to kill a mere Yi-Yang? Thinking of this, Oang Tian raised his wrist and looked at the communication watch on his wrist. However, this directly scared Oang Tian. No, how come there are less than 100 geniuses left in Bluebird City? Aren't there 170 or 80 of us here? Why did so many die? Originally, Oang Tian had not discovered this information yet. But now, after seeing this scene, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He was not very clear about the strength of the talents in other cities. But he knew the genius strength of Bluebird City very well. Logically speaking, each of them has the absolute strength to hold on until the last moment of the Secret Realm assessment. But now, the Secret Realm assessment had only been underway for 2 or 3 hours, and Bluebird City had lost more than half of its geniuses. What's going on? Could it be that they also encountered the skeleton scourge? Impossible? We are already surrounded by tens of thousands of skeletons. How can Yi-Yang still have extra skeletons to deal with others? After thinking for a long time, Oang Tian still couldn't understand the reason. However, what he didn't know was, during these 2 or 3 hours, the situation of the genius in Bluebird City was relatively good. At this time, out of the nearly 100 geniuses who had entered the Secret Realm in Nanji City, only less than 30 were left. Linyan City is even worse. Originally there were only more than 60 geniuses, but now there are less than 10 left. As for the geniuses in other first-class cities, they are even more exaggerated. Some geniuses are few in number. At this point in time, they have almost all been extinct. There is no other reason. It is because Yi Yang's current army of skeletons has spread to every corner of the outer area of this assessment secret realm. And these situations, although Oang Tian didn't know, but those city-level guild presidents outside the secret realm saw it clearly. Outside the secret realm, when those city-level presidents were still watching the confrontation between Lin Changfeng and Oang Long with gloating, the continuous killing prompts instantly made their faces gloomy. Ding! Wanfang City Zhou was killed by Tianshui City Yiyang, and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Yuhai City Feng Tai was killed by Tianshui City Yiyang, and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Bite! Bite! Chapter 108 No one is in charge? Yiyang is going crazy. Seeing this series of kill notifications, the mayor-presidents of those first-class cities were dumbfounded. No. Is Yiyang crazy? How come all the geniuses in our city were killed by Yiyang? It's horrible. There are only 30 geniuses in our Yuhai city this year. The secret realm assessment has been going on for less than 3 hours, and they were all killed by Yiyang. Crazy. This Yiyang is really crazy. Is he going to single-handedly challenge all the geniuses in Dongshan province? I originally thought that Yiyang just had some grudges against those geniuses in Bluebird City, but now it seems this kid doesn't need any logic to kill people. Damn it! Could it be that this guy wants to wipe out all the geniuses in this secret realm assessment? It's terrible. If I remember correctly, the total number of geniuses who signed up for this special training camp was only more than 1,200. It's only been 3 hours, and Yiyang has already killed so many that there are less than 500 left. This is outrageous. If this continues, won't the selection test for this special training camp be ruined? Where is Lord Jiang? In this situation, he doesn't do anything about it. If Yiyang continues to kill like this, he will probably be the only one left in the entire secret realm. Originally, these city-level presidents just sat on the mountain and watched the fight, laughing as Lin Changfeng and Oang Long used their genius to fight each other. But now, when this disaster befell them, everyone panicked. Not just the presidents of ordinary first-class cities. At this moment, even the presidents of the 2 super cities in Dongshan province, Xing Yutian, president of Nanji City, and Zhao Mingze, president of Linyan City, also showed fear on their faces. This Yiyang is simply outrageous. In less than 3 hours, there were more than 1,200 geniuses in this secret realm, and only about 1/3 of them were left after he killed them. Meanwhile, the most unbelievable thing is Oang Long. When the continuous killing prompts appeared, Oang Long immediately widened his eyes, fearing that his genius from Qingyao City would also be mixed in with these killing prompts. However, whatever you fear will come to you. Not long after, the news that 30 or 40 geniuses in Bluebird City were killed appeared in Oang Long's eyes. At first, he didn't care much. After all, those ordinary geniuses are dead. As long as those with potential don't have any accidents, there will be no problem. But soon, the fact that he least wanted to see had completely happened. Bite. Bite. Ding. Qian Feng from Bluebird City was killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. How so? Qian Feng, isn't that my grandson's personal bodyguard? Seeing this scene, Oang Long suddenly felt his scalp tingling. You know, Qian Feng's strength is something he has witnessed with his own eyes over the years. Otherwise, he would not be chosen by Oang Long to be the bodyguard of his grandson. Not to mention anything else. Just his terrifying talent of life and death dimension has extremely powerful effects whether used for protection or attack. And now, although there has been no news that his grandson Ouyang Tian was killed, but Qian Feng is dead, which means that his grandson is in great danger. Qian Feng must have used the life and death dimension to rescue Ouyang Tian. How so? Is Yi Yang really that strong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Yi Yang is really so powerful, then why don't I have any information about him? You should know. As Lin Chongfeng's mortal enemy, Ouyang Long also deployed some spies in Tianshui City, and these spies have been lying in ambush for more than 10 years. However, what he didn't know was, the spies were so lazy that they didn't even bother to seriously inquire about the details of Tianshui City because Tianshui City had been so deserted in recent years. But the spies were not completely idle. A few days ago, when Tianshui City completed the awakening ceremony, Han Yishu, who awakened to an SS-level profession, and Qingyang, who awakened to an SSS-level profession, still had their information sent away by these spies. As for Yi Yang, when the spies heard about this hidden profession and how it was called a useless profession on the day of awakening, they didn't take it seriously at all. And the second reason is also the most important reason. That is, Yi Yang's growth rate is too fast. So far, only 4 days had passed since Yi Yang's awakening ceremony ended. Even if those spies and detectives had found out some information about Yi Yang, before they could thoroughly investigate, the special training camp had already begun. Plus, Yi Yang spent a whole day in Yinzhao City yesterday. And this day was also the day when Yi Yang grew the fastest. Cleared Shura-level desert ruins. Complete the second-level mission. Experienced the demonic riot. The level has risen to level 30. Also received a lot of rewards. This information, the spies and detectives simply don't have time to collect it. This resulted in Ouyang Long's information being extremely delayed. It doesn't matter. Qian Feng is dead if he dies. He was just a bodyguard. There are still 11 potential people in my Bluebird City. As long as my grandson can react and join forces with other potential people, Yi Yang will be trampled upon at will. After secretly encouraging himself in his heart, Ouyang Long's mood calmed down again. And at the same time, in the secret realm, Ouyang Tian also determined the coordinates of those potential geniuses in Bluebird City based on the communication watch on his hand. Too lazy to think too much, he spoke directly into the communicator and immediately sent a message to all potentials. Ouyang Tian! All potential people in Bluebird City, listen up. I now order you in the name of the grandson of the Bluebird City chairman, all of you to move towards me now. Now! Immediately! Immediately! Anyone who is late will bear the consequences at their own risk. On the other side, when the dozen or so potential geniuses in Bluebird City heard Ouyang Tian's news, they were stunned for a moment. They were originally gathering together, killing monsters and accumulating points. But Ouyang Tian actually asked them to gather towards him? What the hell does this mean? Isn't Oang Tian too arrogant? He relies on the fact that he is the grandson of President Oang to do whatever he wants. That's right. Who does he think he is? He actually ordered us to gather around him. It's so funny. Could this kid have encountered some danger? Otherwise, why wouldn't he let us gather at the beginning? Now that we've been in the secret realm for 3 or 4 hours, why are we still gathering for a trade? Oh my god! Can this kid be in danger? In this secret realm, not to mention the strength of old man Oang Tian himself, just that Qian Feng is not something that other people can deal with, right? It's possible. I just heard that Qian Feng seems to have lost contact. Maybe there's something wrong with this old guy. Stop talking so much, what should we do now? What else can we do? He even brought out Guild President Oang. If we don't go over now, I'm afraid this guy will come to settle the score later. Damn it! Being handsome is not as good as having good talent, and having good talent is not as good as having a good birth. Amniotic fluid is indeed the watershed of a person's life. Let's go! Chapter 109, Real Despair. The geniuses in Bluebird City are scared. Soon, the remaining 11 potential geniuses in Bluebird City all gathered in the direction of Oang Tian. Not long after, everyone brought their teammates to Oang Tian. And these people are almost all the remaining combat power in Bluebird City. However, when they just came to Oang Tian and saw that there was no one around him, the 60 or 70 geniuses from Bluebird City burst into laughter instantly. Hey, brother Oang, what's going on? Where's your old friend Qian Feng? Why can't I see him? Could it be that they encountered some kind of terrorist attack? Speaking of which, our big brother Oang is so powerful, and with big brother Qian Feng protecting the team, could he still be in danger? Did you encounter some powerful boss monster? Don't worry. Brother Oang, tell us your coordinates, and we will fight back with you. TSK, you're right. If it wasn't those bosses, who on earth tortured our big brother Oang so badly? Could it be that Yi Yang from Tianshui City? Haha. That's so funny. Old Feng, please stop fucking making me laugh. Hearing the ridicule from these potential people, Oang Tian suddenly felt like a ball of fire was burning in his heart. However, a real man can put down what he picks up. Now is not the time to argue with them. Therefore, in response to the ridicule from these potential geniuses, Oang Tian not only did not respond, but directly admitted frankly, "That's right. You are right. I was beaten like that by that Yi Yang." At this moment, after hearing Oang Tian's words, those potential geniuses were stunned where they were. Originally, they said, it was Yi Yang who bullied him like this, just to make a joke. After all, in Bluebird City, there are not many opportunities to make Oang Tian lose face. Even in a special training camp where geniuses gather, Oang Tian's fighting ability is recognized by them. But now, when everyone heard Oang Tian admit this in person, they were stunned. Hey! Oang Tian, did someone hit you and damaged your brain? Yeah. How could a mere genius from Tianshui City beat you up like this? Are you kidding me? Where's brother Qian Feng? Where are Wu Lin's SSS level professionals? Could it be that they were also killed? Damn it. Are you trying to play a trick on the princes? I'm not in the mood to play such a game with you. Hearing the words of these potential people, Oang Tian just snorted coldly. Then, he glanced at everyone one by one and said coldly, "Do you think I am in the mood to joke with you now?" At this moment, everyone fell silent. Because they could tell from Oang Tian's heavy expression that this was no joke. So, where's Qian Feng? Where's Wu Lin and the others? After a long time, a straightforward warrior potential genius named Qin Huaitian finally couldn't help asking. They are all dead. Oang Tian let out a long breath, swallowed hard, and said solemnly, "A few minutes ago, they were all killed by that Yi Yang. In order to protect me, Qian Feng activated his talent of life and death dimension and rescued me. How is this possible?" Hearing this, Qin Huaitian was furious. Qian Feng would actually be killed? I won't believe it even if you kill me. If you don't believe me, you can continue to kill monsters independently now. Oang Tian glared at him and said, "Why do you think I asked you to gather around me? Is it to protect me? Yi Yang's strength is too terrifying. Only if we join forces can we deal with him. Only if the 11 of us with potential, plus the 50 or 60 SSS level professional geniuses, work together, can we guarantee our own safety. I don't believe it. Qin Huaitian's eyelids twitched when he heard Ouyang Tian's words. But he still said stubbornly, that Yi Yang is just a hidden profession. He is not even a potential person. How could he be so strong? I've seen a lot of hidden professions. I've also seen quite a few unique level hidden professions, but I defeated them all. So, are you my opponent? Hearing this, Ouyang Tian didn't even bother to scold him and just uttered such a cruel remark. Qin Huaitian gritted his teeth and managed to utter a sentence after a long while. If President Ouyang hadn't provided all the resources to you, my strength would not necessarily be worse than yours. Ouyang Tian snorted coldly. So, are you admitting that you are no match for me now? Snort. Qin Huaitian said unconvincedly. Ouyang Tian, don't be arrogant, kid. In the future, I will definitely step on you. Stupid. Ouyang Tian was too lazy to waste words with this stubborn guy, so he turned around and said to the others. Anyway, I called you here for one reason. That is, everyone should stick together. Join hands, and kill this Yi Yang. After Yi Yang's death, everyone will continue to compete fairly. Anyway, there is still a lot of time left. There are still more than 20 hours until the end of the secret realm. Hee. Is Yi Yang really that strong? Why don't I believe it? At the same time, another potential assassin named Lu Feng touched the second-level weapon, the black crystal double blade in his hand, and couldn't help but sneer. Stop talking so much nonsense. Beside Lu Feng, a priest named Wanyan gave him some advice. Then, he looked at Ouyang Tian and asked directly, Ouyang Tian, since you have fought with him before, you must know a lot about him, right? So before we deal with him, we should know what he is, right? Hearing this, Ouyang Tiankai sighed and calmed himself down. Immediately, he told these people all the information he knew about Yi Yang. What? Skeletons? Are you serious? Hearing this, Pastor Wang Kai frowned, with a hint of disbelief in his expression. However, Ouyang Tian solemnly confirmed. Of course. There is no need for me to lie to you. If we were not unable to withstand the siege of tens of thousands of skeletons, Qian Feng would not have needed to release the talent of life and death dimension. And now, I guess he must have been defeated by those skeletons and was killed out of the secret realm. Hiss. Hearing this, a hint of nervousness suddenly appeared on Wang Kai's face. He subconsciously looked at Lu Feng beside him and couldn't help but say, No wonder I've never heard of any skeleton monsters in this secret realm, but I encountered quite a few skeletons along the way. I didn't get any experience or points even after killing them. So, the skeletons we encountered before were all summoned by this guy Yi Yang? Hearing this, Lu Feng, Qin Huaitian, and other potential geniuses all suddenly realized. Chapter 110 Decapitation Operation. Yi Yang's real body must be killed first. It's obvious. Every one of their expressions said, I've seen these skeletons too. After recalling the information Ouyang Tian just said. This moment, everyone understood what kind of strength Yi Yang had. How could this happen? Let's not talk about how strong Yi Yang is. Just being able to summon so many skeletons is already a very scary thing, right? Too perverted. It's no exaggeration to say, I encountered quite a few skeletons along the way. Although those skeletons are not very strong and can be killed in 2 or 3 hits, the number is a bit too much. Old Lu, are you kidding me? The skeletons are not strong? On my way here, I even encountered a giant skeleton. If I hadn't run fast, I would have died at the hands of that giant skeleton. Is this true? Is he really that strong? Nonsense! I originally had 7 or 8 teammates around me, but when I ran into that giant skeleton, I killed 3 of them with just 1 punch. Fuck, so, there are different kinds of skeletons. Yes. The giant skeleton you mentioned. Qian Feng and I also encountered it. Wu Lin, Wan Hai and the others were directly pierced through by a punch from that giant skeleton. 1 punch pierces through 2 SSS level fighters? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although they are potential, their strength is much stronger than those SSS level professions. But after spending a long time together, everyone present knew exactly what the strengths of those SSS level geniuses were. Being able to kill 2 SSS level warrior professionals with one punch. With such strength, if they were to come face to face with such a guy, I'm afraid they would be killed instantly. So, what should we do now? That Yi Yang is so strong and can summon so many skeletons. How should we fight him? With just a few dozen of us, can we really be his opponent? At this moment, those potential geniuses haven't panicked yet, but the SSS level professionals around them have already become nervous. Listen to Oang Tian's words. For that giant skeleton, killing these SSS level professionals is as easy as killing a chicken. How can they fight back? And just at this moment, Qin Huaitian, who was always straightforward, subconsciously said, I think we might as well do this. Since Yi Yang's skeleton is very strong, why don't we just not fight with his skeleton? Just launch a decapitation operation and kill Yi Yang. Then all his skeletons, won't they be useless? Swish. At this moment, after hearing Qin Huaitian's words, everyone instantly turned their attention to him. At this time, even Oang Tian couldn't help but say, the ancients said, pay more attention to the words and deeds of the fools around you, because sometimes from their mouths, wisdom that is better than anyone else will burst out. That's right. At this point, Lu Feng couldn't help but agree. Isn't Wang Kai's profession the Son of God? As long as he activates the Eye of God talent, he can directly find out the coordinate information of Yi Yang's body from those skeletons. Then, Oang Tian and I, the assassins and mages, will all focus our fire on you. I don't believe that Yi Yang can bear it. That's right. After hearing these words, everyone's thoughts suddenly became clear. Yi Yang's skeleton is indeed scary. But all professions in the origin summoner system have an inevitable common problem. That means the body is weak. So, as long as you bypass those so-called powerful skeletons, you can directly behead Yi Yang. By then, no matter how powerful his skeletons are, they are still ownerless soldiers. Even if Yi Yang died, those skeletons might collapse on their own and disappear completely. Thinking of this, no one thought about it anymore. When everyone found a group of skeletons nearby, Wang Kai ambushed nearby and directly activated his talent to lock onto the skeleton. Eye of God! At this time, before Wang Kai could search for Yi Yang's information, he instantly saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Fuck, there are so many skeletons! What's going on? Hearing Wang Kai's surprise, Oang Tianxia asked subconsciously. Wang Kai shook his head and calmed down for a long time before he finally said, I saw. Yi Yang's skeleton army has spread all over the outer area of the secret realm. As for the number, there are more than 100,000. Moreover, there are many skeletons that can turn invisible. Damn, if these invisible skeletons get close to us, it will be impossible to defend ourselves. Hearing this, Oang Tian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected. The more than 10,000 skeletons that Yi Yang used to deal with him were actually less than 1/10 of his number. And now, his skeleton army is so numerous that it has spread throughout the entire secret realm. Damn, with such a legion force, it feels like they are being monitored. And soon, through the eyes of God, Wang Kai also found Yi Yang. Found it! Where is he? We're pretty lucky. His real body isn't far from us. Ha ha, good, good, good. God is going to kill this kid. Hearing this, those potential geniuses immediately felt relieved. This moment, Oang Tian gnashed his teeth and said, Tell me the coordinates. Lu Feng, Wei Ming, you 3 assassins, and Bai Yang, all come with me. Use all your skills to kill this guy. Yes. After hearing Oang Tian's words, the potential geniuses who were named immediately responded in unison. These potential geniuses are usually unruly. But now we are facing a powerful enemy. If you want to survive, then you must unite against the common enemy and kill Yi Yang first. Only this way. Only then will they have the opportunity to continue to develop. Otherwise, with Yi Yang's strength, if they continue to fight on their own, they will be defeated one by one sooner or later. Ouyang Tian, Qian Feng, and others are a good example. No thought required. After receiving Wang Kai's coordinate information, Ouyang Tian took those people and headed directly towards Yiyang. Others also wanted to go, but in order to avoid any accidents, they suppressed their thoughts. Soon, Ouyang Tian and his group of 5 came directly to a bush only 1 or 2 kilometers away from Yiyang. Seeing the figure not far away, Ouyang Tian even wanted to rush over and skin this guy alive. If it weren't for him, my brother Qian Feng would not have died so miserably. Too lazy to think, Ouyang Tian turned around and gave orders directly to the people behind him. Everyone prepare your skills! Assassin profession, follow Lu Feng! Mage profession, prepare your skills! 3, 2, 1. Superior! Chapter 111. The 5 potential people were stunned. What strange method did Yiyang use? At the command, the 3 potential assassin professions instantly released their skills towards Yiyang. Flash in the dark night. Shadow demon thorn. Glowing charge. In an instant. Not only that. Behind them, Ouyang Tian and Bai Yang, the 2 potential mages, also released their skills at this moment. Eternal night aurora. Mental destruction. Swish. At this moment, a dark beam of impact light, accompanied by a mental shock wave hidden in the space, whizzed straight towards Yiyang. Next second, at the same time when Lu Feng's 3 potential assassins hit Yiyang, the 2 attacks also hit Yiyang at the same time. It hit! Ha! This guy is truly vulnerable. Being hit by our 5 potential geniuses at the same time, this time. He is definitely dead. After seeing that the attacks of Lu Feng and his 3 men hit Yiyang directly, Ouyang Tian jumped out of the bushes excitedly. No way! He felt so depressed when he was suppressed by Yiyang's tens of thousands of skeletons before. But I didn't expect that this decapitation operation would be so easy. Certainly. This is also thanks to the priest Wang Kai, who possesses the Eye of God and can find the location of Yiyang's real body. Otherwise, let alone carrying out a decapitation operation, just finding Yiyang's location in such a huge secret realm is an extremely difficult task. It's not just Ouyang Tian. When Lu Feng's 3 potential assassins saw that their attacks all hit Yiyang, they immediately celebrated. Even, at this moment, a trace of disdain arose in their hearts. Original. After listening to the information told by Ouyang Tian, they thought that Yiyang was so powerful. I didn't expect, it's just like this. The 5 of them with the greatest potential attack together, and all of them hit. Not to mention a mere 2nd or 3rd level professional, even a 4th level professional would not be able to withstand this attack. You should know. In order to ensure that this decapitation operation would be foolproof, the 5 of them used 100% of their strength in this attack. Even, this attack also comes with their strongest talent skill effects. However, just at this moment, there's not much time left for these people to be happy. The young man who should have become a corpse suddenly sneered. TSK, 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 not bad, not bad. At this time, the young man standing between the 3 assassins glanced at them and said, Thank you very much this time. I am quite satisfied with the results of my experiment. Originally, I thought I was also a unit that was equally damaged. I didn't expect that. I won't be hurt at all until all my skeletons are dead. Yes. At the very beginning, Yiyang sensed it the moment these 5 people attacked him. But, although he could sense it, his agility was too slow, so even if he could sense it, he couldn't dodge it with his own body skills. Although he could directly use his 2nd talent, Soul Transfer, to escape, but this time Yiyang wanted to try his 3rd talent, Soul of Faith. I have to say, the intensity of their 5 consecutive attacks is truly incredible. After enduring this attack, Yiyang directly lost 3,000 or 4,000 skeletons before he could barely hold it together. The results of this experiment also made Yiyang very satisfied. 2nd level talent, Soul of Faith. When you are hurt, your summoned creatures will automatically bear all the damage. If all summoned creatures die, this talent will become invalid. At first, When Yi Yang saw the introduction of this talent effect, he thought that he would also suffer damage. But now, it's obvious that I was wrong. As long as the summons under his command are immortal, he will not be harmed at all. So, this wave of attacks from these 5 people was equivalent to hitting all those skeletons. And what about Yi Yang? I don't even feel any pain on my body. However, after hearing this weird sneer, Lu Feng and the others who were about to leave suddenly turned around. What's going on? This guy isn't actually dead? It's not just Lu Feng and the others. When the smoke dispersed, Ouyang Tian, who was not far away, saw Yi Yang, who was still very active at this time, and was instantly dumbfounded. How so? Our 5 great potential users' all-out attack didn't kill this guy. Isn't he a summons origin class? How can he have such strong resistance? This moment, Ouyang Tian was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Originally, he thought that if the 5 people with great potential joined forces, it would be easy to kill Yi Yang. But now it seems that's not the case at all. Not really. When Yi Yang heard Ouyang Tian's familiar hysterical voice, his eyes instantly locked onto his direction. Your attack is quite effective. But the effect is not on me. Hearing. Not only Ouyang Tian, but other potential people were also stunned. However, it only took a moment for Ouyang Tian to recover from his great shock. No! My attack must have missed! My Eternal Night Aurora can directly cause real damage. No matter how strong his defense is, it will be useless. This moment, Ouyang Tian didn't even think about it. He just raised his staff and released the second Eternal Night Aurora towards Yi Yang. However, after seeing this scene, Yi Yang just smiled faintly. You still want to take action? But my experiment is over. Next second, before Ouyang Tian's Eternal Night Aurora descended in front of him, Yi Yang snapped his fingers lightly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Then, boom! Accompanied by a dark and transparent beam of impact light falling from the sky. A small skeleton that had just been transferred here was instantly blown into pieces. What's going on? Seeing this scene, not only Ouyang Tian, but even Lu Feng and the other potential assassins who were closest to Yi Yang were dumbfounded. Could it be that this Eternal Night Aurora directly blasted Yi Yang into a skeleton? Then, before Ouyang Tian and the others could react to what was happening, Yi Yang's voice suddenly came from all directions. That guy named Ouyang let you run away last time. You were lucky. I didn't expect you actually want to die again this time? In that case, then have some fun with my skeleton army. Hearing this, Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng and the other 5 people with great potential were stunned for a moment. This guy is not dead yet. He was not blown into ashes, but escaped using a special method. Grass! How on earth did this guy run away? Where the hell is he? Ouyang Tian is about to collapse. After hearing Yi Yang's voice just now, he even felt that he was completely in the palm of this guy's hand. I wanted to escape, but it was like I was in the palm of Buddha's hand. I can't exert any strength at all. Then, as Yi Yang's voice gradually faded, the 5 potential beings instantly discovered that a massive army of skeletons suddenly appeared around them and were surrounding them. Chapter 112: Yi Yang's Real Killer Move. Kill all the geniuses in Bluebird City. Yes. Although within a radius of several kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers, the number of his skeletons is only a few hundred. But this time, Yi Yang mobilized the skeleton army by directly using the summoning space. After several days of fighting, Yi Yang felt more and more that his innate skills and exclusive skills were very powerful. But this summoning space of his is his ultimate killer move. It's very simple. First of all, the summoning space has never been insufficient in capacity, at least so far. Yi Yang once guessed that, although the skills he had transformed into God level were very effective and could continuously summon countless skeletons, he would most likely be restricted due to insufficient capacity of the summoning space. But the reality is, he was wrong. At least so far, there has never been a problem of insufficient capacity in his summoning space. It can accommodate an unlimited number of skeleton armies. Then, that's the truly powerful effect of summoning space. For example, this time, although Yi Yang's skeletons were scattered all over this secret realm, there wasn't even a single skeleton around him. But as long as you use the summoning space, you can instantly bring all the skeletons in all corners of this secret realm back into the summoning space. Then, release them all again. This time, no matter if there are skeletons around Yi Yang or not, no matter if other people want to carry out a similar beheading operation on him. Want to sneak attack myself? That's almost impossible. It seems I am indeed alone. But in reality, his own army of skeletons is everywhere. This is the real horror of the summoning space. It is more amazing than any talent or skill. And at this moment, when Oang Tian saw the countless skeleton armies surrounding him aggressively, his mentality completely collapsed. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yi Yang, I can't stand with you. The former himself was ambushed and surrounded by the skeleton army. He was defeated. Even with Qianfeng's sacrifice, he was rescued. Just now they carried out a decapitation operation. Even though the 5 potential people joined forces and concentrated their fire, they still couldn't kill it. The most outrageous thing is, he turned around and called his own attack an experiment. Now, he has to face the Skeleton Legion again. At a glance. Originally, they had difficulty dealing with one giant skeleton at a time, but now, more than a dozen of them appeared from all directions. That's not all. There are even endless ordinary skeletons rushing towards them. Facing such a lineup, I have no chance of winning at all. Not only Oang Tian. After seeing this lineup of the Skeleton Legion, Lu Feng was also stunned. He never imagined that, even with the 5 of his greatest potentials working together, their innate skills fully activated, and their attacks all hitting the target, they couldn't even kill a second-level origin summoning professional. You should know. Under normal circumstances, let alone a second-level origin summoning professional, even a third-level, or even fourth-level summoner would not be able to withstand his flash of dark night. And just at this moment, a skeleton tyrant rushed to them first and instantly threw a punch, directly hitting Lu Feng, who was standing in the front. Then, ding! You have been killed by Tianshui City Yi Yang, and have been expelled from the assessment secret realm. This moment. After seeing the domineering power of this giant skeleton, the other 2 assassins panicked instantly. However, before they could start to run away, hundreds of skeletons holding bone staffs suddenly appeared in the air around them. What the hell? What the hell is this? Just a scream. Before the 2 potential assassins could even fight back, the hundreds of invisible skeleton wizards had already taken action. Dead bullet. Dead bullet. Dead bullet. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, hundreds of undead bullets instantly covered them. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 assassins were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, Oang Long, who was standing in the distance, suddenly panicked. Not only that, even the potential mage Bai Yang beside him turned pale in an instant. So scary. Is this the lethality of the Skeleton Legion? Lu Feng and his people are all rare geniuses in Bluebird City in the past few decades. However, in front of that giant skeleton and those skeleton wizards who suddenly appeared from the air, there was no chance to fight back at all. Flash sale. All were killed instantly. Then, a skeleton tyrant suddenly appeared behind Oang Tian, and immediately threw a punch straight at Oang Tian's face. Ding! Bluebird City Lu Feng was killed by Tianshui City Yi Yang, and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Bite! Bite! Ding! Bluebird City Oang Tian was killed by Tianshui City Yi Yang, and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, in the secret realm monitoring center room. After seeing this system prompt, all the city-level presidents present were shocked. Fuck! Did I see it right? The people that Yi Yang is killing now, aren't they the talented people with potential that Oang Long just mentioned in Bluebird City? That's right, they are potential users. And, all 5 people who were killed were potential users. The most outrageous thing is, Oang Tian was also killed? Isn't that the grandson of our President Oang, who is known as the most powerful genius of this class? Too scary! He is a potential person. How strong is he young? Even President Ouyang's grandson can't beat him? This guy is outrageous. Look, Oang Long's face has turned green with anger. To be honest, before this killing announcement appeared, I didn't think that Yi Yang could really kill Oang Tian. Yes. I have seen Oang Tian's strength. What on earth did Yi Yang do? He is the son of Eternal Night. Just the companion talent is already ridiculously strong. Yeah. How on earth did Yi Yang manage to kill Oang Tian? This is too exaggerated. Not to mention these discussions, they were like needles piercing Oang Long's heart. Just after seeing those 5 consecutive kill notifications and the announcement of his grandson's kill, Oang Long was completely dumbfounded. And just at this moment, Lin Changfeng did not care about Oang Long's face at all, and asked directly in front of everyone, "How is it? President Ouyang? Are you admitting defeat now?" Ha, in the future, I, Lin Changfeng, will not be shy about accepting the tributes from you, the president of Bluebird City. This moment. After hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Oang Long, who had been able to suppress his emotions, completely collapsed. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! My grandson is the most powerful genius in Bluebird City. How could he be killed by a piece of trash from Tianshui City? There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. This moment. Ouyang Tian simply ignored Lin Changfeng's ridicule, turned around and shouted to Tian Yuan, who was not far away. "Coach Tian, I suggest that we investigate Yi Yang strictly. He cheated." Yes. This guy must have cheated. Chapter 113. Lin Changfeng made the final move. Oang Long was so angry that he vomited blood. Hearing this, Tian Yuan's face darkened instantly. "President Ouyang, you are just looking for trouble, right? I have tolerated you once, and I can't tolerate you this time. Someone come! The president of Bluebird City has gone crazy, tell him to get out." Yes. Before Tian Yuan finished speaking, 7 or 8 instructors who were at the peak of level 6 and were sitting next to him suddenly stood up from their seats. "President Ouyang, forgive us for being disrespectful." Next second, those instructors punched Ouyang Long one by one, and he didn't even have the ability to resist, and was knocked to the ground. Then, the leading instructor dragged the Bluebird City president out alive like a dead dog. It was at this moment Lin Changfeng, who was originally sitting next to Ouyang Long, did not forget to finish off the enemy. "President Ouyang, don't forget our agreement. From today on, all your salary resources as the president of Bluebird City must be handed over to me." Puff! Hearing this, Ouyang Long, who was nearly fainted from the beating, was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. The instructor who was dragging him didn't care about that. He threw it directly at the door of the Secret Realm Monitoring Center room and left without looking back. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Are you okay? How did you get beaten like this? Who did it?" After a long time, when Ouyang Long woke up, he saw his grandson sitting on the ground holding him. Beside him, there were several potential geniuses who were killed out of the secret realm together with him. "Good grandson, I'm fine." After uttering a few words weakly, Ouyang Long calmed himself down and used all his strength to barely sit up. Looking at those potential geniuses in front of him whom he was once proud of but now were as decadent as drowned dogs, Ouyang Long couldn't help feeling a little guilty. "Good kids, this time it's my fault. It's all my fault that I didn't ask people to find out the news about Tianshui City. That's why such a strong monster suddenly appeared in Tianshui City, and you guys followed my lead and underestimated the enemy. No! Grandpa, it's all our fault. We are too weak." Ouyang Tian is so ashamed that he is about to cry. To be honest, ever since he awakened and became a potential level professional, he has never suffered such a big blow. This was the biggest setback. It was just a copy of the second level Shura-level difficulty that I had tried to conquer before, and I failed a few times. But even so, after that, after those potential geniuses joined forces, they still cleared the Shura-level second-order copy. And this time, after facing the monster Yi Yang, they finally understood what it means that there is always someone better than you. President Oang. Brother Tian is right. The 5 of us combined our skills and fully activated our talents, but we still couldn't kill him. We were just too weak. Don't blame you. Yes. President Oang, we will definitely work hard to become stronger. After Ouyang Tian spoke, Lu Feng's other potential geniuses also came to comfort him. No need to say more. Oang Long waved his hands. His eyes gradually became colder. Then, he touched Ouyang Tian's head and said with a firm look, Good grandson. Grandpa will never let your future be hindered. Since you can't deal with Yi Yang now, then I will do it myself. What? Hearing this, Ouyang Tian was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed. If Ouyang Long, who is now at the peak of the 6th level and has a strength of 70, takes action, Yi Yang will definitely have no chance of survival. But, Grandpa, this is a big taboo. Didn't the Dragon Country Courtyard Guild explicitly prohibit all public officials within the system from participating in family fights? You have secretly cultivated our Ouyang family in Bluebird City. This is already walking on the edge of a cliff. If you personally attack Yi Yang again, if it is discovered, will you still be able to keep your position as the president of Bluebird City? You're right. Hearing this, Ouyang Long smiled with relief. If it is found out, my position as the president of Bluebird City will naturally be lost. But what if it can't be found out? Hearing this, Ouyang Tian frowned and asked in confusion. You mean? It's simple. As a genius, he must have his own pride. Ouyang Long smiled slightly and explained to his grandson. Wait until the secret realm assessment is over. You find a way to deliberately provoke him once and fight with this Yi Yang. When the time comes, I will help you secretly. Kill this Yi Yang. In the end, even if we investigate, we can only say that you fought with each other and killed Yi Yang by mistake. If I put in a little more effort, I can ensure that you, my grandson, will be safe and sound. What a great idea! President Ouyang! Hearing this, before Ouyang Tian could even speak, Lu Feng's other potential geniuses immediately praised him. In that case, let's attack together. Otherwise, if only Brother Tian is alone, his intentions will be too obvious. If all else fails, all the potential geniuses in Bluebird City will join forces to provoke him once. Lu Feng, you are indeed a smart kid. Hearing this suggestion, Ouyang Long nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, in the secret realm, Ouyang Tian is dead. Lu Feng and the others were also killed. Through the Eye of God, Wang Kai learned about Ouyang Tian's death at the first moment. Hearing this, everyone suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Especially Qin Huaitian. I just can't believe this news. Wang Kai, you mean the 5 of them joined forces but still couldn't kill Yi Yang? Yes. Wang Kai nodded and then fell silent. How is this possible? Qin Huaitian was immediately frightened. If the 5 of them attack me at the same time and all their attacks hit me, I won't be able to die even if I have 10 lives. How come you can't kill a mere 2nd level origin summoning professional? That's the truth. And, halfway through his speech, Wang Kai suddenly paused. And what? Wang Kai was halfway through saying this, but Qin Huaitian was almost going crazy with anxiety. However, just at this moment, there was no need to wait for Wang Kai to continue speaking. When Qin Huaitian saw the sea of skeletons appearing in front of him, he understood instantly. This is the skeleton army, following the traces of Ouyang Tian and the others, coming towards him to kill him. Chapter 114 Wang Kai begs for mercy. The Bluebird City genius is scared crazy. Finished. After seeing Yi Yang's surging skeleton army, everyone had only this one thought left. You should know. After Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng and the others set off, those 5 people were the only 5 main combat professionals among the 12 potential geniuses in Bluebird City. The remaining Qin Huaitian, Wang Kai and others are just auxiliary at best. Although warriors like Qin Huaitian have certain combat capabilities, their output damage is nothing compared to Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng. it's just a drop in the bucket. Brother Yi Yang! We admit defeat! At this moment, when he saw the first skeleton rushing towards him, Wang Kai knelt on the ground and roared towards the sky. We shouldn't go against Brother Yi Yang! It's all our fault for not recognizing the great man. Please spare us! At this time, after hearing this series of words, the skeletons also stopped charging. It really works? Seeing this scene, Wang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up with hope again. In fact, he didn't know whether Yi Yang could hear what he said. But for my own future, in order to be able to enter the training camp, I have to give it a try now. As for face? Joke. If you don't have the ability, who will give you any damn face? If you have enough power, even if you lower your head, there will be countless people kneeling in front of you. Strength is everything. This is the mainstream of this era of great changes. It was at this time. A skeleton in front of Wang Kai suddenly spoke. You said you want to admit defeat? Hearing this voice, Wang Kai instantly recognized it as the voice of Yi Yang, the genius from Tianshui City whom he had met at the entrance of the special training camp. Yes, yes, yes! We give up! Without even thinking, Wang Kai immediately begged Yi Yang for mercy. Brother Yi Yang, I am still useful. My profession is the Son of God, and I have strong auxiliary abilities. I can help you avoid all the dangers in this secret realm, including any powerful boss monsters and the final boss of the secret realm. Let Brother Yi Yang's points reach a higher level. Wang Kai knew, if he wanted to survive, he had to show his role. Otherwise, after entering this secret realm, everyone is in a fight to the death, competitive relationship. Why should they let you survive? Only if you can play a role for others can you fight for the chance to survive. So, what about you guys? As if ignoring Wang Kai's words, the talking skeleton glanced at the potential geniuses standing around, as well as the dozens of SSS-level geniuses. I give up too. Me too. Brother Yi Yang, I'm very strong. I can help your skeleton resist damage. I'm an SSS-level priest, and I have plenty of milk. Brother Yi Yang, I can help your skeleton attract hatred. I am also useful. I can help my teammates. No, I can help Brother Yi Yang add a lot of shields to your skeleton, and also give it a damage-free effect. For a moment, after hearing what Wang Kai said, most of the SSS-level geniuses in Bluebird City knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng and other super geniuses in Bluebird City have been killed by Yi Yang. There were also many SSS-level geniuses who died at Yi Yang's hands. Let me tell you one thing. If they give in front of Yi Yang now, they may be able to survive to the last moment of the secret realm, which means they will be officially selected for the special training camp. If that's the case, it would be so cool. Waste. You are such a bunch of waste. You can actually kneel down to others? Do you still have any shame? Where the hell has your pride as a genius gone? However, seeing these geniuses kneeling in front of the skeletons, Qin Huaitian on the side became angry. A real man, be patient for a moment, and be domineering for a lifetime. Hearing Qin Huaitian's words, Wang Kai, who had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, suddenly smiled. You want to stand out now? Then go and challenge these skeleton legions in front of you. Do you think I dare not? As he spoke, Qin Huaitian took out the glowing giant sword in his hand and said, Even if I die, I will never kneel down to anyone. Even if I have to die, I will kill thousands of this guy's skeletons first. The words haven't finished yet. Qin Huaitian, holding a huge sword, rushed directly towards the talking skeleton in front of him. Yi Yang! Die for me! Bright light blade. Next second, Qin Huaitian's whole body suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, and at this moment, the giant sword in his hand was instantly raised high. Then, he just chopped at the skeleton. However, sonorous. A sound like the clanging of metal rang out, and when the giant sword in Qin Huaitian's hand was less than half a meter away from the talking skeleton, it was tightly grasped by a giant hand as big as a wash basin. How is that possible? At this moment, Qin Huaitian was stunned. His strongest companion talent skill, Brilliant Light Blade, was actually caught directly by the giant skeleton in front of him with his hands? Damn it! Is this still a human being? Not just Qin Huaitian. After seeing this scene, Wang Kai behind him, those potential people, and those dozens of SSS level geniuses were also completely dumbfounded. Fuck, what kind of power is this? How could he catch Qin Huaitian's giant sword? How terrifying! Fortunately, we didn't resist. How powerful is this giant skeleton? It's incredible! Qin Huaitian's brilliant blade can easily kill dozens of SSS level geniuses like us in 1 second, but such an attack has no effect on that giant skeleton. Yes. The most outrageous thing is, this is just one of Yi Yang's giant skeletons. There are dozens of such skeletons around us. For a moment, when those SSS level geniuses saw the dozens of skeleton tyrants standing around them, they felt their scalps tingling. Let's not even talk about Yi Yang's strength. This giant skeleton alone is enough to beat all of them easily. At the same time, other potential geniuses also woke up at this time. Original. When they heard Wang Kai say that Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng and others were killed instantly by Yi Yang's skeleton, these potential geniuses were a little bit unconvinced. But now, they have no choice but to believe it. A giant skeleton that can completely crush Qin Huaitian with pure strength. Once this monster gets close, it will be easy for it to blow up Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng and others. And at this moment, Qin Huaitian, who was a person at that time, was so shocked that he trembled all over. He just said, even if he died, he would first kill Yi Yang's thousands or tens of thousands of skeletons. But now, he couldn't even kill the weakest looking ordinary little skeleton in front of him, and he was already in the other person's hands. However, the skeleton tyrant won't give him any face. With a little force, the giant sword was thrown directly onto the tree on the side, and the skeleton tyrant's left fist had already hit Qin Huaitian in the face. Chapter 115 Bloody Massacre. The crazy changes in the faces of the presidents. No, 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 no! Bang! With a punch, Qin Huaitian was hit on the head, and the red and white stuff immediately splashed all over the skeleton tyrant. As for Qin Huaitian, at this time, only a headless corpse was left, thrown to the ground by the skeleton tyrant, twitching continuously. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone was stunned. So cruel! Pure crushing power. There is no skill at all. Is this Yi Yang's strength? For a moment, Wang Kai couldn't help but feel lucky for himself. Fortunately, I begged for mercy from Yi Yang at the beginning, otherwise, I would be like Qin Huaitian now, and I wouldn't even be able to leave a complete body in this secret realm. However, at this moment, the ordinary skeleton in front of them spoke again. Okay, now, does anyone still want to resist? No! After hearing this, Wang Kai was the first to stand up and shout. He really doesn't want to die. He wanted to survive, live to the last moment of the secret realm, live to the point where he could be officially selected for the special training camp, live to the point where he could obtain more development resources. Even if I have to surrender to others now, I will do it at all costs. Not only him. Other potential geniuses and those SSS level geniuses also spoke up. Brother Yi Yang, from now on you are our big brother. Yes. You are the leader of all of us in Bluebird City. From now on, we will follow your lead. Please spare us, Brother Yi Yang. We really shouldn't have provoked you. We were wrong. Far away. When seeing these geniuses from Bluebird City looking like drowned dogs, Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. Boring! I thought that as the first city in Dongshan province, the talents of Bluebird City would be very courageous. I didn't expect, they are also a bunch of cowards. Next second, Yi Yang directly issued combat orders to those skeletons. Let's do it! Kill them all! Buzz. At this moment, after hearing Yi Yang's words, Wang Kai was stunned. Why? We have all admitted defeat, why are you still attacking us? Why? Hearing this, Yi Yang immediately laughed. From the moment we entered this secret realm, everyone has been in a life and death struggle. Now I'm taking action against you, and you're still asking why. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Having said this, Yi Yang paused slightly. In front of these geniuses from Bluebird City, the talking skeleton strolled to Wang Kai's side. Until this time, the skeleton continued to speak. And, if I remember correctly, at the entrance of the special training camp, after you taunted me, the first person to attack me was you, the so-called son of God, right? If your Bluebird City president hadn't stopped you, I'm afraid you guys would have wanted to kill me at the entrance of the special training camp, right? At this moment, after hearing Yi Yang's words, Wang Kai was stunned where he was. Yi Yang is right. As the son of God, his role is not only to possess the detection skill, Eye of God, but also an even more terrifying control skill. So, after those geniuses from Bluebird City finished mocking Yi Yang, Wang Kai wanted to take the initiative and control Yi Yang tightly so that he would not have any ability to resist. I didn't expect. But now Yi Yang is using it as a reason for revenge. And it was at this moment. Behind the talking skeleton, a giant skeleton tyrant, 5 or 6 meters tall, has come in front of him. Don't kill me! Seeing the skeleton tyrant's raised fist, Wang Kai was so frightened that his whole body tensed up. Next second. Boom! Ding! Qin Huaitian from Bluebird City was killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Wang Kai from Bluebird City was killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and has been expelled from the secret realm of assessment. Bite! Bite! Meanwhile, outside the secret realm. In the secret realm monitoring center room, when seeing this series of killing information bursting out in front of them again, all the city-level presidents present couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Too strong! Dozens of geniuses from Bluebird City were killed by Yi Yang again. Hiss, if I remember correctly, at the beginning Oang Long said that the number of geniuses coming from Bluebird City this time seemed to be only more than 170, right? Yeah. So far, there are 177. 177? Doesn't that mean they are all dead? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Really? I remember when Oang Long first provoked President Lin, he clearly stated that there were 177 geniuses in Bluebird City. Fuck. This is so confusing. Less than 4 hours after the secret realm assessment began, all 177 geniuses in Bluebird City were killed. That's not all. You have to know that these 177 geniuses were all killed by Yi Yang alone. Oh my god, I just noticed. This is not nonsense. You should know that the geniuses from Bluebird City who are selected to participate in the special training camp this time are guaranteed to be above the SSS level. It would be fine if they don't form a group. Once they form a group, plus those potential geniuses, how can other cities have the power to kill the geniuses from Bluebird City? That's true. Too scary. This Yi Yang under President Lin killed all the geniuses in Bluebird City by himself. Don't even mention Bluebird City. Most of the geniuses in other cities have been killed by Yi Yang alone. Yes. Now, there are less than 200 people left in the entire secret realm. No way. This secret realm has only been open for less than 4 hours. At this moment, the eyes of those city-level presidents who had looked down on Lin Chanfeng in the beginning immediately changed. No way. The power displayed by Yi Yang is really terrifying. Top the special training camp trial points. Solo clear 177 super geniuses in Bluebird City. Even, he also killed all the geniuses in the entire Dongshan province, making them unable to raise their heads. Such a record is simply terrible. It is no exaggeration to say. Even 50 years ago, Su Chen, the peerless genius who was born as a divine professional in Dongshan province, did not show such terrifying suppression power in the secret realm assessment of the special training camp. At best, he is only slightly better than Yi Yang in the speed of acquiring trial points. President Lin, you are so blessed! With Yi Yang, it seems that you will definitely be very successful in the future. Yes. President Lin, if you take off in the future, don't forget us old brothers. Brother Lin, I'll be counting on you to help me from now on. At this time, these city-level presidents have changed their allegiance and are fawning on Lin Chanfeng crazily. That's right. With the talent and potential that Yi Yang is showing now, his future achievements will definitely surpass Lin Chanfeng. But these city-level presidents also know that It is almost impossible for me to curry favor with the genius Yi Yang. But Lin Changfeng is different. Most of them are geniuses who graduated in the same year, and are also comrades who fought together in the battlefield outside the domain. Although in these years of peace and stability, there are inevitably some intrigues. But everyone knows there are no eternal friends, no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Compared to Yi Yang, the possibility of them currying favor with Lin Changfeng is obviously greater. Chapter 116, The Core Area of the Secret Realm? The extermination operation begins. And not far away. When Wu Ning saw the bustling scene around Lin Changfeng, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. We agreed to be enemies together, but you took off early. It seems, the reputation of the three wronged people of Dongshan province must be completely eliminated from now on. However, at this moment, Wu Ning suddenly saw Lin Changfeng squeeze out from the crowd and sit directly in front of Wu Ning. "What's up, old Wu? Are you heartbroken?" "Broken heart, damn it!" "Ha!" Hearing this, Lin Changfeng laughed out loud. Then, he put his arm directly on Wu Ning's shoulder and said with a cheerful smile, "Don't worry, I will never forget you even if I take off. From now on, the welfare benefits of Oang Long, the president of Bluebird City, will be divided equally between the two of us and that old guy Li Feng." "Real? Nonsense!" Hearing this, Wu Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. "You know, the salary resources of the Bluebird City president may not even be half of his, even if all the president resources of the three big enemies of Dongshan province are added together. Don't even mention half, even 1/10 would be great." "No way. You can cultivate a genius, and you can't cultivate a genius. The gap is so huge. It is no exaggeration to say that there is a world of difference between them. After all, let alone Tianshui City, even the three unlucky cities of Yingzhou City and Jiangyan City, combined, haven't produced a genius who can be officially selected for the special training camp in the past few years. So, if they had not made some meritorious contributions on the battlefield and the Dragon Country Courtyard Guild had not guaranteed their post-war benefits, it would be a question whether they could receive the basic salary now. That is why Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning, Li Feng and others have been stuck at the peak of level 5 for many years. And what about Oang Long? With the incredible welfare benefits, in the past 1 or 2 years, there has even been a hint of wanting to break through to the 7th level. This gap is extremely huge. Lao Lin, I won't say anything more. We are brothers for life. But I don't want Oang Long's benefits. Just give me the benefits that old man Yi Yang brought you. I'm going to fuck you." Hearing this, Lin Changfeng almost punched Wu Ning. What then is Oang Long's welfare package worth? When Yi Yang's battle performance is reported, the benefits he can bring to himself, I'm afraid that even the benefits of the president of Dongshan province cannot compare to them. This old guy Wu Ning is simply eating and taking at the same time. At the same time, in the secret realm. Ding, you killed LV-13 Dark Knight Scorpion, and you gained 1,300 points, 500% experience. Ding, you killed a level 13 monster, and you got 13 trial points. Ding, you killed Yaoyang City Zhou Yun. You plundered 3,368 points of Yaoyang City Zhou Yun. Yaoyang City Zhou Yun has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding, you killed LV-12 Death Centipede, and you gained 1,200 points, 500% experience. Ding, you killed a level 12 monster, and you got 12 trial points. Bite. When seeing the massive amount of kill reward prompts in front of him, Yi Yang finally nodded with satisfaction. Finally, I can kill monsters in peace. I have to say, the points gained from killing and looting are much more than those from killing monsters. It's a pity that there aren't many people left now. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and didn't care too much. After all, although the monsters have few points, their numbers are huge. At this time, when Yi Yang's skeleton army officially entered the core area of this secret realm of poisonous jungle, his skeleton army could kill dozens of level 10 monsters almost every second. All in all, you can earn 200 to 300 points in 1 second. It's so cool. What's even more comfortable is, the monsters in this secret realm not only provide trial points. Experience rewards are what Yi Yang likes most. We have only been in the secret realm for more than 4 hours. My experience bar at level 30 has already reached 856%. Next, there are nearly 20 hours of secret realm time left. Without the interference of those so-called geniuses, it might even be possible for me to fill up all the experience bars of level 30 directly in this secret realm. In other words, it is equivalent to the 30,000% experience bar at level 30 with 300 times the experience bar. Although it seems now that we are still far from the full amount of experience. But you have to know, at the beginning, Yi Yang was just killing monsters outside the secret realm. The monsters on the periphery are only those below level 10, and there isn't even an elite monster. And now, when you reach the core area of the secret realm, you will see monsters at levels 10 to 20. There are even a large number of elite monsters. The speed of gaining experience is simply amazing. It is no exaggeration to say that. In just the 1 hour that Yi Yang entered the core area, he gained more than 500% of the experience. Even so, we have just entered the core area and haven't encountered many elite monsters. That is to say, even if he just keeps killing monsters in this area, Yi Yang can gain more than 100 times the experience bar after the secret realm assessment is completely over. Once Yi Yang kills his way into the depths of the core area, as the levels of the monsters increase, and the number of elite monsters increases, the speed at which he gains experience will inevitably be even faster. Then, Yi Yang was bored, so he opened his trial points panel and took a look. Trial points, 176,543 points. Is it already 170,000? It looks pretty good. I just don't know what these trial points can be used for. Before entering the secret realm, President Lin just told me that even if I was absolutely confident that I could get first place in the trial, I still had to earn more points. When these trial points are officially entered into the special training camp, they will be of greater use. But he didn't tell me what it was used for. Thinking of this, Yi Yang couldn't help but be speechless. Then, Lin Chanfeng just told Yi Yang that the trial points were not just the results of the constant secret realm assessment. After entering the special training camp, these trial points will be used in all aspects of the special training camp. Therefore, even if you are absolutely sure, you should try to earn as many points as possible. Never mind. Anyway, whether it's for points or for experience, I will never let go of any of these monsters in the secret realm. With a slight smile, Yi Yang stopped thinking so much. While his skeleton army continued to march towards the depths of the core area of the secret realm, they continued to slaughter all the monsters they encountered along the way. Soon, another hour has passed. Yi Yang took a look at his points. Now they have soared to 330,000. 1 hour. Crazy Brush 170,000 points. It's so cool. Chapter 117, Terrifying Secret Realm Resources. This is so cool. And this is not Yi Yang's limit. Not long. 6 hours after Yi Yang entered this secret realm, his points had reached nearly 530,000. In just 1 hour, the points soared to nearly 200,000. Not only that, even the experience points have skyrocketed, directly increasing to 1,178% of the progress. It's so cool to have this kind of secret resource. I told you I've been working really hard these past few days. How is it possible that someone could catch up to my level? Originally, before Yi Yang entered the special training camp, he felt quite superior with his level 30. After all, although the quality of talents in Tianshui City is not strong, there are still several remarkable talents in Yinzhao City. But even those geniuses in Yinzhao City are only at level 17 or 18, or no more than level 20 at most. But now, when he stepped into the gate of the special training camp and met the super talents from other top cities, such as Jade Bird, Nanji, and Lin Yan, Yi Yang was completely dumbfounded. At a glance, almost all the geniuses in first-class cities are above level 20. Even among the geniuses in the 3 top cities, almost every one of them has a terrifying level of 25 or above. More than this, the dozen or so geniuses with special abilities in Jade Bird City are all at the same level as himself, all reaching level 30. After seeing this, Yi Yang suddenly doubted his life. You know, I was able to reach level 30 only by relying on the function of the God level skills system. In the past 3 days, I practiced leveling almost day and night and brushed dungeons. I even blasted the dungeons of the highest Shura-level difficulty all the way. I barely reached level 30. What kind of strength do the geniuses in those top cities have? Are they on the same level as me? But now, Yi Yang finally understood. Damn it, while I'm working hard to level up by clearing dungeons, the resources of other people's top cities are being used to level up in this secret realm that gives 100 times the experience. No wonder their level is so high. He even reached the same level as me. If they had some high-level beast blood potions and all the effects of the secret realm monsters that give 100 times the experience while leveling in the secret realm, and add them all together, wouldn't their leveling speed be fast? It's really fucked up. If I had resources like the secret realm at the beginning, I might have been able to break through to the 3rd level by now. At that time, before Yi Yang was promoted to the 3rd level, he had already calculated his time carefully. Even the sleeping time is spent in the harsh environment of the copy. But even so, in the end, I still lacked a lot of effort and failed to complete the 3rd level advanced task. Certainly. This is also related to the difficulty and tediousness of the 3rd level advanced tasks. After all, if you want to successfully create that extraordinary weapon of at least perfect quality, it won't be done in a short time. However, if Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai and other potential geniuses knew what Yi Yang was thinking now, they would probably scold him to death. Good job. Your speed in reaching new levels is already so incredible, and you still want to compete with us? You know, although they were able to reach level 30, it was indeed related to high-level beast blood potions and secret realm resources. But as people with potential, their training time is completely different from Yi Yang's. Just talk about Ouyang Tian. When he was just 15 years old, he had automatically awakened to become a potential person. His development time, counting from the time he joined the special training camp, is a full 3 years. Wang Kai also became a potential person when he was almost 16 years old. There is also a full 2.5 years of development time. And what about you, Yi Yang? You completed their 3 years of development progress in just 3 days. You actually complain that you are developing too slowly? Is this not enough to let people survive? Keep killing monsters! With this secret realm, if I work hard throughout the day, I might be able to raise my experience bar to 30,000%. By then, after completing the 3rd level advanced tasks, my level will be at least 35-38. If I just clear 1 or 2 more dungeons, I'm afraid I can start the 4th level advanced quest again. Thinking of this, Yi Yang felt refreshed. At the same time, in the secret realm monitoring center room, after Oang Long, who was once high and mighty but is now despised by everyone, left the secret realm monitoring center room, for a moment, the atmosphere in the secret realm monitoring center room became much more harmonious. However, just when everyone was trying their best to think of ways to curry favor with Lin Changfeng, suddenly someone saw the points information on the surveillance screen. At this time, in the entire secret realm, there are only less than 100 geniuses left. And when everyone saw the trial points information of the number 1 ranking, they were so scared that they almost couldn't close their mouths. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yi Yang, 993,866 points. Second place, Ouyang Tian, 5,813 points. X. Third place, Lu Feng, 4,462 points. X. Fourth place, Qin Huaishan, 4,338 points. X. Fifth place. At a glance. Although Ouyang Tian and other geniuses from Bluebird City have long been eliminated, their strength is still unquestionable. More than 3 hours after they were eliminated, the points of these potential geniuses from Bluebird City were still dominating the top 10. So to speak, if Yi Yang and his group of dark horses hadn't appeared, this year's Bluebird City, will definitely dominate all the top 10 positions in the special training camp assessment. However, when everyone saw Yi Yang's points, they were completely shocked. Those nearly 1 million points directly surpassed Oang Tian by nearly 200 times. It's terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say. At least so far. Not to mention the ranking of the secret trial points of the entire Dongshan province genius training camp added together. Even if you add up all the points of the geniuses in this special training camp together, I'm afraid they may not be able to get half of Yi Yang's points. You should know. Oang Tian, Lu Feng, Qin Huaitian. Even SSS level geniuses like Wang Ji, if they were placed in other cities, they would already be called unrivaled geniuses. However, these young men who are usually called super geniuses are not even as good as an ant compared to Yi Yang now. Monster. Genius. Pervert. Evildoer. For a moment, the impressions of Yi Yang by the countless city-level presidents present were completely refreshed by this terrifying points information. This is horrible. He earned nearly 1 million points in 7 hours. So, this guy can earn hundreds of thousands in just 1 hour? What the hell is this monster? Too weird. He only earns points in an hour. Let alone ordinary students, even potential students like Oang Tian and Lu Feng may not be able to earn hundreds of thousands of points in a day. Look. It's increased again. The points have successfully exceeded 1 million. It's already 1,030,000. So fast. This is too fierce. This is outrageous. I just said, this kid only earned a few 100,000 points in an hour, and less than 10 minutes have passed. He actually earned nearly 60,000 points. What the hell is he doing in the secret realm? Outrageous. What is the limit of this kid? What a pervert. At this rate, this kid can earn nearly 300,000 or 400,000 points in an hour, right? That's a bit exaggerated. At this rate of progress, isn't there a hope that he can surpass the supernova Suchun from 50 years ago? What? This is impossible, right? I think it's incredible too. You know, Suchun, as a supernova back then, earned nearly 20 million points in 1 day. So, he could earn nearly 1 million points in just 1 hour. Chapter 118, Surpassing Suchun? Are you dreaming? Originally, when those city-level presidents were only discussing Yi Yang's points, there was a chorus of harmonious praise. However, when someone mentioned Suchun, who was called a supernova by millions of people 50 years ago, someone immediately stood up to oppose it. No way. When thinking back to the time 50 years ago, when Suchun was born with him, the dominance he displayed was truly too terrifying. Born professional. With an absolutely crushing attitude, he suppressed the entire city, the entire Dongshan province, even in the national exam, all the so-called people at the level of extraordinary genius, all looked at him with awe. Even in major national and even world-class competitions and leagues, the teams that Suchun participated in always crushed their opponents with an almost overwhelming momentum. It seemed as if there were no difficulties at all in front of him. You should know. With the current population of Dragon Country at the level of tens of billions, don't say that you are a genius that is 1 in 10,000. Even if you are a genius that is 1 in a billion, there are hundreds of peerless geniuses with comparable strength to you in the entire Dragon Country every year who can stand at the peak that you cannot reach. And Suchun is a supernova standing above these peerless geniuses. His only shortcoming. In the national exam that year, he only got the score of 7th place. But despite this, the reason at that time was simply because the geniuses from the other 3 supreme cities felt a sense of crisis after seeing this dark horse that suddenly emerged. Take Yi Yang now, for example. After he showed his strength in the special training camp, he was besieged by a dozen potential geniuses from Bluebird City, and even 100 SSS-level geniuses. It was the same with Suchun back then. Despite the joint suppression of the peerless geniuses from the 3 supreme cities, Suchun still achieved a terrifying result of 7th place in the national exam. If not, even the title of Danglong Wushu Champion in the national examination, which is admired by everyone, may be won. But it's a pity. As Suchun continued to make his mark and gained countless rare merits in the battlefield outside the domain, he finally squeezed into the upper echelons of the Dragon Country Court Guild. Later, someone heard that Suchin joined the explorer team to explore the Starry Sky Divine Realm. After several years of exploration, one day more than 10 years ago, there was no news at all. Some people say Suchin's team encountered those mysterious creatures beyond the 10th level in the Starry Sky Divine Realm. Some people also said that Suchin was ambushed by foreign professionals on his way of exploring the Starry Sky Divine Realm. After all, the exploration team of the Starry Sky Realm is not only composed of dragon people, but also many foreign geniuses. These people are all here to help Blue Star professionals explore clues on how to break through the restrictions of the world above level 10. But some people also say that after Suchin saw the vast expanses of heaven and earth in the Starry Sky Divine Realm, his mind became more restrained, and he went into complete seclusion from then on. But no matter what, since that day more than 10 years ago, the Dragon Country Court Guild has completely blocked all information about the Starry Sky Domain Explorer Team number 749, which is the explorer team that Suchin participated in. Suchin, this supernova, who was once admired by everyone, especially coveted by countless geniuses in Dongshan province, has now come to an end. But the glorious deeds he left behind cannot be doubted by anyone. Even, there was a saying that was regarded as the truth by countless people and circulated throughout Dongshan province for decades. You are very strong, but no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the supernova Suchin of that year? Although, after seeing Yi Yang's terrifying speed of earning points, most people felt that compared to Suchin, he was still far behind. After all, the strength that Yi Yang has shown in the secret realm now is only a maximum of 30,000 to 40,000 points per hour. And Suchin back then? That's an average of nearly 1,000,000 points per hour. There is no comparison between the two, at least so far. But no matter what, when these city-level presidents saw the strength that Yi Yang had shown now, it was as if they were seeing Suchin making his first appearance in front of the world 50 years ago. Suppress everything. Unrivaled. It's just that, 50 years ago, these city-level presidents were the targets of suppression. 15 years later, they also saw their own shadows in the geniuses such as Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, Wan Ji. But, after everyone was silent for a long time, someone started to defend Yi Yang. Let me be fair. Actually, I think it is possible for Yi Yang to surpass Suchin. What does President Zhao mean by this? Yes. Surpassing Suchin? This is simply impossible. Yeah. Back then, Suchin could earn points at a speed of millions per hour, but this kid can only earn points at a speed of over 300,000 per hour at most. After hearing the words of Linyan City President Zhao Mingze, the other presidents began to ask in confusion. Even Lin Changfeng frowned and looked at Zhao Mingze in disbelief. To be honest, the strength that Yi Yang is showing now is enough to shock everyone. But wanting to surpass the supernova Suchin of that year, even he himself felt it was a little unlikely. However, after hearing the doubts from those city-level presidents, Zhao Mingze just smiled faintly. As one of the 3 top cities in Dongshan province, Zhao Mingze is different from Oang Long and Jingyu Tian. These two people, one controls the city with the richest resources in Dongshan province. The other is the Atrium City in Dongshan province, which has extremely abundant resources. However, the Linyan City under the jurisdiction of Zhao Mingze is just a city with the strongest economic power. So, although Linyan City doesn't have many resources, he can rely on his own economy. Once he discovers some potential resources, he will take the initiative to purchase resources from Qingyao City, Nanji City, or even other nearby first-class cities, in order to cultivate the talents he has chosen. That is why everyone has always had no doubt about Zhao Mingze's ability to judge people. Otherwise, Linyan City would have collapsed long ago. If there were only a new president, Linyan City would have been eliminated from the list of the top 3 cities in Dongshan province. Over the years, after glancing at the city-level presidents, Zhao Mingze smiled faintly and said, "The reason why I said he has a chance to surpass Suchin is actually very simple. Yi Yang's current location in the secret realm, if calculated based on the current time, If I'm not mistaken, he should still be in the core area. Core area? President Zhao, are you saying? Hearing this keyword, the city-level presidents reacted immediately. Zhao Mingzi did not waste any time, nodded, and continued to explain. Yes. The monster distribution in the core area is only ordinary monsters of level 11 to 20, and elite monsters. The number of boss-level monsters that really account for the majority of points in the core area is too small. In a few hours, when Yi Yang truly enters the central area of this poisonous jungle secret realm, it will be possible for him to truly explode. Think about it, wasn't Suchen the same back then? Chapter 119 President Lin Yan's Analysis. What on earth did Yi Yang do? Wow. At this moment, after hearing what Zhao Mingzi said, all the city-level presidents present suddenly realized. Yes. Although the core area is already the limit for ordinary geniuses, it is still not the place where geniuses like Su Chen and Yi Yang can truly display their talents. I thought of that too. Back then, Su Chen seemed to have entered the central area of the secret realm 12 hours after it was opened. At that time, Su Chen's points earning speed skyrocketed several times. Not necessarily. We don't know what profession Yi Yang is now. Some professions do have an advantage when fighting against those bosses alone. That's right. Back then, Su Chen was a dedicated knight of the Divine Light Demon Blade. Just the companion-level talent of being able to master the two fusion elements of light and darkness at the same time was enough to make him impossible to fight against those bosses. Yes. Forget about the companion talent. When Su Chen participated in the special training camp, he had already reached the second level. And they were all 5-star templates. But there are these two who have even more abnormal talents of the celestial vocation. But this Yi Yang. Speaking of which, all the city-level presidents, including Zhao Mingzi, looked at Lin Changfeng. Before, they had always been shocked by Yi Yang's terrifying speed and earning points. No matter what profession you are in, as long as you have strong combat capabilities and a terrifying speed and earning points, it is worthy of praise. But now, if you want to compare yourself with the supernova Su Chen of that year, it's not just a matter of combat capability, but the speed of earning points. You should know. The weakest of those boss-level monsters in the central area of the secret realm is comparable to the final boss of a second-tier Shura-level difficulty dungeon. Not to mention ordinary people. Even if Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai and other potential geniuses join forces, it will take a lot of effort to defeat him. In comparison, in theory, it is more efficient to obtain points by killing elite monsters. So, this has to do with Yi Yang. What kind of profession is he? His profession is, the only hidden profession, necromancer. A profession from the Origin Summoner series. After a moment's silence, Lin Changfeng frowned, and finally spoke out. What? Necromancer? A profession of Origin Summoning? That's a dead end. Yeah. If it's an Origin Ranger or Ranger, at worst, it would be a Origin Warrior series profession. No wonder this kid is gaining points so quickly. A powerful Origin Summoning class can fight on multiple fronts and kill monsters in countless places at the same time. How can he not gain points quickly? You're right. Although the Origin Summoning class is good at killing small monsters, it's very difficult to defeat elite monsters, not to mention boss-level monsters. Yes. Although Su Chen's vocation back then, the Divine Light Demon Blade Knight, was an Origin Warrior profession, his companion talent, the Hand of Light and Darkness, was truly terrifying. That's right. If I remember correctly, among his talents, the light element has strong recovery and resistance, and the dark element also has strong destructive and finishing abilities. The most outrageous thing is, once the two elements of light and darkness are fused, the explosive power is simply breathtaking. It's no fun. If Yi Yang wants to surpass Su Chen now, it's nothing but a pipe dream. I never expected this. It seems that it is not easy for Yi Yang to gain a foothold in the central area of the secret realm, let alone surpass Su Chen. After hearing the keywords, Origin Summoning Occupation, those city-level guild presidents who were originally expectant suddenly became disappointed. To be honest, they also want to see the historic moment of Yi Yang surpassing Su Chen. But according to the current situation, it is basically impossible. It's not just the city-level presidents. After hearing about Yi Yang's job characteristics, even Zhao Mingzi looked disappointed. No way. Although the lower limit of the origin summoner profession is high, the upper limit is too low. Those city-level presidents are right. This kid, even if he can gain a foothold in the central area of the secret realm, his speed and earning points will actually decrease instead of increase. In the end, either you choose to exit the central area of the secret realm for the sake of points, or you force yourself to fight those boss-level monsters in the central area of the secret realm for the sake of face. At this time, even Lin Chafeng couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. After hearing Zhao Mingzi's analysis at first, he also thought that he was going to witness this historic moment. But when I think of Yi Yang's profession, never mind. Even if he cannot surpass Su Qin, the terrifying strength Yi Yang has shown now is enough to make him successful. After all, Su Qin back then was known as a genius of the ages. People like Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, are just ordinary geniuses at best. And what about Yi Yang? No matter what, he is still considered a super genius. No matter what. This year he gave that old guy Oang Long a slap in the face, and in the future he might even take away all his salary and benefits as the president of Bluebird City. This alone is enough to satisfy Lin Changfeng. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng's heart finally calmed down a little. However, when Wu Ning saw Lin Changfeng's gloomy look just now, he couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder and teased him. Old Lin, don't act like a good kid just because you got an advantage. Damn it, forget about surpassing Su Qin. When our Yinzhao city can produce a genius like Yi Yang, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Hearing this, Lin Changfeng replied with a fake smile. Yes, I am also very satisfied with this result. Before he could finish, a city-level president who was standing next to the two of them suddenly shouted. Oh shit! Look at this! How come Yi Yang's points suddenly soared by tens of thousands? Are you kidding me? A surge of tens of thousands? You read that right? After hearing this, all the city-level presidents glanced at the standings and immediately retorted. Yeah! A boss-level monster only has a few thousand points, right? Oh my god! It's up again! It's over 30,000 points again! Fuck, more than 30,000 points per minute, what is this guy doing? Wait, could this guy have already entered the central area of the secret realm? What did you say? Chapter 120. Everyone is in despair. The gap between Yi Yang and Su Qin is too big. Hearing this, the city-level presidents were stunned. Yi Yang entered the central area of the secret realm? This is impossible. In the central area of the secret realm, there is not even a single small monster. All of them are level 20 elite monsters, and there are even a large number of boss-level monsters. Yi Yang was able to stand firm in the core area of the secret realm, so none of the city-level presidents questioned Yi Yang's ability to kill those elite monsters. But this boss-level monster is different. Just relying on his Origin Summoner Series profession, he can actually kill boss-level monsters. You should know. Those boss-level monsters are so powerful that even Ouyang Tian, Wan Kai and other potential geniuses may not be able to kill them even if they join forces. The most outrageous thing is, even if this guy can really kill, his efficiency is too fast. After all, a boss-level monster usually only has 3,000 to 5,000 trial points. And now, Yi Yang's trial score is nearly 10,000 points in 1 minute at the start, which means that on average, this guy can kill 2 or 3 bosses in 1 minute? Thinking of this, the city-level presidents present were instantly stunned. Too scary! This kid. Could it be possible that he can really kill the monsters in the center of the secret realm? It's a bit outrageous. You know, President Zhao has almost never had any problems judging people. He even said just now that it is almost impossible for Yi Yang to gain a foothold in the center of the secret realm. But now... Yeah! Judging from the current situation, it seems like this kid is going crazy and killing people in the center of this secret realm. This is outrageous. Don't even mention President Zhao. Just now, when this kid hadn't entered the central area of the secret realm, didn't all of us think that Yi Yang couldn't possibly defeat those boss-level monsters? That's true. But the current situation. Every time Yi Yang's points increase, they increase by thousands of points. If he hadn't entered the central area of the secret realm, how could he be in the current situation? Too awesome! After all these years, it's rare that President Zhao would misjudge someone. Yeah. But it's no wonder. The strength that Yi Yang has shown right now has completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Hear what these city-level presidents are saying. The other side. The president of Linyan City, Zhao Mingze, was also confused. Let me tell you one thing. For ordinary geniuses of the Origin Summoner series of professionals, it is quite difficult to gain a foothold in the central area of the secret realm, let alone to establish a position in the core area of the secret realm to fight against those elite monsters. And now, after seeing how fast Yi Yang's points were increasing, Zhao Mingze was a little confused. As expected, a true genius cannot be deduced by common sense, right? At this moment, Zhao Mingze suddenly recalled Su Qin 50 years ago. Thinking back then, Su Qin was also questioned by countless people, but he broke everyone's face step by step. And now Yi Yang is recreating this scene again. It's exactly the same process as that of this peerless genius known as a supernova. However, just at this moment, after carefully observing the speed at which Yi Yang's points increased for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Mingze couldn't help but sigh again. This time, after seeing Zhao Mingze's expression, the city-level presidents immediately became confused. President Zhao, what's wrong with you? Yes. If this kid can gain a foothold in the central area of the secret realm, doesn't it mean that we can hopefully witness the historic moment of him surpassing Su Qin? Hearing this, Zhao Mingze shook his head and explained. Surpass Su Qin? You still overestimate Yi Yang. After hearing this, the city-level presidents all had question marks on their faces. Even Lin Changfeng, who was standing by, couldn't help but lean over to hear what Zhao Mingze wanted to say. After all, when it comes to cultivating geniuses in the entire Dongshan province, if Zhao Mingze is second, even Oang Long and Jing Yutian dare not claim to be first. No way! This is the extraordinary strength and vision that it takes to single-handedly transform Linyan City, a city with nothing except money, into one of the 3 top cities in Dongshan province. And just at this moment, Zhao Mingze did not hide the truth and explained directly to everyone. It's very simple. Although Yi Yang has indeed established a firm foothold in the central area of the secret realm, the speed at which he earns points has not increased. According to my observations over the past 10 minutes, Yi Yang's speed of earning points is only about 300,000 or 400,000 points in the core area of the secret realm, and it has increased to 600,000 or 700,000 points at most. This moment, those city-level presidents immediately understood. 6 or 700,000 points per hour? Is that too slow? If you grind for 24 hours, wouldn't that be 15 or 6 million? Yes. If I remember correctly, Su Qin only earned more than 18.5 million points back then, right? That's right. On average, the efficiency of earning points is less than 800,000 per hour. If Yi Yang can work harder, it shouldn't be impossible for him to surpass Su Qin. President Zhao, are you too old now? Can't you even figure out such simple arithmetic? After hearing the words of these city-level presidents, Zhao Mingze was not angry, but just smiled lightly. That's right. Back then, Su Qin indeed only earned more than 18 million points. However, these city-level presidents overlooked a more important piece of information. Then Zhao Mingze directly reminded everyone. Old Jiang is right. Su Qin did earn more than 18 million points back then. But he may have forgotten that it was only about 12 hours after the secret realm was opened that Su Qin had just entered the central area of the secret realm. So, Su Qin's real efficiency in earning points is actually over 1 million points per hour? At this time, before Zhao Mingze could finish speaking, the president named Jian Yuan directly took over the conversation. That's right. Zhao Mingze smiled, and then added. Strictly speaking, when Su Qin entered the central area of the secret realm, he had just over 1.7 million points. So his real maximum speed for earning points is at least 1.4 million, or even 1.5 million. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, after hearing what Zhao Mingze said, all the city-level presidents present gasped. 1.5 million points per hour? This is worthy of being Su Qin. This efficiency is too terrible. You know, those city-level presidents who were called geniuses back then couldn't even earn 150,000 points in a whole day, let alone 1.5 million points in an hour. And Suchin. The points earned in 1 hour directly surpassed the total points of the top 10 people. This is a genius of the highest caliber. This is the existence called a supernova. Not just those city-level presidents. At this moment, even Lin Changfeng, who was standing beside him, suddenly changed his expression. With a terrifying efficiency of 1.5 million points per hour, it seems that it is almost impossible for Yi Yang to surpass Su Chen. You should know. Although his trial points were similar to Su Chen's when he entered the central area of the secret realm, he also had about 1.3 million. But after he entered the central area of the secret realm, his efficiency in earning points was only about 600,000 or 700,000 points. The gap was too huge. Chapter 121, Mutated Centaur Boss? Instant kill. Another instant kill. Let me tell you one thing. If we just estimate at the beginning, Su Chen's speed is only about 800,000 kilometers per hour, then if Yi Yang tries hard, maybe he can really surpass him. And now, nearly 9 hours have passed in the secret realm. Normally speaking, Yi Yang needs to reach a terrifying efficiency of at least 1.2 million kilometers per hour in order to give people hope of surpassing Su Chen. However, there seems to be hope to increase the speed efficiency by 100,000 or 200,000 kilometers per hour. This can be doubled. Just thinking about it, you know it's impossible. As expected, you still can't do it? Lin Changfeng sighed and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Not only Lin Changfeng, but other city-level presidents also sighed with regret. Originally, they all thought that they could witness the historic moment when someone could break the record of supernova Su Chen. But I didn't expect. This record left by Su Chen, which is like an insurmountable chasm, is still impossible to achieve. Alas. If that's the case, then I'm afraid our Dongshan province really can't afford to train someone with the efficiency of earning points at a rate of 1.5 million. Forget it. Aren't your requirements too high? After all, Yi Yang is the most powerful genius in Dongshan province in the past 50 years. Indeed. It seems that Su Chen's record can only be broken by a genius of the same level born in the 3 supreme cities of Dragon Country. Yeah. Fortunately, now we are not the ones competing with him. Back then, we were really badly suppressed by Su Chen. You're right. At first, when I saw the geniuses from Oang Long's Bluebird city being slaughtered by the geniuses from a small city called Tianshui under the jurisdiction of President Lin, I thought that the geniuses of this generation were just like that. Now I know, it's because Yi Yang is too strong. Alas. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a misfortune to be born in the same era as such a peerless genius. After seeing Yi Yang's current points increase, although the city-level presidents already have a rough idea, it is almost impossible for Yi Yang to surpass Su Chen of the past. But when they thought of the expressions of those geniuses who were once so arrogant and full of vigor after being eliminated by him one by one, these city-level presidents could not help but begin to feel sorry for these people. You should know. More than 50 years ago, when these city-level presidents were on the same platform as Su Chen, they, like geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wang Ji, were suppressed by this monster Su Chen and couldn't even breathe. And now, standing in front of Yi Yang, isn't the situation of these geniuses exactly the same as they were 50 years ago? At the same time, in the secret realm, Yi Yang had no idea that as soon as he entered the central area of the secret realm, he caused such a big commotion among the city-level presidents in the secret realm monitoring center room. Ding, you killed the elite monster, LV-20 Dark Mantis, you gained 20,000 points, 500%, of experience. Ding, you killed a level 20 elite monster, and you got 200 trial points. Ding, you killed a boss-level monster, LV-20 Venomous Swamp Murloc. You gained 500,000 points, 500%, of experience. Ding, you killed a level 20 boss-level monster, and you received 5,000 trial points. Bite. Bite. At this moment, when Yi Yang saw the massive amount of kill prompts in front of him, he felt extremely excited. As expected of the central area of the secret realm, the experience rewards are simply too great. After taking a glance at the reward prompts, Yang felt extremely satisfied. At a glance, just an elite monster has 20,000 basic experience points. Even with the terrifying 500% experience increase from the third-level Beast Blood Potion given to him by Yinzhao City Guild President Wu Ning, the experience of an elite monster could directly soar to nearly 100,000 points. It's so cool. That's not all. The rewards from those boss-level monsters are even better. For any boss-level monster, the guaranteed reward is more than 200,000 points of terrifying experience. It is 10 times that of an elite monster. If you encounter some very powerful boss-level monsters, such as the poisonous swamp fishman that Yi Yang just killed, its terrifying basic experience reward is as high as 500,000 points. If you take into account the boost from the Beast's Blood Potion, then this boss-level monster alone will give you 2.5 million experience points. Instantly refreshing. Even after killing this boss-level monster, the trial points will reach as much as 5,000 points. It is equivalent to killing 200 or 300 ordinary monsters. To be honest, this secret area center is really cool. Not to mention the monsters here, they are all level 20 elite monsters, and there are even boss-level monsters full of rewards. Alas, if it weren't for those people from Bluebird City, I would have let the skeleton army rush here a long time ago. Subconsciously. While Yi Yang was heading towards the central area of the secret realm, he shifted his focus to the hundreds of skeleton armies that had just encountered a boss-level monster. This moment, the attributes of the boss-level monster that looked like a centaur instantly appeared in front of Yi Yang. Mutated Centaur, LV20. Category, Boss-level monster. Strength, 5,600. Spirit, 4,800. Physical fitness, 5,300. Agility, 4,400. Skills: Centaur Charge, Centaur Trample, Centaur Bloodline. Take a glance. The mutated centaur that has been surrounded by the skeleton army still has quite terrifying attributes. Not to mention its weird skills. Just the average 4-dimensional attribute alone is over 5,000 points. If the geniuses from Bluebird City were to come, they would be wiped out in minutes. However, in front of Yi Yang, oh no, it should be said that in front of Yi Yang's skeleton army, they were completely vulnerable. The skeleton tyrant, whose brutal state had just declined, instantly returned to its peak state after devouring a few small skeletons. This moment, when he saw the mutated centaur boss charging towards him, the skeleton tyrant's fist, which had a terrifying power attribute equivalent to 30,000 points, mercilessly smashed directly at the mutated centaur boss. With a loud bang, the mutated centaur boss was killed by the skeleton tyrant's heavy punch before it could even charge a few meters. Next second, ding, you killed the boss-level monster, LV20 mutated centaur. You gained 650,000 points, 500%, of experience. Ding, you killed the level 20 boss-level monster, and you received 6,500 trial points. How strong is this mutated centaur boss? How come the reward it gives is higher than that of the poisonous swamp murloc just now? Far away. When Yi Yang saw the skeleton tyrant kill the mutated centaur boss in seconds, he was a little confused. But if other people heard this, they would probably scold him to death. Chapter 122, Full Fire. Yi Yang actually hid his strength? My goodness, the strength of your skeleton tyrant's full strength attack is as high as more than 30,000 points of power. Not to mention that I can't stand the boss-level monsters in the second-level secret realm. I'm afraid even the level 30 boss-level monsters in the third-level secret realm can't be stood up at all, right? If Ouyang Tian and other geniuses in Bluebird City knew the true strength of this skeleton tyrant, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. You should know. Even if these geniuses were equipped with their full body of second-level top-end professional equipment, their average attributes were only over 1,000 points each. Faced with this skeleton tyrant that can exert more than 30,000 points of strength, who the hell can resist it? Most importantly, the current strength of this skeleton tyrant is not just empty talk. Message: Skeleton Tyrant. Level 30. Strength: 150, 101.69%. Spirit: 30, 101.69%. Constitution, 300, 101.69%. Agility, 90, 101.69%. Skills, brutal devouring, raging rage. At a glance, the skeleton tyrant's basic strength attribute alone has reached 150 points. Coupled with Yi Yang's spiritual attribute of over 10,000 points, the skeleton tyrant received a terrifying increase of 101.69% in all attributes, and the strength attribute soared directly to 300 points. What's even more terrifying is that by constantly devouring friendly units, the skeleton tyrant is added with an extreme 100 layers of rage state, which brings a 1000% increase in all attributes. This directly increased the skeleton tyrant's strength attribute to a terrifying level of more than 3000 points. Plus, the abnormal amplification effect of the raging rage skill. Skill, rage, when you enter the maximum rage state and enter the attack state, increase your attack power and defense power by 10 times. At a glance, the 10-fold bonus on attack and defense attributes directly gives the skeleton tyrant an ultimate strength of more than 30,000 points. And the physical attributes are even more amazing. The skeleton tyrant's ultimate physical attribute can directly soar to more than 60,000 points. It's so abnormal. With the huge destructive power brought by tens of thousands of points of strength attribute, the mutated centaur boss with only 5,300 points of physical fitness can never be a match for the skeleton tyrant. To avoid being killed instantly by the skeleton tyrant, that means this guy's 4 legs can run fast enough. It's totally vulnerable. Keep going! All skeletons, rush to the center of this secret realm as quickly as possible. Don't think about it anymore. After seeing the terrifying rewards in the central area of this secret realm, Yi Yang didn't want to waste any more time. Let's not talk about what the trial points are used for. This perverted experience reward alone is enough to make Yi Yang extremely excited. This moment. After receiving Yi Yang's order, all the skeletons instantly stopped their current actions and rushed towards the central area of the secret realm. Along the way, unless it is a monster that can be killed instantly, the skeleton army will only take action. Anyone who wastes even a little of their time will not be touched again. Soon, in less than half an hour, a huge skeleton army consisting of more than 700 skeleton tyrants, more than 40,000 invisible skeleton wizards, and nearly 150,000 ordinary skeletons all poured into the central area of the secret realm and began a crazy slaughter. Meanwhile, when Yi Yang pulled this army of nearly 200,000 skeletons into the central area of the secret realm, those talented students who had been surviving in the secret realm until now were stunned for a moment. Yes. Up to now, the secret realm assessment has been open for nearly 10 hours, and out of the 1,162 talented students from Dongshan province who were originally selected to participate in the special training camp, only 50 or 60 are left. These people, some are afraid of the omnipresent army of skeletons. Some people want to rise up and resist. Some people are trying to avoid this undead genius. In short, for various reasons, these 50 or 60 people formed 3 or 4 small teams, carefully killing monsters in the secret realm. And now, when they suddenly saw the skeleton army, all of them were running wildly in that direction like crazy. Instead of being slaughtered on the spot, these genius survivors were stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why did all the skeletons run away? Haha, they must be scared of us killing them. I just killed hundreds of them. Wow, Brother Sun is so awesome! Of course. I am an SSS level origin assassin. Killing these shabby skeletons is a piece of cake. TSK, Brother Sun is awesome. I will follow him from now on. Yeah. Brother Sun is so awesome. Hearing the bragging of his brothers around him, Sun Ping suddenly became proud. Haha. Don't worry, now all the top talents in Qingyao City, Nanji City, and even Linyan City are dead. So, as long as you all follow me, Sun Ping, I guarantee that you will all be able to enter the special training. Pfft. Before he could finish his words, suddenly, at some point, an invisible skeleton mage suddenly jumped out from behind them. as the inky black elemental missile containing a strange breath of death flashed by and instantly hit the assassin named Sun Ping. Just one move was enough to blow his head apart. This time, those geniuses who had just said they wanted to follow Sun Ping were instantly frightened and fled in all directions. However, before they could run away for long, the invisible skeleton wizards nearby appeared one after another. Next second, dead bullet. Dead bullet. Dead bullet. Boom, boom, boom. Followed by a series of horrifying elemental explosions. Those geniuses from various cities who fled were killed on the spot. So far, in the secret realm of this poisonous jungle, there are only 42 talented professionals left for reference. At the same time, after charging into the central area of the secret realm with 10 times more troops, Yi Yang's trial points instantly began to skyrocket. Trial points, 1,564,743 points. Trial points, 1,635,441 points. Trial points, 1,717,328 points. Trial points. At a glance, as the 200,000-strong skeleton army charged into the central area of the secret realm, Yi Yang's trial points soared wildly at a terrifying rate of almost 30,000 to 40,000 points per minute. Just a dozen minutes, Yi Yang's trial points directly reached the terrifying level of over 2.1 million points. Not bad. On average, that's almost 40,000 points per minute. And now, there are still 14 hours left before the secret realm assessment ends, right? After doing some mental calculations, Yi Yang couldn't help but get excited. But now, the skeleton army has just rushed into the central area of the secret realm, and has not yet completely dispersed. Wait another hour or two. That is Yi Yang's real limit of points earning speed. But despite this, beyond the secret realm, in the secret monitoring center room, when they saw Yi Yang's points suddenly soaring, all the city-level presidents were shocked. Chapter 123 Speed breaks 2 million? The final boss is about to appear. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Look at Yi Yang's score! He's going crazy again! At this time, when Jiang Yuan, the city-level president who was closest to the secret realm monitoring screen, saw the speed at which Yi Yang's points were increasing, he immediately pointed at the screen and shouted. After hearing his words, everyone immediately looked towards the surveillance screen. Oh my God, it's true! Just now this kid could only increase his points by about 10,000 per minute. How come it suddenly soared to 30,000 or 40,000 now? I saw it too. I looked at Yi Yang's points. It was 2.33 million just now, and then in a moment of distraction, it went up to around 2.37 million. Too much. The points increased by 30,000 to 40,000 in 1 minute. In just 1 hour, it must be more than 2 million, right? Nima! This is a bit perverted. Is Yi Yang going crazy? I'm not crazy. I guess the reason why Yi Yang's points didn't increase quickly just now was because of the characteristics of his original profession. Yes. That must be the case. As an origin summoner, all of his summoned creatures must not have entered the center of the secret realm just now. And now is the time for him to really show his abilities. Too strong. The speed of earning points is over 2 million points per hour. Isn't this guy going to be so strong? The day of the last trade fair. No matter what, there is really hope to surpass Suchin. That's right. Damn it. How come this kid wants to surpass Suchin, and I'm more excited than him? Nonsense. How can I not be excited? Suchin suppressed us so badly back then, and now someone can finally defeat him. Who here wouldn't be excited? After hearing the words of the last city-level president, everyone else reacted immediately. Yes. Thinking back to the past, Suchin, who was called a supernova by countless people, almost suppressed these city-level presidents who were also called geniuses, and made them unable to even breathe. Now I finally see someone who can defeat him. It's like an enemy with whom I have a deep hatred, but I can't do it myself and get rid of him personally. But seeing someone brutally tormenting this enemy, who wouldn't be unhappy? Not just those city-level presidents. After seeing Yi Yang's terrifying points increasing speed, Even Zhao Mingze was shocked. My goodness. When you first enter the central area of the secret realm, you can only earn points at a speed of 600,000 to 700,000 per hour. It had only been less than an hour or two since we entered the central area of this secret realm, and the efficiency had skyrocketed to a terrifying level of over 2 million points per hour. Anyone who sees this will be confused. Not only that, even Lin Cha-feng, who was standing next to him, was so excited that he almost sat up. I only watched it for about half an hour. Yiyang originally had only more than 2 million points, but now it has soared to nearly 4 million. Surpass! I will definitely surpass it this time. Awesome, Yiyang! I never thought you, an old man, could actually give me such a big surprise. At this moment, Lin Cha-feng looked at Yiyang's wildly rising points, just like an ordinary person looking at his own wildly rising money balance. This feeling is so exciting. However, before everyone could feel comfortable for long, suddenly a city-level president seemed to have thought of something and spoke subconsciously. Wait! Don't be happy yet! Yiyang is gaining points so quickly now, will it lead to the final boss of the secret realm? The final boss of the secret realm? After hearing this, the city-level presidents who were originally excited calmed down instantly. Even the president of Linyan City, Zhao Mingze, felt his scalp tingling. Mad! You're right! If I remember correctly, as long as the efficiency of earning points exceeds 1 million points per hour, the final boss monster of this secret realm will descend directly. Hearing this, the other city-level presidents were also shocked. Secret realm, final boss monster. Although this is only a second-level secret realm, the strength of the final boss of this second-level secret realm can even directly crush the final boss of the third-level Shura-level difficulty copy. It is no exaggeration to say it is even no less powerful than the nightmare-level final boss of the fourth-tier copy. And Yiyang now is a player who hasn't even broken through to the third level. If the final boss of this secret realm arrives, will this kid still be able to gain points at such a fast speed? I remember now. Back then, Suchin also maintained a point-earning efficiency of over 1 million per hour. After the 6th or 7th hour, the final boss of this secret realm appeared directly in front of him. Yes. That's right. I remember. At that time, Suchin relied on his terrifying recovery and resistance ability of the light element to forcibly resist the final boss of this secret realm, and then continued to kill those ordinary secret realm boss-level monsters. Yes. If that's the case, Suchin is really outrageous. Although the final boss of this secret realm was not killed by Suchin, he was able to drag the final boss of the secret realm to gain points. What kind of incredible resistance does this require? Let me be honest, Suchin is not unwilling to kill the final boss of this secret realm, it's just too difficult to kill him. Yes. I remember that although Suchin relied on his light element to prevent the final boss of the secret realm from killing him, but at the same time, the final boss relied on his powerful attributes and skill effects to prevent Suchin from killing him. So, dragging each other down is the best option. When thinking about the mechanism of the secret realm, everyone suddenly became nervous. After all, as long as they reach a point-earning efficiency of over 1 million points per hour, they will be able to encounter this mechanism of the final boss in the secret realm, which they haven't encountered for a long time. Except for the time when Suchin triggered it 50 years ago, no one has been able to move it since then. No way! Apart from peerless geniuses like Suchin and Yiyang, ordinary geniuses, even if there are hundreds of geniuses in the entire secret realm, all of them are potential geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai. All of them added together may not be able to achieve an efficiency of earning points exceeding 1 million per hour. Besides, the efficiency of earning points at a speed of over 1 million points per hour is just a threshold to attract the final boss of the secret realm. Only by maintaining this efficiency for a long time, the final boss of the secret realm will finally appear. To put it bluntly, this principle is like giving birth to a child. You used a little strength at first, and at most you could see the top of the child's head. Only by continuously exerting effort can you completely give birth to this child. And in theory, the harder you push, the faster you'll give birth. The same goes for the final boss in this secret realm. The more efficient you are in earning points, the faster the final boss of this secret realm will appear. Only after Su-chin lured out the final boss of this secret realm, he was the one who held back the final boss by himself. This is the only way to let other people know so much information. Otherwise, when the final boss of the secret realm appears, geniuses like those with the same strength as city-level guild presidents are no match for it at all. They will all be killed in minutes. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. Chapter 124. Even Su-chin couldn't do it. Why could Yi Yang do it? Now that I think about it, Su-chin is a pretty good guy. If he hadn't held back the final boss of this secret realm, we wouldn't have been able to spawn monsters in the secret realm. What the hell? He was the one who lured out the final boss. If he doesn't hold him back, who will? Besides, if Su-chin doesn't die, the hatred of the final boss in this secret realm will always be on him. The target will never change. Yes. If it weren't for Su-chin, all of our geniuses combined, we couldn't have achieved the efficiency of earning points at a speed of over 1,000,000 points per hour. That's right. Although the final boss of this secret realm is very strong, its hatred mechanism is also quite simple. As long as the person with the highest hatred value of the monsters is not dead, the final boss of this secret realm will not switch its target to the next person. The most important thing is, when Su-chin lured out the final boss in the secret realm, it was 6 or 7 hours after entering the central area of the secret realm. That is, about 18 or 19 hours after the secret realm assessment began, and Yi Yang, now his efficiency in earning points seems to be even stronger than Su-chin's. Will he be able to lure out the final boss faster? Of course he will. Didn't President Zhao just say that? Su-chin only maintained a point earning efficiency of about 1.5 million per hour back then, and Yi Yang is now almost reaching 2.5 million. It's over. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the final boss of this secret realm will appear in 3 or 4 hours? Not necessarily. I think it will probably be faster. Thinking of this, those city-level presidents all turned their attention to Zhao Mingze. Back then, among the geniuses of the same class as Su-chin, except for Jing Yutian, the president of Nanji City, Zhao Mingze was the strongest. Plus, Zhao Mingze has always been very interested in studying student data. He even said a very true saying, words can lie, but big data will never lie. Because of this, Zhao Mingze's ability to have such a strong decision-making genius is also closely related to his day and night research on the data of super geniuses in various provinces, cities, and even the 3 supreme cities. Seeing the looks of those city-level presidents, Zhao Mingze also understood what they meant. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Mingze just thought for a moment, and then directly said what everyone was hoping for. After my calculations, if Yi Yang can maintain this efficiency of earning points at over 2.5 million points per hour, within 3 hours at the fastest and 5 hours at the slowest, that is, from the 13th to 15th hour after the secret realm assessment begins, the final boss of this secret realm will appear directly. Wow! Hearing Zhao Mingze's words, everyone gasped. Will the secret realm assessment appear in the 13th to 15th hour? Doesn't that mean Yi Yang will have to hold out against this boss for at least 10 hours before he can finally hold out until the end of the secret realm assessment? Impossible? This is absolutely impossible. If I remember correctly, when Su-chin lasted until the 3rd hour, he was already obviously struggling. Yes. Su-chin's Divine Light Demon Blade Knight is already so strong. Can Yi Yang hold on for so long? It's over. It seems that when the final boss of the secret realm appears, Yi Yang will definitely be killed out of the secret realm. Thinking of this, the city-level presidents expressed their regret. Oh my God! This secret realm is so despairing. Just now I could see some signs that Yi Yang would surpass Su-chin. I never expected that there is actually a mechanism for the final boss in the secret realm. Thinking back then, Su-chin fought against the final boss of the secret realm for 3 or 4 hours, and he was already trying his best. This kid Yi Yang, can he really hold on until the end of the secret realm assessment? I'm afraid it's a blessing that we weren't killed instantly by the final boss, right? Furthermore, the reason why Su-chin was able to defeat the final boss in the secret realm was because of his profession, the Divine Light Demon Blade Knight, which is an original warrior profession. Not to mention the destructive power of the dark skills. The terrifying recovery and resistance effects of his light skills alone are something that ordinary people can only dream of. On the other hand, the origin summoner profession, apart from being able to summon a large number of creatures, its main attributes are simply a mess. Weak physique and slow agility. Except for the spiritual, attribute that even the origin mage would envy, the other attributes are almost non-existent compared to those of professionals with the same strength. You should know. The two major professions of origin mage and origin priest, at least their physical attributes are quite impressive. Although not as good as the origin warriors, but combined with their unique life-saving skills, it is barely enough. And Yi Yang, the origin summoner. Until now, they didn't even have to wait for the final boss of the secret realm to appear. They could already foresee that, as soon as the boss arrived, Yi Yang would be killed instantly by the final boss of the secret realm. Uncertain. At this moment, Wu Ning, the president of Yinzhao City, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "What Suchen failed to do back then, Yi Yang has now done step by step. Solo clearing the Shura-level dungeon all the way. Fighting the demonic tide riot with my own strength. Now, his speed of earning points has even surpassed Su Chen's in the past. Why do you think he can't do it? I now feel that Yi Yang might be able to directly destroy the final boss of that secret realm." Hearing this, not only the city-level presidents, even Zhao Mingze and Lin Chafeng couldn't help but be stunned. We cleared all the Azure-level dungeons? And we cleared them all solo? Fight against the demonic riot? Or rely on your own strength? No way, is this kid's record so exaggerated? It's an exaggeration. The super geniuses born from the three supreme cities are not the only ones who can do these things. Yes. Let's not talk about the potential ones. Just looking at the number of the natural talents, Dragon Country can find hundreds of them from the three supreme cities every year. These people are only a hair's breadth away from Suchen back then. What even Suchen can't do, why do you think Yi Yang can do it? Kill the final boss of the secret realm? Old Wu, you are so unlucky to say that. Damn it, I was so scared just now. I thought this guy had such an impressive record. After hearing Wu Ning's words, the city-level presidents were excited for a moment, but still shook their heads. You should know. Let's not talk about Suchen. Every time a person with a special vocation appears, as long as they successfully grow to the third level, no matter which city they are placed in, they will be able to stand on their own and can even completely defeat the likes of Lin Chafeng and Oang Long. But until now, those city-level presidents, even including Zhao Mingze, have never heard of the existence of someone who can kill the final boss of the secret realm. Even these people can't do it, how can Yi Yang do it? He is either a person with potential nor a person with a mission. It's just a unique level hidden profession. To put it bluntly, at best it is just an SSS level profession with ridiculous strength. Old Wu, are you crazy? Kill the final boss of the secret realm? How is this possible? Do you have any basis for saying these things? Chapter 125. He has the potential to be the strongest? What is this black shadow? At this time, even Lin Chafeng couldn't bear it anymore and quietly returned to Wu Ning. Hearing this, Wu Ning just shook his head. There is no basis, just intuition, pure intuition. Intuition? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Lin Chafeng coughed a few times in anger. You seem to be really crazy. Let me tell you one thing. Until now, he still felt that it was a blessing in disguise that Yi Yang was able to withstand the final boss in the secret realm and continue to kill monsters. Kill the final boss of the secret realm? He wouldn't even dare to think about it in his dreams, let alone let Yi Yang actually do it. To put it bluntly, now that he sees Yi Yang's results, he feels like he is a person who has never bought lottery tickets, but just bought one by accident and won 5 million. Hearing Wu Ning's words was like holding a 5 million lottery ticket and suddenly being told that, in fact, he had placed 100 bets in a row and had won 500 million. Only a fool would believe such things. Even if he was drunk, no normal person who never buys lottery tickets would place 100 consecutive bets on the same lottery ticket. However, when Wu Ning heard Lin Chafeng's words, he sneered. Old Lin, it's fine if others don't believe in your genius, But how come you don't even believe in your own genius? Think about it, from the time Yi Yang appeared until now, everything he has done, is it something a normal person can do? Clear all Azure-level copies in one go. He even single-handedly fought against a second-level demonic riot. These things, I'm afraid even Suchin back then could only look up to them, right? At this point, Wu Ning took a deep breath, looked at Yi Yang's skyrocketing trial points on the monitoring screen in front of him, and said calmly, I always have a feeling. In this world, I'm afraid there's really nothing that can stop this kid. This feeling is like the strongest person coming out in the past. To the most powerful one. Hearing Wu Ning's words, Lin Changfeng felt dizzy and said, You are crazy, old Wu. I think you should not go to the hospital. After the secret realm assessment is over, go find a 10th order god-level priest and have your brain checked. Are you still the most powerful one? Can the strongest person be born in this barren city of Tianshui? You don't think before you speak. Grass. After hearing what Lin Changfeng said, Wu Ning was completely speechless. I just cursed and didn't bother to say another word to him. But anyway, the feeling that Yi Yang gave him now was indeed like the emergence of an invincible and all-powerful person in the world. Certainly. After all, Yi Yang only gave Wu Ning the feeling of having the potential to be the strongest. As for whether you can really grow into the strongest person, it depends on the future path. After all, let's not talk about the countless demonic crises that Blue Star is facing now. Just inside the Blue Star, and even inside the Dragon Country, there are countless termites. A genius with great potential is ultimately just a baby in swaddling clothes. Only when you truly grow up can you be called the strongest. At the same time, in the secret realm, Yi Yang had no idea that Wu Ning would give him such a high evaluation just after he transferred all the skeleton troops to the central area of the secret realm. At this time, he only knew that his current experience was about to go crazy. Ding, you killed the boss-level monster, LV-20 Doom Spider. You gained 850,000 points, 500% of experience. Ding, you killed a level 20 boss-level monster, and you received 8,500 trial points. Ding, you killed an elite monster, LV-20 Corrupted Demonic Poison Beetle. You gained 20,000 points, 500% of experience. Ding, you killed a level 20 elite monster, and you got 200 trial points. Bite. Ignore the kill reward prompts that are refreshing crazily in front of you. Yi Yang opened his attribute panel and took a look. Name, Yi Yang LV30. Experience, 2,556%. It's against the will of heaven. In just 1 hour, I gained nearly 1,000% of the experience. But this doesn't seem to be enough. It seems that there are only 12 hours left until the end of the secret realm. At this rate, even if I complete the entire secret realm assessment, the experience bar will only progress by about 20,000%. It seems like I'm still a long way from reaching the 30,000% progress of level 30. Originally, Yi Yang was very happy. The experience bar can be refreshed by more than 1,000% in 1 hour, which is equivalent to the terrifying efficiency of being able to level up 10 times in this secret realm in 1 hour. But then I thought, this level 30 experience bar can accommodate 30,000% progress experience. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At this time, it has been the 3rd hour since he entered the central area of the secret realm. He took a look at his current trial points, which had soared from over 1.3 million when he first entered the central area of the secret realm to over 7 million points now. If you calculate it this way, by the time I finish this secret realm assessment, I will probably be able to get nearly 30 million trial points. In Dongshan province, there is definitely no one with a higher score than me. I just don't know if this record can be ranked in the entire Dragon Country. Having lived in this world for 18 years, Yi Yang knows very well that with a population of tens of billions in Dragon Country, countless geniuses emerge every year. After seeing the secret realm and the difference in resources, Yi Yang finally understood a little bit that even if he used cheats, his development speed would be extremely limited if he did not have enough resources for cultivation. Just between Tianshui City and Qingniao City, 2 cities in the same province, there is such a huge gap in resources. So, what about those top provinces and regions in Dragon Country? Kyoto, Qinghai, Jiangnan, what about the three supreme cities of the legendary Dragon Kingdom? How many resources do they have? How many geniuses can be cultivated? Yi Yang couldn't imagine it. He only knew that if he wanted to grow up, he had to keep climbing. Fight to the special training camp. Rush into the national exam. Climb to the three most prestigious universities in Dragon Country. Even enter the Longwa Military Academy, which even Lin Chao-feng and others can't even dream of. Only by entering these places can you obtain more resources. Even get resources you've never heard of. Only in this way can you develop and grow faster. It was at this moment, when Yi Yang was looking towards the future, suddenly a dark shadow loomed over his head. What's going on? Subconsciously, Yi Yang looked above his head. It doesn't matter if you take a look. The monster floating in the air in front of him was instantly startled. Fuck! Actually, he is the final boss of this poisonous jungle secret realm? Chapter 126. The final boss arrives. Voodoo Master. At a glance, seeing the huge figure floating in the air about several meters away, Yi Yang suddenly became serious. Voodoo Master, LV20. Category: Secret Realm Final Boss. Strength: 28,000. Spirit: 65,000. Physical fitness: 42,000. Agility: 21,000. Skills: Voodoo Curse, Voodoo Destruction, Poison Miasma Skynet. At this moment, after seeing the attributes of the final boss of this secret realm, the Voodoo Master, even Yi Yang was a little shocked. Is this really the attribute that a level 20 monster can possess? No wonder the special training camps in various provinces across the country have been held for 200 or 300 years, but there has never been any news of a genius who can accomplish the task of killing the final boss in the secret realm. Certainly. This is also different from the intensity of the secret realm assessments in the special training camps in each province. For example, Dongshan Province, which is now a middle-class province in Dragon Country, uses the second-level secret realm. And those provinces and regions with inferior strength only use the first-level secret realm and the secret realm assessment. As for the three supreme cities of Dragon Kingdom, namely Kyoto, Qinghai and Jiangnan, which are mentioned in the legend, during the secret realm assessment in the special training camp, they use the third-order secret realm strength. This suddenly reminded Yi Yang of his previous life on Earth. When students from different provinces took the college entrance examination, the difficulty of the test papers they received was completely different. After all, each urban area has different resources, so the strength of the geniuses cultivated is naturally different. In various assessments, it is natural to use secret realms of different difficulty levels. I've waited for so long, now that I've met you, I can't miss it! In fact, before entering the secret realm, Yi Yang had heard about the reputation of the final boss of the secret realm from Lin Chao-feng. Only, when Lin Chao-feng was explaining how to lure out the final boss in the secret realm assessment had already begun, so there was no time to say anything. And Yi Yang just simply chose to kill monsters crazily and roughly. As for whether you can encounter the final boss of the secret realm, it all depends on fate. Now, he has finally seen the true face of this boss. He cannot let go of this opportunity to challenge him no matter what. I want to see this secret realm final boss that the entire Dragon Nation cannot resist. Just how strong is it? Swish! With a wave of his hand, Yi Yang summoned back to the summoning space the 10,000 ordinary skeletons and 1,000 invisible skeleton wizards scattered around the central area of the secret realm. Then, Yi Yang's mind moved slightly, and he directly summoned all 11,000 skeletons around him. Yes. Even though Yi Yang chooses to fight hard against the final boss of this secret realm, he is not stupid. It's impossible to let the strongest skeleton tyrant go first to test the waters. You should know. The four-dimensional average attribute of the final boss of this secret realm, the Voodoo Master, is nearly 40,000 points. And now the skeleton tyrant, even in its peak, tyrannical, state, is only over 30,000 points. What's more, it takes 100 seconds for the skeleton tyrant to summon one. Up to now, Yi Yang only has 700 or 800 of them. He couldn't bear to part with these precious skeleton tyrants, so he rushed forward and died. First, let the ordinary skeletons and the invisible skeleton wizard try out how many skills this boss has. Wait until the ordinary skeletons have almost exhausted the voodoo wizard's skills, then let the skeleton tyrant go up and finish him off. Go ahead! Without hesitation, Yang directly gave combat orders to those more than 10,000 skeletons. Next second, the army composed of tens of thousands of skeletons instantly rushed towards the voodoo wizard floating in the air without fear of death. It turns out they are just a bunch of stupid and unintelligent undead creatures. You guys, want to offend the dignity of my voodoo clan? Go to hell! Next second, the voodoo wizard raised his arm slightly and pointed gently at the tens of thousands of skeletons that were charging towards him. Then, voodoo destruction. Boom! At this moment, in just a blink of an eye, the 1,000 or 2,000 skeletons charging in the front were instantly surrounded by a strange dark green poisonous fog. Then, when the dark green mist exploded, the skeletons were blown into gray-white powder before they could react. This guy is pretty strong? I just don't know whether this skill has a cooldown. Keep going! Smile slightly. Yang was not worried at all about the loss of 1 or 2 skeletons. As his battle orders continued to be issued, the skeleton army rushed towards the voodoo wizard frantically again. Court death! You undead creatures, are you also ignorant of life and death? Poisonous miasma Skynet. This moment, the sky above the tens of thousands of skulls was suddenly covered by a vast layer of thick, dark green poisonous fog. At the same time, Yang also received a system prompt. Ding, some of your summons are affected by the poisonous Skynet voodoo curse. Physical attributes are reduced by 70%, agility attributes are reduced by 50%, strength attributes are reduced by 20%, and spirit attributes are reduced by 30%. Bite. I didn't expect. This skill is so amazing. After entering the range of this poisonous miasma Skynet, all attributes have been cut so much. If that's the case, then the skeleton tyrant, which originally had more than 30,000 points of strength attribute, will only have a little over 20,000 left. Frowning, Yang finally understood a little about the effects of the voodoo wizard's skills. However, just at the moment when the poisonous miasma Skynet was completely formed, something even more terrifying happened. Boom! 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 In an instant, in the entire range of the poisonous miasma Skynet, countless dark green impact beams like thunder instantly bombarded down from the poisonous fog clouds in the sky. And with every bombardment, hundreds of skeletons died instantly. No way! The spiritual attributes of this voodoo wizard are really exaggerated. An ordinary skeleton with only a few hundred points of physical attributes, facing the voodoo wizard boss with more than 60,000 points of spiritual attributes, has no power to resist at all. Time flies. The poisonous miasma net that surrounded the sky above all the skulls lasted for hundreds of seconds, before it finally slowly dissipated. However, those 10,000 skeletons only lasted for a mere 30 seconds before they were completely wiped out. More than 10,000 skeletons, just gone like that? Damn it, luckily I didn't use the invisible skeleton mage, otherwise Chun Chun would have died in vain. But, looking at the situation, it seems like this guy can't get close at all. How can we fight this? Frowning, Yi Yang felt a little helpless. The professionals of the Origin Mage series are worthy of being the nemesis of the Origin Summoner series. There's no way to get through. Just think about the terrifying range of that poisonous Skynet, let alone letting ordinary skeletons in. Even the skeleton tyrant can't rush through such a long range. No! Over 10,000 skeletons are already gone. If we don't capture this guy, won't these skeletons have died in vain? Although there are more than 10,000 skeletons, Yang only needs 2 or 3 hours to summon them all. But this also means swearing allegiance to your team until death. If I just died in vain, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? 10,000 more skeletons! I just don't believe this guy's skills have no cooldown. Chapter 127 Special Plan. Drain the value of the final boss? Having said that, Yi Yang is already prepared. If this second wave of 10,000 skeletons is still easily wiped out by the voodoo wizard, then I will have to find a way to avoid this guy first. Anyway, I have the talent of soul transfer. This guy wants to catch up with or kill me. That's not an easy thing. At that time, just get a few skeletons to kill this guy, even if it's only one per second. I can easily hold this guy back. A few seconds later, as Yi Yang summoned the second wave of 10,000 skeletons to his side through the summoning space, he immediately prepared to launch an attack. Charge! At this moment, after receiving Yi Yang's command, tens of thousands of skeletons once again rushed towards the voodoo wizard fearlessly. Again? Seeing this scene, the voodoo master was stunned. Originally, after he saw that the first wave of skeleton army was only a small number, he started to clear the area directly. However, the boss never expected that those mere 10,000 ordinary little skeletons were just the vanguard used by Yi Yang to test its skills. Of course, these 10,000 skeletons are also to test this guy's skills. At this time, facing the second wave of skeleton army rushing towards him, the voodoo wizard was completely helpless. He could only raise his arms and continuously condense those dark green voodoo elemental balls and bombard them towards the skeleton army. Although, with its terrifying spiritual attribute of more than 60,000 points, a voodoo ball can easily kill an ordinary skeleton. But there are 10,000 skeletons. The single target destructive effect of his voodoo elemental orb alone has no effect at all on the skeleton legion. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton army rushed directly to the side of the voodoo wizard boss and began to wildly wave the bone blades in their hands and attack it. But the attributes of these ordinary little skeletons are too weak. The strength attribute is only a few hundred points. So their attacks cannot cause any harm to this voodoo wizard at all. But, sure enough, I have no skills left. It seems the poisonous miasma Skynet and voodoo destruction that wiped out the first wave of the skeleton army can also be considered as the ultimate moves of this boss, right? After seeing this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh. The origin mage profession is indeed the nemesis of the origin summoning profession. But you are just a mage boss without any skills, aren't you just a sandbag? In that case, then the next step is to see how long the cooldown of the two skills of this voodoo wizard is. Once I have figured out the cooldown time of this skill, I can mobilize the entire skeleton tyrant legion and kill this boss in one go. With a faint smile, Yi Yang has already seen the final end of this voodoo wizard boss. Ordinary little skeletons can hit it, and the invisible skeleton mage army, the damage caused to this guy is also minimal. However, the skeleton tyrant, whose strength attribute is as high as more than 30,000 points, can actually pose a terrifying threat to this voodoo wizard boss. Not to mention, Yi Yang now has nearly 800 of these skeleton tyrants. They only need to make one move to easily take away the final boss of this secret realm, the voodoo master. Soon, after 5 minutes, the voodoo master boss finally started to release the second wave of skills. Voodoo destruction. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, all the skeletons within 100 meters around the body of the voodoo wizard boss were instantly infected by the strange green poisonous mist again, followed by the sound of explosions of poisonous fog. At least 5,000 or 6,000 skeletons died in an instant. No way. This time, the skeleton legion's position was too dense. The death of so many skeletons at once is inevitable. Right, it looks like the cooldown time for this voodoo destruction should be 5 minutes. Not bad. With only 5,000 or 6,000 ordinary little skeletons, I was able to figure out the mechanism of this skill. It's not a loss for the voodoo master. With just one small skill, I can kill more than half of the skeletons in the group. It's a huge profit. However, you can make money, but I will never lose money. Then, after another 5 minutes, the voodoo wizard released his two major skills at the same time. Poisonous miasma Skynet. In an instant, the air was once again covered by dark green poisonous fog. For a while, the voodoo shock beam burst out again in an instant. In just a few moments, the remaining thousands of skeletons were all blown to pieces. So, this poisonous miasma Skynet has a cooldown period of exactly 10 minutes? Very good, very good. After figuring out all the mechanisms of this guy, Yi Yang was too lazy to waste time with him anymore. The thought moved slightly. The nearly 800 skeleton tyrants that were scattered in the central area of the secret realm, and were killing crazily, all returned to the summoning space in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yang summoned them all to his side without hesitation. Just do it! No. Wait! At this moment, when Yi Yang asked the skeleton tyrant to work together to kill the final boss of the secret realm, the voodoo master, he suddenly saw a large group of boss-level monsters around him rushing towards him. At a glance, just from what I can see, there are at least thousands of boss-level monsters. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many boss-level monsters running towards me? Seeing this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help but frown. He was not afraid of the thousands of boss-level monsters in the secret realm. After all, to him, these boss-level monsters can't even take a punch from the skeleton tyrant. It's just a living experience package. Could it be that these boss-level monsters are here to assist the final boss of this secret realm? As long as the final boss of the secret realm is lured out, will all these boss-level monsters with the highest combat power in the secret realm be attracted here? Thinking of this, Yi Yang suddenly understood. TSK, if that's the case, then the value of this secret realm's final boss is huge. Smile slightly. Yi Yang instantly came up with a plan. Then, he ordered the more than 800 skeleton tyrants to stay on standby and surround him without hesitation. Then continued to inject ordinary little skeletons in the battle with the voodoo wizard. Then, when those boss-level monsters in the secret realm rushed to Yi Yang, he directly ordered the skeleton tyrant to attack the thousands of boss-level monsters that were rushing towards him. This moment, the skeleton tyrant legion went crazy and killed like crazy in an instant. Throw a punch! The boss-level monsters were standing densely together, and at least 2 or 3 bosses were killed instantly. In less than half an hour, there were more than 1,000 boss-level monsters, and they were completely killed by the skeleton tyrant legion. Chapter 128 Kill the Crazy Skeleton Tyrant. Break 10 million points per hour. Ding, you killed the boss-level monster, LV20 Dark Demon Worm. You gained 430,000 points, 500%, of experience. Ding, you killed a level 20 boss-level monster, and you received 4,300 trial points. Bite. This moment, after seeing the massive amount of boss-killing prompts in front of him, Yi Yang was stunned for a moment. No, why are there so many bosses? We've killed nearly 1,000 of them, and it's not over yet? Not finished yet? Subconsciously, Yi Yang took a look at his time points. In just half an hour, Yi Yang's points have skyrocketed from over 7 million to over 13 million now. It soared by 6 million points. And it only takes half an hour. If I calculate at this speed, how can I earn more than 10 million points in an hour? Isn't this too outrageous? Not only that. After just half an hour, Yi Yang's experience bar progressed even more outrageously. Originally, Yi Yang thought that it would be quite terrifying if he could fill up the experience bar in this secret realm. But now, in just half an hour since the final boss of this secret realm appeared, his experience bar has directly increased from less than 3,000% to more than 7,000% now. Directly increased the experience by 4,000%. It can be said to be going against the will of heaven. Wow, are you crazy? In 1 hour, you can directly increase the experience bar by 8,000%? That is to say, in just 2 or 3 hours, I can directly gain all the remaining experience points. But where the hell do all these boss-level monsters come from? These are all the boss-level monsters in the secret realm. Are they all attracted to this final boss? Thinking of this, Yi Yang was instantly shocked. In just 2 or 3 hours, all the experience bars at level 30 will be filled up. In the past, this was something I would never have dared to even think about. But what's even more outrageous is that there is an endless stream of boss-level monsters gathering towards this location. To be honest, this number is too much. Never mind! Now that we are here, let's make the best of it. Since these boss-level monsters are eager to come and give me experience, Why shouldn't I accept them? All skeletons obey. Kill as many boss as you can. At the command, the skeleton tyrants, who were already slaughtering crazily, became even more violent. Before, one punch could kill 2 or 3 boss-level monsters in seconds. Now, that huge body of 5 or 6 meters tall even started to use its hands and feet. When facing those small boss-level monsters, just step on them to death. There is no room for counterattack at all. Even if he encounters bosses that can fly, Yi Yang will show no mercy. Directly attack the 40,000 to 50,000 invisible skeleton wizards and let them all focus their fire on the flying bosses that are trying to make trouble for them in the air. For a moment, within Yi Yang's sight, the entire battlefield was filled with blood and flesh flying. Countless broken limbs and arms of boss-level monsters flew everywhere. The Skeleton Tyrant Legion and the Invisible Skeleton Mage Legion are all on the battlefield. As for those ordinary skeleton armies, Yi Yang dispatched them to hold back the final boss of the secret realm in waves, the Voodoo Master. Soon, another half-hour passed. Yi Yang's experience bar instantly increased from the original 7,165% to 12,534%. That is half of the progress of the full experience bar at level 30. It's so comfortable. I gained nearly 9,000% experience in 1 hour. In less than 2 hours, this experience bar will be full. Moreover, the number of these boss monsters that came to besiege me has not decreased at all. In fact, their numbers are even increasing. Seeing this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help but get excited. There are more than 800 skeleton tyrants forming the core protection circle, and nearly 50,000 invisible skeleton mages acting as prevention and control measures and finishing off any fish that slip through the net. Yi Yang doesn't have to worry at all about those boss-level monsters affecting him. Subconsciously, Yi Yang took another look at his trial points, which had skyrocketed to 17.66 million points. That is to say, in just this 1 hour, Yi Yang's Skeleton Legion directly earned over 10 million points. It's so cool. This is not the maximum speed. After all, at the beginning, the skeleton army had not yet completely engaged in a firefight with the boss army. The next hour is the real limit for my speed in gaining experience and points. A faint smile. After Yi Yang took a glance at the battle with the voodoo wizard, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. And what must be said is, at this time, the voodoo wizard was almost driven crazy by the torture of ordinary skeletons. After Yi Yang's repeated tests, he finally discovered that he only needed to send out 1,000 or 2,000 skeletons each time to completely hold back the voodoo wizard. If there are too many, it would be a sheer waste. If the number is too small, the voodoo wizard will not use large-scale skills at all. Just relying on ordinary attacks like voodoo orbs can easily wipe out the skeleton army. And the 1,000 or 2,000 skeletons sent out each time can delay the voodoo wizard for 5 or 6 minutes. As an hour passed, only more than 10,000 skeletons were lost. Alas, I was too careless before. Those 2 waves of more than 20,000 skeletons in the early stages were simply wasted. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Taking a look at the more than 180,000 ordinary skeleton troops he had left, Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. But if other people heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would die. My God, you can summon a tattered skeleton at no cost in the second, but it is only equivalent to the number of skeletons that took several hours to summon. And you actually feel sorry for it? If it were any other genius. During these few hours, we were lucky enough to figure out the mechanism of one skill of this voodoo mage without being wiped out. Well, I can finally take a break. Yi Yang randomly found a small mound of earth and ordered dozens of skeletons to dig out a sofa shape for him, then he lay down directly on it. Let me tell you one thing. I have been fighting in the secret realm for more than 10 hours. Now, I can finally take a break. At the same time, in the secret realm, Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yi Yang, 17,823,361 points. Second place, Lin Xiufeng, 12,236 points. Third place, Jingguang, 12,188 points. 4th place. This moment, when those city-level presidents saw Yi Yang's current trial points, they were instantly shocked. No. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Yi Yang's points have reached more than 17 million just like that? It's already 18 million! Oh my god, what on earth has Yi Yang been doing in the past hour? Wasn't he only earning about 2 million points per hour just now? How come he has earned more than 10 million points in just 1 hour? It's too incredible! The speed of earning points exceeds 10 million points per hour. Even if Suchin were alive, he wouldn't dare to imagine such a speed, right? Not later! He is gaining points so quickly now. Is it possible that the final boss of this secret realm hasn't appeared yet? Chapter 129, Breaking the 50-Year Record. This is a true genius. Hearing this, those city-level presidents immediately turned their attention to Zhao Mingze. However, after hearing the doubts from those city-level presidents, Zhao Mingze was also dumbfounded. That's right. According to previous data, if the points are earned at a rate of about 2 million per hour, the final boss of this secret realm should come out in 3 or 4 hours. That is to say, with Yi Yang's current speed of cutting more than 10 million points in just 1 hour, the final boss of the secret realm should have been lured out. Could it be that this kid really resisted the final boss like Suchin? Impossible! How can a mere origin summoning professional resist the final boss of the second-level secret realm? This is not the final boss of those dungeons. That's true. But according to Yi Yang's current speed, the final boss should have appeared long ago, right? No doubt about it. It must be this kid Yi Yang, who has already resisted the final boss. After a long time, Zhao Mingze finally came to this conclusion. The appearance mechanism of the final boss in the secret realm, there will definitely be no problem. The only problem is that the problem lies with this kid Yi Yang. Soon, Zhao Mingze stated his reasoning. The Origin Summoner series of professionals are indeed very weak in their bodies. But as long as they can escape and use their summons to hold back the final boss, it is not impossible. In this way, the final boss will naturally not pose a threat to the summoner. I have to say that. As the city-level president with the sharpest vision in Dongshan province, Zhao Mingze's theoretical analysis is indeed powerful. Yi Yang's situation in the secret realm at this moment is almost exactly the same as what Zhao Mingze is saying now. With the incredible effect of soul transfer as a guarantee, even if his own skeleton army cannot withstand the brilliance of the final boss, the voodoo master, he can still escape easily. Let's take a step back. Even if Yi Yang doesn't have time to use soul transfer to escape, he still has the abnormal talent of soul of faith to back him up. Hundreds of thousands of skeleton armies took the damage for them. Even if Yi Yang stood there and let the voodoo master attack him crazily, there would not be any problems for a while. This time, those city-level presidents were completely shocked. Originally, they thought that even if Yi Yang's points-earning speed far exceeded Suchen's back then, if the final boss arrived, he would definitely be killed. But now, the strength displayed by Yi Yang at this time once again slapped the faces of everyone present. Even Zhao Mingze, who has always used big data to support battle analysis, misjudged this battle. But whether it's Yi Yang or Suchin from back then, after experiencing these two major events, Zhao Mingze finally understood a truth. Big data analysis can only work on ordinary people. True geniuses, or those peerless geniuses who have already transcended theory, cannot be analyzed with data at all. Rules are meant to constrain ordinary people. And for these peerless geniuses, the rules are meant to be broken. However, just when everyone was marveling at how Yi Yang could hold his own against the final boss, suddenly a city-level president shouted at the surveillance screen. Look! Yi Yang's points have already exceeded 18 million! So fast! I just saw less than 17.9 million! This is incredible! Is this the genius who can reach a speed of over 10 million per hour? In the blink of an eye, he earned hundreds of thousands of points. Oh my god! Even geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai might not be able to earn these hundreds of thousands of points in a day, right? It's gone up again, it's gone up again. It's already 18.35 million! That's amazing! I remember, Su Chen's record back then was only 18.5 million, right? No. Strictly speaking, Su Chen's record is 18.53 million. Isn't this almost over? Look, it's already 18.51 million. It's exceeded. It's really exceeded. It's already 18.66 million. Oh my god! I never thought I would actually witness such a historic moment this time. It's so scary. Yes. I never thought, after 50 years, someone could actually break Su Chen's record. Wait. If I remember correctly, the Secret Realm assessment has only just started for 17 hours, right? Yes, that's right. It's only 11 o'clock in the morning of the second day. It's only been open for 17 hours. So, this kid still has 7 hours to continue to earn points. Buzz. Thinking of this, all the city-level presidents present suddenly fell silent. Back then, Su Chen spent a full 24 hours to get 18.53 million points, but now, Yi Yang broke that record in just over 17 hours? So, can this kid create a higher record? I can't even imagine. How high of a record can Yi Yang create? The points for speed exceeding 10 million, there are less than 7 hours left. Could it be possible that Yi Yang's points can exceed 100 million? No way! Over 100 million points? Thinking of this, all the city-level presidents felt their scalps tingling. You should know. During these 50 years, apart from Su Chen, the highest record was just a potential person in Bluebird City who had earned 230,000 points. Apart from that, most of the points are hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands. Although there is a gap, it is not big. The appearance of Su Chen directly refreshed this record to more than 18 million. It's a pinnacle move. Originally, everyone in the entire Dongshan province thought that Su Chen's record would not be broken by anyone in the next 500 years, or at least in the next 100 years. But now, in just over 50 years, this pinnacle record of more than 18 million points has been directly refreshed. The scariest thing is, there are still 6 or 7 hours left until the end of the Secret Realm. You know, when Su Chen participated in the Secret Realm assessment, the final boss had not yet been lured out. I can't imagine how outrageous a record Yi Yang can create. Soon. Another hour passed. Yi Yang's points soared directly to 29.66 million, and was about to break the 30 million mark. Seeing this scene, the city-level presidents were all shocked. However, before their shock subsided, less than an hour later, Yi Yang's points directly exceeded 42 million. At this moment, all the city-level presidents were shocked. At this rate, could it be possible that this kid could really earn hundreds of millions of points? After all, at the beginning his speed was only around 10 million points per hour. But now, Yi Yang's points earning speed has soared to about 12 million. Next, there are 5 hours left. It's not like there's no hope at all. But, after hearing the general remarks of those city-level presidents, Xinyu Tian, the president of Zhongtian City in Dongshan Province, finally couldn't help but speak. Chapter 130, End of the Secret Realm. This time, it's Dongshan Province's turn to show up. It is a foregone conclusion that Yi Yang will crush Su Chen's record this time. But, if he wants to break 100 million points, it's probably still impossible. After all, everyone gets tired. For origin summoning professions, although you don't have to participate in combat yourself, you still have to consume mental energy to command summoned creatures to fight. This consumption of mental energy is more serious than consuming physical energy. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to hold on for more than a few hours. But, if he really wants to break 100 million points, there is only one way. What method? Hearing Xing Yintian's words, all the city-level presidents looked at him. It's very simple. Isn't the final boss of this secret realm exactly 100 million points? What? Defeat the final boss? This is impossible, right? Upon hearing this, all the city-level presidents were surprised. Kill the final boss of this secret realm? This kind of thing. Xing Yutian dared to say it, but they didn't even dare to think about it. So far, they haven't heard of anyone who can actually kill the final boss in the same level secret realm. Certainly, After Jing Yutian finished speaking, he just smiled and said, I was just making an analogy. I didn't say that he could really defeat the final boss. Don't tell me you don't believe this kind of thing. I also feel that. Just then, before Jing Yutian could finish his words, on the trial points ranking list on the secret realm monitoring screen, Yi Yang's points information changed drastically at this moment. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yi Yang, 145,823,361 points. Second place, Lin Xiufeng, 14,585 points. Third place, Qin Guang, 14,223 points. Fourth place, Buzz. At this moment, after seeing Yi Yang's points information in front of them, all the city-level presidents present were stunned. After a long time, someone spoke timidly. Hey, what's going on? Did I see it wrong? How come Yi Yang's points suddenly became a 9-digit number? Fuck, this is not right? It was more than 45 million just now. How come it has become 145 million now? Instructor Tian, what's going on? Could it be that the secret realm monitoring equipment is broken? Seeing this scene, all the city-level presidents gathered around Instructor Tian Yuan, who was in charge of all the technological equipment in the special training camp. I don't know either. This time, Tian Yuan was also confused. When Oang Long first doubted his equipment, Tian Yuan responded with righteous words. But now, seeing that Yi Yang's points suddenly skyrocketed by 100 million, he became a little unconfident. However, before he stood up and was about to check the surveillance equipment, Jing Yutian on the side suddenly spoke slowly. You guys think, could it be that Yi Yang really defeated the final boss of the secret realm? Boom! Jing Yutian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Originally, after seeing Yi Yang's sudden change in points information, those city-level presidents understood it in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, even Jing Yutian himself has refuted the idea of killing the final boss. How dare the presidents of these first-class cities talk so much nonsense? But now, after hearing that Jing Yutian personally laid the matter out in the open, those city-level presidents all held their breath. As if it was like the last thin layer of window paper was directly pierced. Kill the final boss of the secret realm. Is this really possible? I've never heard of anything like this. Can Yi Yang really do such a thing? It shouldn't be possible. However, the monitoring equipment in this special training camp has been fine for hundreds of years. How could it be possible that it has a problem now? Too scary. Is this the peerless genius? Yes, to kill the final boss of the secret realm, even Su Qin back then wouldn't dare to imagine such a thing, right? Just when everyone was in doubt, another instructor in charge of this secret realm assessment suddenly ran from outside to the front of Zhang Qing, Tian Yuan and other instructors. Captain Zhang, Captain Tian, the second-level secret realm, the poisonous miasma jungle, which was used as the special training camp selection test, has completely collapsed because the final boss was killed by the trainees. Please tell me, what should we do next? Boom! After hearing this instructor's report, for a moment, all the city-level presidents present felt their scalps tingling. The final boss of the secret realm was actually defeated by that kid Yi Yang? Oh my god! This kid Yi Yang, this time he really created a new historical stage for Dongshan Province. At this moment, the city-level presidents all turned their attention to Lin Chanfeng. At this time, Lin Chanfeng was also completely confused. Not to mention Yi Yang's past achievements, just the secret realm assessment that lasted less than a day today, the surprise that Yi Yang brought to him was enough to make people breathtaking. Kill all the geniuses in Dongshan Province. Break the horrific record set by Su Qin 50 years ago. He directly killed the final boss of this secret realm, causing the secret realm assessment to end early? Oh my god! How could I, Lin Chanfeng, be so worthy that I could meet such a peerless genius who was born in their Tianshui city? After a long delay, Instructor Zhang Qing finally spoke up. There is no other way. Since the secret realm has collapsed, we can only end it early. The official selection quota for the Secret Realm assessment of this special training camp will be calculated based on the current score information. Yes. The instructor responded and left immediately. Only a few dozen confused city-level presidents were left at the Secret Realm Monitoring Center, as well as the family patriarchs who came to watch their children take part in the Secret Realm assessment. Too scary! Yi Yang actually defeated the final boss. Yeah, this is something a human can do, right? It's over. Dongshan Province is finished this time. There is less than a month left, and it will be the national exam. It seems that this time, the whole dragon country will be shaken because of this kid Yi Yang. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. I never thought our Dongshan province could show its face in the national exam. Congratulations, President Lin. Congratulations. Yeah, when the Secret Realm assessment is over, you're going to get rich. Damn it, I'm so jealous. This time, after hearing the words from those city-level presidents, Lin Changfeng felt like he was about to faint from excitement. In the beginning, he was just counting on Yi Yang to help their Tianshui city show off in Dongshan province. As for the national exam, he didn't even think about it. You know, for at least 100 years up to now, not to mention the top 10, even the top 100 in the national examinations have all been occupied by that terrifying person with a special vocation. For a mere SSS level professional or someone with potential, it's a blessing to be able to squeeze into the top 10,000. And now, with the strength shown by Yi Yang, it seems that he can easily get into the top 100, let alone the top 10. Chapter 131: A Huge Explosion. God-level rare summoning skills. If possible, can this kid strive to be in the top 3 in the national exam, or even the national champion in martial arts? No, forget it. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng shook his head repeatedly. Forget about being the top scorer, even being in the top 3 in the national exam, it seems impossible. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng clenched his fists tightly. He doesn't expect to be in the top 3. As long as he can get into the top 10, and achieve a similar result to what Suchin achieved back then Lin Changfeng will be able to rise to the top and advance straight to the provincial guild. At the same time, in the secret realm, looking at the voodoo wizard in front of him who was turned into a ball of dark green mist by a wave of concentrated fire from more than 900 skeleton tyrants, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh. The original mage profession is ultimately just a fragile one. Once someone gets close to you, you will be killed as well. Soon. Just after the dark green poisonous fog completely dissipated in the air, a series of system prompts suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yang. Ding, you killed the final boss of the second level, Poisonous Jungle, Secret Realm, LV20 Voodoo Master, and you gained 100 million points, 500% of experience. Ding, you have successfully cleared the second level Secret Realm, the Poisonous Jungle, and you have received rewards, experience X 500 million, 500%, points, rare and exclusive professional equipment treasure chest X1, rare and exclusive professional skill treasure chest X1. Ding, the final boss of the Secret Realm has been completely killed, and the Secret Realm space will completely collapse within 1 hour. Please exit the Secret Realm in advance. Ding, you got a reward, exclusive career skill treasure chest X1. Ding, you got a reward, exclusive career equipment treasure chest X2. At first glance, the first 2 prompts are prompts for passing the system. But it's a pity that the massive experience value reward of tens of billions was wasted. Because Yi Yang's current experience bar has been completely refreshed to 30,000%. It is impossible to. Wait. This doesn't seem right. Why is there a part of temporary experience in this experience value? At this moment, when Yi Yang looked at his experience bar, in addition to the 30,000% permanent experience storage, there was also a large amount of temporary experience storage. But when Yi Yang injected his thoughts into the experience bar, he immediately received the information of temporary experience storage. Temporary experience storage. When your own experience bar reaches the upper limit, the temporary experience storage is triggered. The temporary experience storage has no storage upper limit, but if it is not used within 24 hours, it will be directly erased. Wiji, there is such a mechanism? This is kind of cool. So, as long as I can successfully complete the third level advanced task within 24 hours, I can directly use these billions of experience points. Thinking of this, Yi Yang suddenly became excited. He had already prepared everything, including giving up the experience rewards for the final boss of the secret realm, and the experience rewards for clearing the secret realm. But now it seems, I still have hope. If I had known this would happen, I would have just spent the remaining hours in the secret realm. Shaking his head, Yi Yang felt a little helpless. But we've learned a lesson this time, and I'll make up for it next time. And these few hours are not wasted. Killing the secret realm boss is equivalent to ending the secret realm assessment a few hours earlier. You can also make use of these few hours. By then, once I reach level 3 and enter the level 3 secret realm, won't I be able to gain more experience in these few hours? Thinking of this, Yi Yang felt much better. And next, just to sort out all the gains from this secret realm assessment trip, the first thing to come to mind is naturally the clearance reward you get after clearing the secret realm. But rare and exclusive professional equipment treasure chest? Rare and exclusive professional skill treasure chest? What is this? To be honest, this is the first time Yi Yang has seen this thing. But to be able to be labeled as rare, it must be extraordinary. Without thinking too much, Yi Yang directly opened the rare and exclusive professional skill treasure box. Ding, you have successfully used the Level 2 Rare Exclusive Professional Skills Treasure Box. And you have obtained the Level 2 Rare Exclusive Professional Skills Necromancer Summon Skeleton Terrasaur. Rare Skill, Summon Skeleton Terrasaur. Consume 500 points of mental power to summon a skeleton terrasaur to fight for you. Skeleton terrasaur? Could it be a flying undead summon? After seeing this skill, Yi Yang suddenly became excited. From the very beginning, after traveling to this world and discovering that his awakened profession was necromancer, Yi Yang was extremely looking forward to obtaining a powerful flying undead summon like the Undead Bone Dragon. Certainly. He also knew that this matter could not be rushed. After all, powerful flying summons like the Undead Bone Dragon are all high-level creatures of the undead clan. It was not something that a necromancer of the first or second level like him could summon. But now, Yi Yang never thought that he would be able to directly obtain the skill of Summon Skeleton Terrasaur just after reaching the second level. Awesome! Rare skills are still rare skills! This effect is simply amazing! Then, without even thinking twice, Yi Yang integrated this exclusive professional skill into his own skill column. Next second, a familiar prompt appeared directly in front of him. Ding! Rare skill Summon Skeleton Terrasaur. Successfully transformed into God level Rare skill Summon Skeleton Terrasaur. God level Rare skill Summon Skeleton Terrasaur. Consume 500 points of mental power to activate this skill. Automatically summon a skeleton terrasaur every 500 seconds to fight for you. One every 500 seconds? That means it takes about 8 or 9 minutes to summon one. In an hour, I can only summon 7 or 2 of these. Not bad. After seeing the effect of Summon Skeleton Terrasaur transforming into a God-level rare skill, Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Soon, after Yi Yang directly consumed 500 points of spiritual attribute and activated the skill of Summon Skeleton Terrasaur, he waited for nearly 10 minutes. The first skeleton terrasaur finally appeared in his summoning space. Without even a thought, Yi Yang summoned it out directly. Chapter 132, Flying Summons. Skeleton Terrasaur. Oh my god, this terrasaur skeleton is so handsome! At a glance, this skeleton terrasaur, which had just been summoned and was hovering in the sky dozens of meters above his head, looked like a legendary pterosaur from the dinosaur era. The wingspan is as much as 20 to 30 meters, and the pure body length is nearly 20 meters. Don't be so domineering. And just at this time, Yi Yang also saw the attributes of this skeleton pterosaur. Information: Skeleton pterosaur. Level 30. Strength: 450, 101.69%. Spirit 90, 101.69%. Constitution 150, 101.69%. Agility 600, 101.69%. Skill 1, Skeleton Hell, instantly releases countless bone spikes within a range of strength x 10% meters, causing huge damage, causing all attributes x 10 points to all enemy targets in the area and causing a 10-second grounding effect. Skill 2 Deathwing, after activating the skill, your agility attribute will immediately increase by 200%, lasting for Spirit x1 seconds. Special skill, Undead Servant, the skeleton terrasaur can be used as a mount, and after entering the mount state, the agility attribute will increase by 1000%, but all attack methods such as Skeleton Hell cannot be used. Grounding, unable to move, unable to use any displacement skills. Oh my god, can this terrasaur be used as a mount? This is so fucking awesome! After reading the attributes and skills of this skeleton terrasaur bit by bit, Yang was stunned. Not to mention its attributes. Just the ability to make it his own mount as an undead servant makes Yang feel that this rare skill is well deserved. You should know. This thing is not only a mount, it's also a flying mount. Skeleton terrasaur! Come down! At the command. The skeleton terrasaur that was originally hovering in the air above his head suddenly swooped down and landed in front of Yang, and even prostrated itself on the ground with its entire body. As expected of my summon, you really understand me. Seeing the skeleton terrasaur crawling on the ground, Yang nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, without even thinking about it, he leaped directly onto the back of the skeleton terrasaur. Take off! The next second. Swish! With another charge of the skeleton terrasaur, it instantly brought Yang to a height of hundreds of meters. Soon. 200 meters. 300 meters. Yang asked it to fly infinitely upwards until it reached a height of nearly 1,300 meters, and then it stopped rising. 1,300 meters, is this the limit? It seems, this guy's flying height should be related to the sum of his all attributes. Yang calculated a little bit. At this time, the four-dimensional attributes of the level 30 skeleton terrasaur added up to about 1290 points, which just matches its current maximum flight altitude. If that's the case, as the skeleton terrasaur's attributes improve, his flying height can also be increased infinitely. That's kind of cool. More importantly, now under the passive mount effects of Deathwing and Undead Servant, the skeleton terrasaur's extreme agility attribute can even soar to the equivalent of 36,000 points of agility. This speed is even 20 times faster than the agility attribute of the skeleton tyrant in its peak rage state. That is to say, from now on, whenever his undead army goes to war, he can just sit on his skeleton terrasaur and patrol the battlefield. There is no need to rely on yourself to walk forward like on this trip to the secret place. In the end, his skeleton army had already finished the battle, but his own two legs had not even reached the center of the battlefield. With the skeleton terrasaur, if a battle that interests him happens somewhere, Yang can reach the battlefield in an instant. And, at the skeleton terrasaur's terrifying flying altitude, ordinary people, even those monsters, can't even touch it. Let's take a step back. Even if they can touch me, by then, there will be more skeleton terrasaurs around me to protect me. It's like the treatment of being the emperor of the sky. It's so cool. Let's talk about the pure attribute strength and skill effects of the skeleton terrasaur. A terrifying group attack skill, Skeleton Hell, can directly cause an attack of up to 13,000 points in a range of 90 meters. This hurts. Compared with the skeleton tyrant, it is not much inferior. You should know. Although the skeleton tyrant can now burst out with more than 30,000 points of attack, it is only a single burst of the power of one punch. If we encounter a demon-tide riot, or the boss group riot, in the secret realm this time, the efficiency of killing monsters relying solely on these hundreds of skeleton tyrants will be too slow. It is no exaggeration to say that if these hundreds of skeleton tyrants were replaced by hundreds of skeleton terrasaurs, In less than 10 minutes, you can start from scratch and fill up your experience bar to a full 30,000%. After all, a single skeleton terrasaur has a destructive range of nearly 100 meters. What if there are hundreds of them, or even nearly 1,000 like the current skeleton tyrant? The terrifying destructive power covers an area of 10,000 meters or even 100,000 meters in radius. Wait! Since I can use the skeleton terrasaur as a mount, then can other skeleton soldiers use it as a mount? As he was flying, a thought suddenly popped up in Yi Yang's mind. After all, he just felt that it was a bit too slow for him to reach the center of the Skeleton Legion's battlefield on foot. Although the agility attributes of the skeleton tyrants are much higher than his own, compared to the skeleton terrasaurs, there is still a big gap. Wouldn't it be great if these skeleton tyrants could just ride on their terrasaurs to the center of the battlefield? Do it when you think of it. Yi Yang directly ordered the skeleton terrasaur to land, and then teleported out hundreds of ordinary little skeletons, hundreds of invisible skeleton wizards, and more than 100 skeleton tyrants from the summoning space and began his own experiment. A few minutes later, Yi Yang was suddenly happy. My idea is indeed correct. This skeleton terrasaur can not only be ridden by oneself, but also used as a mount by other skeleton summons. Certainly, different types of skeleton soldiers have different loading capacities of skeleton terrasaurs. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the skeleton army. Because, after Yi Yang's calculations, as long as the total physical attributes of all the skeleton summons carried by the skeleton terrasaur does not exceed the skeleton terrasaur's current maximum physical attributes, the purpose of riding can be achieved. To put it bluntly, for example, the current skeleton terrasaur has a maximum physical attribute of only 300 points. The physical attribute of an ordinary little skeleton is 30 points, the physical attribute of the invisible skeleton mage is 40 points, and the basic physical attribute of the skeleton tyrant is already 300 points. In this case, if you just load ordinary skeletons, you can have 10 of them. If you just load invisible skeleton wizards, you can only have 7. If you use the skeleton tyrant, I can't stand just one. Chapter 133, Another Summoning Skill? Isn't this a battlefield meat grinder? In other words, even if there are 5 invisible skeletons and 5 normal skeletons, it will just make up 300 points of physical fitness, which is acceptable. But, although it carries a skeleton summon, there is a physical upper limit. But after testing, if I only let myself ride this terrasaur, there will be no upper limit on its physical attribute. After all, Yi Yang's current physical attributes have soared to 2,400 points. It is about 8 times taller than the skeleton terrasaur. At present, only the skeleton tyrant is worthy of reaching the battlefield quickly. The invisible skeleton archmage and the ordinary skeletons are simply not worth riding. However, if it is a skeleton tyrant, then it can only carry a skeleton tyrant in its original state. But if it doesn't devour friendly units, the skeleton tyrant in its original state won't be of much use. It would be better to send myself directly to the destination, and then use the summoning space to release all the skeleton army at once. After thinking about it, Yi Yang couldn't help but shook his head. All I can say is, the ability of this skeleton terrasaur to carry other skeleton soldiers is icing on the cake, but in actual use, it is far less direct than sending yourself directly to the center of the battlefield. After all, Yi Yang's body has a major strategic weapon called summoning space that can accommodate an unlimited number of skeletons. Even if it is a temporary deployment of troops, Yi Yang can fully use the summoning space to implement the operation. So, the meaning of the skeleton terrasaur's last skill, Dead Servant, is that it is a servant of undead creatures, not a servant of me, a necromancer? Thinking of this, Yi Yang couldn't help but smile. But no matter what, the appearance of the skeleton terrasaur has greatly changed Yi Yang's way of fighting from now on. Whether it is destructive power or battlefield mobility, there has been a huge improvement. Then, Yi Yang didn't think any more and continued to look at the next reward. Ding, you have successfully used the Level 2 Exclusive Professional Skills Treasure Box. And you have obtained the Level 2 Professional Exclusive Skill, Necromancer Summon Death Knight. Rare skill, Summon Death Knight, consume 200 points of mental power to summon a Death Knight to fight for you. Finally appeared! Death Knight! After seeing this skill at a glance, Yi Yang's already excited mood became even more excited. Although this Death Knight is not as good as the skeleton terrasaur, it still surprised Yi Yang. But this is just an ordinary second-level skill, and it cannot be compared with the rare skills of the skeleton terrasaur. Without even a thought, Yi Yang directly integrated this Summon Death Knight into his own skill column. Then, another familiar system prompt instantly appeared in front of Yi Yang. Ding! Second-level skills Summon Death Knight successfully transformed into God-level skills Summon Death Knight. God-level skills Summon Death Knight consume 200 points of mental power to activate this skill. Automatically summon one Death Knight to fight for you every 100 seconds. Good! If it's 200 points of spiritual power, it seems that this Death Knight is a little stronger than this skeleton tyrant. After waiting silently for 3 or 4 minutes, the first Death Knight finally appeared in Yi Yang's summoning space. Then, without any hesitation, he summoned the Death Knight. Next second, a skeleton warrior who was over 2 meters tall and looked like a general appeared in front of Yi Yang, riding a skeleton warhorse that was over 3 meters tall. At a glance, this aura alone is much more powerful than the skeleton tyrant who looks like a big fool. I just don't know if I can ride this skeleton warhorse. Although it's not as cool as a terrasaur skeleton, but riding a skeleton warhorse is still pretty cool. Smile slightly. Yi Yang didn't care about so much. He directly opened the Death Knight's attribute panel and started checking. Info Death Knight. Level 30. Strength 300, 101.69%. Spirit 90, 101.69%. Constitution 150, 101.69%. Agility 240, 101.69%. Skill 1, Death Charge. Instantly launch a death charge to the area within, strength x 10 meters in front, causing total attributes x 200% points of horrific damage, and causing a 3-second knockback effect to all enemy targets on the path. Skill 2, Collective Will. Passive skill. When there is an undead creature within the range of all attributes x 10 meters around itself, the overall attribute effect of itself will be increased by 10%, and the maximum stacking of Collective Will is 100 layers. At a glance, this Death Knight is indeed a killer on the battlefield. Even though he cannot compare with the skeleton terrasaur, his terrifying attribute strength is enough to completely crush the skeleton tyrant. Just the Collective Will. According to its current attributes, as long as there are 100 undead creatures within a range of more than 15,000 meters around it, all attributes will be doubled. Not to mention other attributes. The strength attribute alone can soar to as much as 6,000 points. Add to that the terrifying 200% damage bonus to all attributes of Death Charge, it can directly deliver more than 30,000 points of attack. That's right. This extreme attack power looks similar to that of the skeleton tyrant. But you have to know, this Death Charge is a straight-line group attack skill. Moreover, the mobility of this Death Knight is unmatched by that of the skeleton tyrant. Once thousands or tens of thousands of Death Knights charge at the same time, the destructive power is simply unimaginable. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a meat grinder on the battlefield. Compared with the cost of 200 points of mental power, the cost-effectiveness is needless to say. That's a bit comfortable. There are Death Knights and skeleton tyrants on the ground. There are also skeleton terrasaurs in air combat. Now I basically have no shortcomings. Just now, when we encountered a group of boss riots, many of the bosses were flying monsters. Although these flying monsters can still be intercepted by the invisible skeleton mage using the ground-to-air method at this stage. But in the future, what if we encounter monsters that fly at ridiculous heights? You should know. The casting distance of the invisible skeleton mage is only mental power x1 meters. According to the current attributes, it is only 300 meters. That's all. Just sending these invisible skeleton wizards to fight the skeleton terrasaurs won't be able to touch them at all. And now, Yi Yang now has a serious air combat branch. When you encounter flying monsters again, you can just hit them in the face and deal damage. It's so cool. Too lazy to think too much. Yi Yang continued to look at the next harvest, a rare and exclusive professional equipment treasure chest. Ding, you have successfully used the second level, rare exclusive professional equipment treasure box. And you have obtained the second level, rare professional exclusive equipment, Necromancer Dark Knight Crown. Chapter 134, Rare Equipment is released. Immunity to all deaths? Rare Dark Knight Crown, LV30. Attributes: Spirit 5800, Constitution 4000, Agility 1600. Special: the physical attributes of all summoned creatures under your command are increased by 100%. Rare: all summons under your command have the effect of immunity to death, and the cooling time of immunity to death effect is 1 hour. It is only effective for all summons of level 2 and below. Oh my god! Is this a rare equipment? This is simply outrageous. At this moment, after seeing the attributes of this rare Dark Knight Crown, Yi Yang was instantly shocked. At a glance, the mental attribute alone has a terrifying increase of 5,400 points. The increase in its physical attributes is even 800 points higher than the 3,200 points of spirit of the previous ordinary exclusive professional equipment, the Dark Robe. The most outrageous thing is that there is an additional third attribute item, 1,600 points of agility. That's so cool. However, the terrifying attribute enhancement of this rare equipment is only relatively minor. What's even more amazing is its two special effects. The first, special attribute, directly doubles the physical attributes of all your skeleton summons. This is equivalent to, the survivability of all summoned creatures under your command has been doubled. What's even more exaggerated is, that rare attribute. All of your summoned creatures now have the effect of being immune to death. Moreover, this death-free effect only has a cooldown period of 1 hour. That is to say, if those skeleton summons die once and persist in the battle for another hour, then even if they die again, they can be resurrected again. This is quite exaggerated. Certainly, Yi Yang didn't expect those ordinary cannon fodder summons like the little skeletons to escape death a second time. However, skeleton tyrants, death knights, skeleton terrasaurs, and even invisible skeleton mages with powerful stealth and life-saving abilities have a great chance of enjoying the death-free effect a second time, or even more times. In this way, wouldn't it be true that the undead army under my command would be immortal? Thinking of this, Yi Yang was suddenly excited. Of course, this death-free effect is not without any limitations. As a second-level rare equipment, its death-free effect can only be effective on summons of the second level and below. That is to say, if Yi Yang advances to become a level 3 necromancer in the future and possesses level 3 summoning skills, then these level 3 undead summons will no longer be able to enjoy these death immunity effects. But even so, for Yi Yang, this piece of equipment is quite amazing. After all, the effect of special attribute, increase physical fitness by 100%, of this Dark Knight Crown does not say that it cannot be effective on high-level summons. So, even without the immunity from death effect, this special attribute alone is fully worthy of the level of rare equipment. No thought required. Yi Yang directly put on this equipment. For a moment, Yi Yang's attributes suddenly skyrocketed. Name, Yi Yang LV30. Occupation, Level 2 Necromancer, only level. Strength, 574. Spirit, 15,969. Physical fitness, 6474. Agility, 2,274. After a quick glance, the spiritual attribute, which was originally just over 10,000 points, instantly soared to nearly 16,000 points. The other two attributes have also increased significantly. That's quite comfortable. And this is not over yet. Without hesitation, after Yi Yang put on this Dark Knight Crown, he directly opened the remaining two ordinary exclusive professional equipment treasure boxes. Ding, you have successfully used the second level exclusive professional equipment treasure box. And you have obtained the second level exclusive professional equipment, Necromancer Eclipse Gauntlets. Ding, you have successfully used the second level exclusive professional equipment treasure box. And you have obtained the second level exclusive professional equipment, Necromancer Breath of Darkness Boots. Level 2 Eclipse Gauntlets, LV30. Attributes: Spirit 2800, Constitution 1300. Special: Increase the attack power of all summons under your command by 30%. Level 2 Dark Breath Boots, LV30. Attributes: Agility 1500, Constitution 2000. Special: The agility attribute of all summons under your command is increased by 20%. I took a look at these two pieces of equipment, although they cannot be compared with the Dark Knight Crown. Just now, their attributes are also quite exaggerated. After all, among the 5 major equipment positions, the Clothing and Armor position has the most added attributes. When the attributes of these two pieces of equipment are added together, it is a very explosive improvement. Don't think too much. Yi Yang directly put on both pieces of equipment. At this moment, Yi Yang's attributes suddenly soared again. Name: Yi Yang LV30. Occupation: Level 2 Necromancer, only level. Strength: 574. Spirit: 18,769. Physical fitness: 9774. Agility: 3,774. At a glance, the enhancement of just a few pieces of equipment directly made Yi Yang's spiritual attributes soar to more than 18,000 points. You should know, these more than 18,000 points of attributes will increase the overall attributes of all summoned creatures under your command by more than 180%. Not only that, Yi Yang's physical attributes at this time also soared to nearly 10,000 points. It is no exaggeration to say, with his current attributes, even if he just stood there and let those ordinary second-level SSS class professional geniuses attack him, he would not be killed in a short time. Not to mention, he also has an agility attribute of over 3,700 points. Even without soul transfer, relying solely on 2 legs, ordinary professionals of the same level cannot compare to him. After all, the equipment Yi Yang is wearing now is a full set of second-level exclusive professional equipment. There is even a rare second-level exclusive equipment. Ordinary professionals, even potential-level geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, even with the support of the families behind them, cannot gather such a powerful configuration. However, just at this moment, the moment Yi Yang put on the last 2 pieces of equipment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding, you have successfully collected the full set, Level 2 exclusive professional equipment, and you have obtained the Level 2 equipment aura enhancement, all attributes increased by 2,000 points. Ding, you have successfully collected the full set, Level 2 exclusive professional equipment, and you have obtained the Level 1 equipment aura amplification, all attributes 1,000 points. What the hell? Is there such a thing? At this moment, after seeing the 2 system prompts in front of him, Yi Yang couldn't help but be scared. I just put together a set of second-level exclusive professional equipment, and it actually triggered a halo effect? Oh, that's not right. It should be that the 2 halo effects were directly triggered. Because Yi Yang had never triggered the first-level equipment aura before. And now, after Yi Yang directly completed the second-level equipment, even the previous first-level equipment halo was also completed. Took a look. These 2 halos combined provide Yi Yang with a full 3,000 points of all attributes. This time, Yi Yang's mental strength soared to more than 21,000 points, his physical fitness also soared to more than 12,000 points, and even his agility attribute increased to more than 6,700 points. The most outrageous thing is, with this, even his originally weak strength attribute soared to more than 3,500 points. I didn't expect to have such an extra bonus. No wonder the families behind those geniuses must collect equipment for them. If that's the case, even if I can't get the aura of this exclusive professional equipment, if it's a universal equipment, or a universal equipment aura for all professions, I should be able to trigger the equipment aura and improve a lot of attributes, right? As the top scholar in both civil and military studies who had topped the list for 3 years, Yi Yang immediately understood the secret. Certainly. These have little to do with me. And at this point, all the important gains from this trip to the secret realm have been completely sorted out. Skeleton terrasaur. Death Knight. With the addition of the Dark Knight crown, Eclipse gauntlets, and Dark Breath boots, the equipment for all positions in the second level was completed in one wave. The second level exclusive professional equipment aura triggered by it brought about a revolutionary change in his attributes. Finally, these are the special items that explode from the boss.